Passage to Paradise, Carrie Hatchett Space Adventurer Book 2, written and narrated by J.J. Green. Chapter 1, Belligerent Bug. Carrie Hatchett was late. She was trying to find the room where she'd been interviewed for her job as a Transgalactic Intercultural Community Crisis Liaison Officer, and the seam of her fluorescent orange jumpsuit was working its way uncomfortably high. She was walking alongside her colleague and friend, Dave. Dropping back a step or two, she stealthily tugged at the seam and jiggled her leg to ease the tension. "What are you doing?" Dave had turned and was watching her. "Nothing." Carrie cleared her throat. "Now, where is that room?" "I thought you'd been here before." "I have, but I kind of stumbled on the right place by accident. I can remember what it looks like from the outside, but I'm not sure how to get there." They were in a set of cream-coloured ceramic tunnels that had large oval recesses embedded in the walls, floor and ceiling. Bordering each recess was a line of symbols, some black, some luminous, some flashing. They approached a recess crossing their path and were forced to leap over it before taking a left-hand turn. The tunnel walls emitted a soft glow. "You know," said Dave, "I shouldn't have come along." "It'll be fine, honestly. Anyway, I need you. I really do." Dave had accompanied Carrie on her previous first assignment, and she was sure she couldn't have succeeded without him. When the Transgalactic Council had contacted her about her next task, she'd persuaded her friend to come with her to the briefing, though he was technically an unauthorized companion. Glancing at Dave's profile, Carrie sighed. Dave was stunningly good-looking, but also, for her, disappointingly gay. He shook his head. "You've shown you can do the job. I'm sure you can manage." He looked nervously from side to side. "Maybe there's some way I can go back. I could feed Toodles and Rogue for you." Carrie's brow wrinkled. Dave knew as well as her that when they returned through the green mist that had conveyed them here from beneath her kitchen sink, no time would have passed. To Toodles, her sweet, affectionate cat, and Rogue, her lovable, handsome dog, it would be as though they'd never left. Studying her friend's face, Carrie saw beads of sweat. Though the temperature was only pleasantly warm, she realized what the problem was. "Stop worrying. Gavin won't hurt you, you know." "I know, but..." Dave's shoulders slumped and he swallowed. "You've got to admit, those eyes, and the jaws, and the extra inside, and razor-sharp teeth, and the legs. He's definitely got far too many legs. I mean, why does he need that many?" Carrie's manager in the Transgalactic Council was a massive insectoid alien with 10 pairs of legs, a bronze carapace, and 2 sets of viciously sharp mandibles. At moments of high tension, his inner jaws had the unnerving habit of protruding several centimeters, and he had a poor understanding of the human need for personal space. Carrie rolled her eyes. "Gavin's lovely. You just have to get to know him." Dave tugged at his shirt collar and grimaced. As always, he was looking effortlessly stylish. He was wearing denim jeans, brogues, and a button-down shirt under a crewneck pullover. Carrie regarded her orange jumpsuit, the uniform for her role in the Transgalactic Council. The colour was intended to help council officers stand out in conflict zones and mark them as neutral personnel with diplomatic protection. The jumpsuit squashed her boobs into one homogeneous lump, and the tight material neatly profiled her pot belly. The central seam had worked its way too high once more. She reached behind to pull it lower. Glancing at her, Dave said, "That jumpsuit's too small for you." "I know." "Didn't they have a bigger size?" "Yes, they did." "Then why didn't you?" Because I'm on a diet, Carrie said between her teeth. She sighed and tilted her head. I thought it would fit me when I lost a bit of weight. Okay? Okay. Dave lifted his eyebrows. Wait, is this it? The symbols alongside the recess looked familiar. One was a black circle above a triangle, with 2 long rectangles below, like the symbol for the women's restroom. Carrie slipped her bag off her shoulder and put it down. The bag was her Transgalactic Council officer toolbox and held a translator, magnetic field neutralizer, briefing screen and other useful devices. She rubbed her palms together, then lightly touched the recess. Nothing happened. Maybe not. She put her hands on her hips. Come on, Carrie, said Dave. Don't you have any idea where this room is? We've been here for ages. We'll be wandering around forever at this rate. She looked up and down the corridor. Dave was right. Their situation was difficult. The tunnels were endless, and she didn't know where they were or how they could get back to the place where they had entered. Not that it would do any good to retrace their steps. The green mist that transported life forms between worlds always disappeared within a few minutes, and only authorized Transgalactic Council staff could open the gateways. She didn't have the authority. She needed to find Gavin soon. He would be wondering where she'd got to. Though he was far nicer than his appearance suggested, he was still her boss, and he wouldn't be pleased about being kept waiting. Let's go this way, she set off decisively. That's the way we just came. She halted mid-stride and about-faced. Okay, this way then, Dave sighed as he followed her. Traces of a rich, complex, spicy scent appeared in the air. As they walked on, the odour grew stronger. It seemed to be coming from the place they were approaching. Can you smell something? Dave sniffed deeply as they turned a tight bend. Yeah, it's kind of musky, like a... Before them loomed a huge, 20-legged, razor-jawed, bronze-shelled alien. Whoa! Stumbling back, Dave grabbed the wall to steady himself. Gavin! Great to see you again. The head of the massive alien insect turned from vertical to horizontal, and the spicy scent grew stronger. Antennae quivered on the wedge-shaped head as 10 pairs of legs were set in motion. The bug approached Carrie, its inner jaws protruding until they were centimetres from her face. Gavin? Carrie took a step backwards. Bobbing up and down, the creature advanced, forcing Carrie to continue her retreat. Its 100 eyes blinked, transparent membranes flashing over their surfaces, and its antennae weaved to and fro. Carrie, are you sure? Asked Dave as they retreated around the bend in the corridor. He reached out and clutched her arm. Are you sure Gavin's okay? Now that you come to mention it, the scent became a reek. Carrie covered her mouth and nose as she gagged. The alien increased its pace, and so did Carrie and Dave, walking in reverse so quickly they were nearly running. As the creature's inner jaws flashed out, Dave cracked. He turned and sped off down the tunnel. Carrie was not slow to follow, wondering what was wrong with her boss. Why doesn't he say something? His English is great. The seams of Carrie's jumpsuit tugged painfully as she ran, and she cursed her idiocy in choosing a size that was too small. On the floor ahead was her transgalactic officer's toolbox. She had left it behind after trying to open the recess, and her friend was heading straight for it. Dave! Too late. In his blind panic, he didn't see the bag. He tripped over it and sprawled on the floor. Carrie stopped to help him. As she tugged on his arm to pull him to his feet, the alien caught up, its massive form overshadowing them. Dave's muscles relaxed under Carrie's grip. Oh, Okay. Unfastening Carrie's fingers from his arm, he turned to her. It's all right. His foot was caught on the handle of her handbag. He disentangled it and fished inside the bag. Here, he said, handing her the translator. I think you need this. Chapter 2. Paradise Revealed. What is the meaning of this behaviour? A voice resounded in Carrie's mind. She had taken the translator from Dave and was gripping it tightly, her other arm linked with her friend's to provide the contact that meant he, too, would hear the translator's broadcast. The two humans sat close, knees raised, while the bronze insect loomed over them. A dribble of mucus from the creature's mouth hit the floor. Carrie squirmed and eased away from the splatter as it steamed. Looking up from beneath, Carrie noticed for the first time that Gavin had an opening at the centre of his abdomen, surrounded by soft tissue and leading to darkness within. I'm sorry, Gavin. I didn't expect you to talk to me with pheromones. Gavin? Who is this Gavin? Carrie frowned. Aren't you? The alien loomed closer until its knife-like inner mandibles were filling Carrie's field of vision. I will ask you once more, to whom are you referring? I know no one of that name. And who is this other human accompanying you? Who gave you permission to bring him with you? Are you aware of the laws regarding the use of transgalactic gateways? I authorized only one entity. Why are there two of you? The jaws retracted, and the head lowered and tilted, bringing the multitude of eyes within an inch or two of Dave's face, which turned a ghostly white. Carrie, I did say this wasn't a good idea. Carrie squeezed her eyes shut and swallowed. Right, let's sort this out, she said to Dave, grabbing his arm and pulling him up as she rose to her feet. Recalling Gavin's cultural misunderstanding of the human need for body space, she said, Would you mind stepping back a bit, please? You're crowding us. The insect shovelled marginally backwards, and Carrie and Dave simultaneously exhaled. Gavin, what's going on? Why aren't you speaking English? A vanilla odour crept into the spicy scent, and the creature's head reverted to vertical. Its antennae became still. I believe I understand your mistake, though it's hardly credible. You imagine me to be your former manager. Carrie's eyes widened. You aren't Gavin? Antennae wildly waving and bobbing up and down on its long spider-like legs, the bug said. If that was the Earth name of your previous manager, the answer is no. I am not him. Of course I am not. Do you have some kind of visual sense dysfunction? I had heard that humans have excellent eyesight. Are you unable to perceive the clear difference between myself and your former manager? Peering at the creature's head, body, and many legs, Carrie said, no. The creature scuttled around, turning full circle. Ow! Exclaimed Carrie, and unfastened Dave's vice-like grip on her arm. The spicy vanilla odour became laced with a growing stink. I am female! In the following pause, a flush crept up Carrie's cheeks. Oops, sorry. The bug turned away and reached out, touching a recess in the floor with a claw. We will speak further in here, she said, as the door melted away and she disappeared through the entrance. Carrie peeped over the edge and down into the room below. The drop was about 2 meters, but there seemed no other option but to follow. She sat down, dangling her legs beneath her, and lowered herself down as far as she could before jumping the rest of the way. Dave followed and landed heavily next to her. Ouch, he said, as he stood uncertainly, rotating his ankle. I think I twisted it. Inside the room the lighting was dim, and the insect's many eyes glimmered in the glow from the passageway above. Carrie held out the translator to Dave, and they gripped it together. The alien seemed to have forgotten Carrie's earlier request for some body space. As she approached them closely once more, the two humans moved backwards until they could go no further, their backs pressed against the wall. "Your confusion results from your expectations. My name is Urgh." A stench of rotting fish filled the air. I'm sorry. I said my name is Urgh. No, I heard you. Never mind. You expected to meet the manager who formerly held responsibility for your assignments, but he is investigating the threat posed by the Plactoids. For the foreseeable future you are under my management, and I can see that you require close supervision. Your previous manager was unreliable, and I doubted his glowing recommendation from the outset. I see my suspicions have been confirmed. Your failure to perceive the clear differences in appearance between myself and him are evidence of poor observational skills. You will need to work hard to remedy this. You were also so late in attending our meeting that I was forced to roam the corridors to find you. Thirdly, you have brought with you an unauthorized companion. Your previous manager informed me of this human, but I did not give permission for him to attend your briefing. He is not to accompany you again. Unauthorized persons moving through gateways is a serious transgression of transgalactic law. "I told you," murmured Dave. "Now that I have given you your formal warnings, I will explain the nature of your forthcoming assignment, though I am uncertain of your ability to complete this task." Carrie's heart sank. All her life she had failed at her jobs, but she'd thought she was beginning to turn the corner. Her work as a call centre supervisor was going quite well, and she thought she'd made a great impression in her first assignment for the Transgalactic Council. Now it looked as though her new manager had a low opinion of both Gavin and her. She sighed. Just as things were starting to improve, she was back to square one. Dave nudged her. "Wow, look at that!" Beyond the alien bug's imposing body, in the centre of the shadowy room, a hologram was forming. A wide landscape spread out, a snow-capped mountain range surrounded by deep blue wide lakes that disappeared into the horizon. Lush, verdant trees and plants cloaked the mountainsides up to the snow line, and on the lake beaches were tiny figures. The hologram zoomed in and showed people frolicking, laughing, and chasing each other along the shore, swimming in the clear turquoise water and relaxing on the sand. "This is the planet Dandrobia, the site of your next assignment." "They're aliens," blurted Dave. "They look like us." "Your observation is correct. The Dandrobians' resemblance to humans has been noted and widely studied as a remarkable example of convergent evolution." Carrie recalled the beautiful Belinda, the stuck-up bank manager Gavin had called in to replace her when she wasn't doing too well on her first assignment. Belinda had said she was half Dandrobian. Gazing at the idyllic scene, Carrie became lost in thought. What a wonderful place. I wonder what it would be like to live there. Her insect boss's tone cut through her musings. "Dandrobia is a prison planet." "Prison?" said Carrie. "Prison? What had Dandrobians done to get sentenced to confinement on their home planet?" As a Transgalactic Council officer, after 10 years' service, she could retire to the world of her choice. Dandrobia. She made a mental note of the name and wondered if they allowed dogs and cats. "The necessary information is in your briefing documents, but I can tell you what you need to know. Dandrobia's gravity is 80% of Earth's, but this won't have any long-lasting physical effect on you for the brief time you will be there. The Dandrobians have been confined to their planet for thousands of Earth years. They are one of the oldest civilizations in the galaxy, and they once ruled it, invading, colonizing, and terrorizing its citizens to its farthest reaches. After a long war, the Dandrobians were finally defeated, and the Unity took over, founding the Transgalactic Council to facilitate the day-to-day running of galaxy affairs. After their defeat, all Dandrobian technology was confiscated, and their society returned to a pre-industrial level of development. They are strictly prohibited from developing new technology. Now, your assignment involves one of the species tyrannized by the Dandrobians, the squashpumps. Some time ago, this species demanded a formal apology and reparations for the wrongs they suffered under Dandrobian rule. As is usual in these cases, the settlement was reached only after a long period of negotiation. Unfortunately, the liaison officer assigned to mediate has been called away to help deal with the Plactoid crisis and could not witness the final agreement. That is your task. This is an easy, straightforward assignment, appropriate for an officer still within their probationary period, as you are. In view of your inexperience, I summoned you here to speak to you face to face. Your behavior today has confirmed my reservations were correct, and your previous manager overstated your abilities. Are you aware that if you fail an assignment during your probationary period, you must attend remedial training, and if you fail that, you are dismissed? Perhaps you concur this task may be beyond you. Carrie did not answer. She always struggled to pay attention when people spoke to her at length, and she was distracted by the beautiful scene playing out in the hologram. Dave elbowed her, snapping her out of her trance. What? She thinks you can't do the job. She's offering you the chance to turn it down. Oh no! Her eyes on the people laughing and having fun on the beach. I can do it, no problem. Don't worry about me. Dave sighed and rolled his eyes. Chapter 3. Off to a bad start. Back home, in Carrie's kitchen, she hoisted her Transgalactic Intercultural Community Crisis Liaison Officer's handbag higher on her shoulder. "Now you sure you've got everything?" asked Dave. "Of course I've got everything." She silently wished her friend would stop being so bossy, though, in truth, the prospect of travelling to Dandrobia didn't seem as enticing as it had while Iurch was explaining the assignment. "This is all I have to take, you know that. So you're going to look after Toodles and Rogue for me?" "They don't need looking after. You'll be back only a minute or two after you leave." "I mean, just in case I don't come back." "Don't be silly. Of course you'll come back. It's only a meeting, Carrie." She nodded. He was right. This assignment was nothing like her first. After being submerged in the custard-like Utoon and fighting the Plactoid commanding officer, a giant intelligent office shredder, witnessing a statement of apology and reparations from the Dandrobians to their former victims should be a piece of cake. Not only that, this time round she'd studied the briefing information Iurch had provided. She had learned her lesson about being uninformed, and she was not going to make the same mistake again. Though the report on the Dandrobians had been nearly as boring as the complaints procedures she had to follow in her call centre supervisor role. She did not understand much of it. That was the problem. She wasn't one of the few humans who knew all about life on other planets and the whole Unity setup. There seemed to be lots to learn. One piece of information that had fascinated her was that the Dandrobians were immortal. They had become masters of genetic manipulation eons ago, preventing themselves from aging and creating a kind of paradise where all their needs were met. The Dandrobian representatives she was about to meet were the same aliens who had ruled the galaxy while humans still believed the stars were gods. "Carrie, you only have a minute to go, you know." "Yes, I'm ready." She bit her lip. "I wish you were coming too." "Your new boss made it very clear that I'm not allowed." "I know, but still." Carrie once more doubted she could have made it through her previous assignment without her friend's support. Could she do this alone, no matter how straightforward the job was? She hoisted her bag up again and patted Rogue on the head. His long pink tongue flopped out and his tail thumped on the floor. Carrie had already said goodbye to Toodles and bore the scratches to prove it. Apparently her cat had not wanted to be disturbed from her sleep, but Carrie felt confident that, deep down, she was sad to see her go. The cupboard door beneath Carrie's kitchen sink began to glow, and Carrie's hand grew sweaty as she clutched her handbag strap. She was prepared as she could be. If she messed this one up, there was no one to blame but herself. Feeling sick, she said, "This is it then." With a bang, the cupboard door flew open. A swirling green mist appeared. Transgalactic gateway to Dandrobia. The mist tugged at the air. Carrie swallowed. At least there was one thing to look forward to. Dandrobia seemed to be some kind of paradise. Wisps of mist drifted from the cupboard and lifted her hair, pulling it towards the vortex. Dave patted Rogue, who was barking at the green vapour. Toodles' yowl echoed around the flat. Carrie stepped forward but hesitated. She had remembered that her good friend Dave had a habit of taking things that did not belong to him. Though she had promised herself she would not say the words that were on her lips, she couldn't help it, and they spilled out anyway. "While I'm gone, you won't—" "What? I won't what?" Dave frowned. The green mist lifting her up, she said, "I know where everything is, you know." She just had time to catch her friend's glare before she was drawn under the sink. The last sound she heard as she entered the gateway were Rogue's fading bark and Dave calling, "I have a condition." Landing on a pile of downy cushions, Carrie sank so deep she was buried to her waist and only her legs were left free. She said as she struggled to emerge, imagining what kind of first impression she must be making on the Dandrobians. They had been informed of her arrival and were no doubt watching her. In her mind's eye, she saw her plump, tightly clad, fluorescent legs wriggling in the air. The only upside was that the cushions and the lower gravity made for a far softer landing than she was used to when travelling by Transgalactic Gateway. Strong hands gripped her and pulled her free, setting her firmly but gently on her feet. Sweeping her hair off her face, she found herself at eye level with a large Dandrobian bosom draped in a vivid green silky material. Carrie craned her neck to look up at the creature's face before turning in a circle to see the 7 aliens waiting to greet her, smiling politely. In the recording Earth had shown her, the Dandrobians had looked human-sized. But she now realized her sense of scale had been wrong. Though Dandrobian bodies and faces were very similar to humans, they were much taller, averaging about 220 centimeters. "Welcome to Dandrobia," said the female who had extracted Carrie from the cushions. She was shorter than the others and had ebony hair that was piled on top of her head. Carrie gazed, open-mouthed, at the alien's face. She was the most stunningly beautiful creature she had ever seen. With an effort, she closed her lower jaw. "Thank you, and thanks for providing the cushions." As she studied the other Dandrobians more closely, it was as much as she could do to drag her eyes from one face to the next. Their features were so even and perfectly proportioned. Strong, well-defined muscles lined each alien's arms and neck, though their expressions were polite and mild. "Welcome to Dandrobia," echoed the assembled aliens in a drawn-out, cooing tone. The silky material that covered their perfect physiques was in bright dual shades that gleamed in the strong sunlight beaming through the windows of the hall. Each Dandrobian also wore an identical, shell-like, golden brooch, either clasping the material at their shoulders or elsewhere on their bodies. One Dandrobian wore his in his hair. The room was long, wide and empty, but for the piled cushions, which, Carrie suddenly realised, were actually rounded, dense clumps of soft, dried moss. Like the Dandrobians themselves, the room's shape seemed in perfect proportion and was pleasing to look at. The walls bore brightly coloured friezes of Dandrobians performing simple tasks. Both the images and the room seemed familiar to Carrie, though she couldn't understand why. "This is our receiving hall, my dear," said the ebony-haired woman, spreading her arm wide. "Please accompany us, and we'll take you to the retiring room, where you may rest and prepare for the reconciliation meeting." "Thank you." Carrie followed the Dandrobians as they led the way out of the hall, her tense muscles relaxing. This was very different from her previous assignment. She shouldn't have worried so much. Leaving the hall, the party stepped out onto deep green, fine, mossy turf that sank beneath their feet as they walked across it and sprang up behind, leaving no trace of footprints. Carrie felt strangely light as she walked in the low gravity. Surrounding them were single-story buildings, all as well-proportioned as the receiving hall, all decorated in rich colours. The source of the intense daylight was a large sun high in the sky, giving out pink-tinged beams. Other Dandrobians were crossing the turf or lounging around outside. They all stopped what they were doing and watched Carrie. She also noticed several faces at windows, but the Dandrobians did not seem at all aggressive or confrontational, only curious. Carrie wondered about their history. She had expected something quite different from these mild, relaxed aliens, something more intense and aggressive in their nature. Was this a case of the victor rewriting history? Or maybe the Transgalactic Council's information was simply wrong, as it had been before. In her previous assignment, it had been up to her to find out the truth about the Utoon. "Here we are," said the female Dandrobian, and invited Carrie to enter a building. Inside was a single room containing a chaise longue, large enough to accommodate a Dandrobian. A tap was mounted on the wall, and in the centre of the room was a low table. A more simple yet tasteful room Carrie had never seen, but she drew back. On the floor just inside the threshold was a large, dirty grey slug. "Ugh!" she said, and picked up the slug between the tips of her finger and thumb. As she flicked it out onto the grassy sward, there was a collective gasp from the Dandrobians. The female stuttered, I would like you to meet the Foreign Secretary of the Squashpumps." Chapter 4. The Squashpump Foreign Secretary had landed upside down, about 3 meters away on the soft turf. The creature's departing yell echoed in Carrie's mind via the translator in her toolbox. Her hands flew to her mouth. She shut her eyes and thanked her lucky stars that her squeamishness about harming living creatures had prevented her from stamping on the Squashpump official. "I'm so sorry," she gasped as she ran to the creature's side. About 10 centimeters long and slimy as a slug, the Squashpump wriggled as it tried to right itself, its pale grey underbelly undulating. Carrie squatted down to pick it up. "Put me down immediately!" shouted the creature. It had a broad Scottish accent, which sounded so odd, given its appearance, that Carrie grabbed her mouth again, this time trying to contain a snort of laughter. She did not succeed. After whipping around onto its front, the squash pump reared up so that the front end of its body was perpendicular to the ground. Or Carrie assumed it was the front end. The creature seemed to have no eyes, though a collection of moist stalks emerged from the raised end. It looked like a limp, wet toilet brush. Her stomach squirmed, but then the squash pump began to change colour. A rainbow of hues played over its skin, and Carrie's opinion changed. The squash pump Foreign Secretary was in fact quite pretty. It spoke, rolling its R's. "Your Transgalactic Intercultural Community." "Yes, that's me," Carrie cut in. "I'm very, very sorry about that. I had no idea you were, well..." "Yes?" The tentacles wriggled. Carrie shifted to a kneeling position and bent down as low as she could. "I'm just very sorry." "We have a little time before the meeting is due to start, dear," said the female Dandrobian towering beside her. "Now that you and the Foreign Secretary have met, would you like to refresh yourself and prepare?" "That's a good idea," said Carrie, silently thanking the alien for providing a face-saving exit from the awkward situation. She stood and straightened her jumpsuit, which continued to pull in all the wrong places. "I'd love to, unless..." She looked down at the diminutive squash pump, which remained half upright and sprouting its floppy stalks. "Unless the Foreign Secretary would like me to carry her, or him, to the meeting place." "No, I wouldna," came the Foreign Secretary's terse reply. "Of course not," said Carrie. "How stupid of me. Of course you're perfectly capable of getting there all by yourself. I don't know why I said that." The Foreign Secretary gave no reply, and the Dandrobians watched her gravely. In the growing silence, Carrie cleared her throat and smiled tightly as she tried to force away the flush that was creeping across her cheeks. The ebony-haired female Dandrobian silently gestured towards the doorway to the retiring room. Carrie gave a stiff bow, hoping that was what she was supposed to do, went inside and closed the door behind her, exhaling a long, slow breath. She threw herself onto the wooden chaise longue and buried her head in her arms. The action did not lessen the cringing feeling that gripped her. It hadn't occurred to her to research the squash pump's appearance. She'd known what the Dandrobians looked like and had assumed the squash pumps would look, well, alien in some kind of obvious way. The briefing information on them had not mentioned what their physical form was, and Earth hadn't said anything either. Maybe the squash pumps were so well known throughout the galaxy, it hadn't occurred to anyone to include a description. But how could she, a mere Earthling, a member of a species that had not sufficiently advanced to join the Unity, be expected to know what a squash pump looked like? She groaned and turned onto her back, gazing up at the ceiling. She hadn't got off to a good start, not good at all. If word of her behaviour got back to her new boss, Eark would see it as a confirmation that Carrie was incompetent. She sat up. She would just have to try harder from now on. On the table were a beaker and a plate holding circles of creamy bread. She reached over and broke off a hunk. Taking a bite, she let out an involuntary mmm. The taste was not like any bread she had ever eaten. It was warm, sweet, rich and soft, like cake, but without any cloying fattiness, and it melted away in her mouth like chocolate before settling satisfyingly in her stomach, feeling like the healthiest thing she had ever eaten. Wondering what kind of drink the tap supplied, she picked up the beaker. It was made of a translucent material that shimmered like mother of pearl. holding the beaker beneath the spout. Carrie turned on the tap and a clear yellow-tinged liquid flowed out. The flavour was sweet but complex, and it slipped easily down her throat. She refilled the beaker, but as she tipped back her head to take another drink, she stopped. Sighing, she returned the beaker to the table. She had caught sight of her reflection in a mirror that stretched from floor to ceiling in the corner of the room. It was the reflection of a short, plump, messy-haired woman wearing a bright orange jumpsuit that was much too small and had grass stains on the knees. Shoulders drooping, she went to the mirror for a closer inspection. Rising up out of her hair was a stubborn kink that had defeated her attempts to blow-dry it flat, and the rest of her hair was a mess of wayward strands. She peered at her face. As always, her pudgy nose looked too large against her small chin, and her eyes did not quite match up. The ill-fitting jumpsuit highlighted her other perfections. The zip was threatening to burst, and her hips had pulled the material into a crease below her belly. What had possessed her to choose a uniform that was the size she wanted to be, rather than the size she actually was? She tried squatting and doing some practice kicks. The jumpsuit seams threatened to tear, and she had to stop. Her uniform would severely impede her movement if she had to call upon her martial arts skills. It was unlikely she would need to fight for this assignment, but her long years of training in Baguazhang had proven useful previously and might do so again. There was a knock at the door. As Carrie turned, the female Dandrobian opened it and peeked in. "The meeting's about to begin," she said as she entered, her emerald-green garment sweeping the floor. Carrie was struck again by the alien's beauty. Strands of rich ebony cascaded from the hair piled on her head, and her wide eyes were perfectly balanced by her bow-shaped lips. Her bare arms tapered gently down to long, graceful fingers. Carrie suddenly felt plumper and plainer than ever. "Transgalactic Intercultural." "Call me Carrie." The alien smiled. "Thank you. It's much nicer to be friendly, don't you think? And you must call me Aparte. Are you refreshed, Carrie?" "Yes, thanks." She went to pick up her toolbox from the table, then paused as she realized she had understood the Dandrobian even though she had not been close to her translator. "You can speak English?" Holding the door open, Aparte said, "We've had several English-speaking visitors from Earth in recent times." Carrie's eyes widened. "Visitors from Earth?" she murmured. Gavin had told her that Earth could not join the Unity until humans achieved deep space travel, but he had not, as far as she could remember, said explicitly that humans were forbidden from leaving Earth. She herself had travelled to other worlds, after all, and Belinda, the half-Dandrobian banker she had met on her previous assignment, must have been conceived somehow. Carrie frowned. While she was musing, Aparte waited patiently at the door. Carrie noticed her, smiled apologetically, and went out, blinking in the strong light. She set her shoulders. She had prepared well for this meeting by reading up on the United Nations and similar organizations and studying the art of diplomacy. She was going to be a model of professionalism and decorum and prove her new boss wrong. Chapter 5. Trouble in Paradise. As they walked between the low buildings, Carrie said, "Thanks for helping me out with the Foreign Secretary back there, Aparte. Is that your first or last name?" Like the buildings and the Dandrobians, the name seemed familiar. "We have only one name, dear. Each of us has a different name, you see, those few of us who are left." "Oh, has your population been shrinking? On Earth, that's happening in a few countries. Low birth rates." "But," Carrie frowned, "how come? I heard Dandrobians are immortal." Aparte smiled sadly. Immortal, but not indestructible. Every year we lose people to accidents. But surely births make up for deaths. The corners of Aparte's mouth turned lower. Carrie, darling, when the Unity confined us here, they altered our genetic material so that we could no longer reproduce with each other. There are no births on Dandrobia. Our own genetic modification that allowed male Dandrobians to crossbreed with species from other worlds was not altered. A small concession by the Unity. But all pregnancies are brought to birth off-planet. Aparte's tone softened. Essentially, they gave our species a death sentence. Carrie grimaced. The conversation was turning far heavier than she'd intended. What's your job, Aparte? What's your role in this negotiation with the squashpumps? I am a facilitator, much like yourself, my love. I don't think English has a word for what I do, but I smooth relations, organize gatherings, convey communications too delicate to be recorded in any permanent way. We do have similar jobs, said Carrie, nodding. It isn't easy, is it? Keeping people happy, I mean. Aparte's smile returned, and she displayed white, even teeth. No, it isn't. Carrie was warming to this Dandrobian. It was comforting to know there was at least one of them who understood her role as a liaison officer. This female alien seemed so nice and reasonable. Carrie wondered again about this species that had once tyrannized the galaxy. Maybe the Dandrobians had changed in the long years of their imprisonment. How long had Earth said it had been? Thousands of Earth years. They could have changed a lot in that time. She walked with Aparte beyond the complex and out into open ground. As they rounded a corner that brought them in full view of the surrounding landscape, Carrie caught her breath. The sight was even more beautiful than the hologram Earth had shown her. Spread before them were wide, rolling hills that ran down to a brightly sparkling blue-green sea. Swathes of long, verdant grasses and wildflowers clothed the hills in pastel and vivid shades, and a balmy breeze sent the grass and flowers into undulating waves, mimicking the motion of the water at the pearly white shoreline. Carrie stopped for a moment, taking in the view. Aparte stood with her, also regarding the landscape. She sighed. It seems very beautiful to you, doesn't it? But if you can never leave, the most beautiful place is still a prison. Shaking her head, Carrie struggled to accept the idea that anyone would want to leave Dandrobia. Maybe Aparte was comparing her fate with her memories of the time when she had roamed wherever she had wanted, far and wide across the entire galaxy. Continuing their walk, they descended a flowery hillside that led to a platform on a hill about 10 meters high next to the sea, providing a wide view. Dandrobians were already on the platform, and Carrie assumed the squashpumps were also present, though she could not see them at the distance. A perfume was filling her nostrils, either from the wildflowers or perhaps the alien sea. Atop a hill to their left was a large single-story rectangular building. Wondering why it was set apart from the rest, Carrie asked Aparte what it was. The Dandrobian paused slightly before answering. It's our main governmental building, dear. There are workrooms, meeting rooms, and a library. A library? With books? Asked Carrie, her eyebrows rising. Shrugging, Aparte said, We must record information somehow. We aren't allowed any more complex technology. They were nearing the platform, and the seated Dandrobians began to turn as they noticed their arrival. Carrie double-checked she had her translator, which would record the statements from both sides at the meeting. With her there as a witness, the recording provided a legally binding agreement. Carrie had her bag open and was peering in when a party drove into her side, sending her sprawling to the ground. She landed heavily. "Foreign Secretary, I hope your journey was pleasant," said a party, addressing a squash pump on the patch of grass where Carrie had just been about to tread. Thank goodness! Once more, a party had saved her from an embarrassing and potentially disastrous diplomatic incident. She was going to have to look more carefully where she was treading all the while she was here. Scrambling to her feet, Carrie said, "Foreign Secretary, I'm pleased to see you again." The squash pump did not deign to reply, but continued sliding royally and surprisingly quickly towards the platform. Carrie wondered why the squash pumps had not invented a speedier way of getting around. Though the Foreign Secretary's progress was fast for its size, it would be at a disadvantage when it came to escaping or defending itself. During their invasion of the squash pump planet, the Dandrobians could have, and maybe had, literally walked all over them. A party led Carrie up the slope to the platform. In the reduced gravity, the climb was easy. "Thanks for stopping me from squashing the Foreign Secretary back there," she murmured to a party as they reached the top. "A party! Darling!" burst out some Dandrobians as soon as they saw them step onto the platform. A party's friends skipped over and hugged her, kissing her cheeks lightly. After returning their affectionate greeting, a party showed Carrie to a wide seat strewn with cushions, like those that had been spread to soften her landing when she arrived. The seat was built for a Dandrobian, and she had to climb onto it, but she sank gratefully into the cushions. Her legs dangled. Settling herself in, Carrie found her heart was thudding and her mouth was dry. Though her role was minor, she was desperate to get it right. In a circle around the platform, Dandrobians were on seats similar to Carrie's, interspersed with thin columns. At the top of each column sat a squash pump. Only one was empty. Now that Carrie was here, everyone awaited the squash pump Foreign Secretary. It was crossing the ground and soon began gliding up the side of the empty column. Some of the squash pumps reared up, and their many flaccid stalks sprouted from their heads as they prepared for the meeting. The sea breeze grew stronger, sending the squash pump tentacles waving. Carrie did not think she would ever look at a plate of spaghetti the same way again. She mentally went over the words she had rehearsed to get the meeting started. She had memorized them and the points of the final Dandrobian and squash pump agreement. She had thought that reading them from her briefing document would look unprofessional. Now she wished she had the words in her hand in case she dried up mid-speech. Referring to her notes would not look as bad as standing here like a fish out of water, mouth open but nothing coming out. The Foreign Secretary had nearly reached the top of his column. Carrie was sure the creature had slowed up in order to make more of an entrance. She jumped down from her seat and stood in front of it, hoping to give her short form, topped by frizzy, out-of-control hair, whipping around her face in the breeze, some dignity and gravitas. As she opened her mouth, an especially strong gust from the ocean blew in, taking her words from her. At the same time, the wind toppled a squash pump column, the one the Foreign Secretary had been climbing. The creature had not quite made it over the edge, and as the column hit the ground, the Foreign Secretary's soft body was severed neatly in two. Chapter 6. Carrie and the Dandrobians gaped at the body of the squash pump Foreign Secretary. Only one half of it was visible, next to the downed column's lip. The other half was hidden beneath it. The visible end twitched, and Carrie jumped. Then she remembered her position and tried to compose herself. "I..." trickled out, but no more words came. She had to say something, but she had no idea what. No one had explained what a Transgalactic Council officer was supposed to do when a member of the negotiating side died in a freak accident. The Dandrobians were getting to their feet and looking around uncertainly, and Carrie became aware of the faint squeaking of the gathered squashpumps, some of whom were sliding rapidly down their columns. Realizing she could not understand what they were saying because her translator was too far from her, she reached for it. As her hand closed around the cylinder, the squashpumps' cries were sharp in her mind. "It's a trap!" they were shouting. "An ambush! They've tricked us, and now they plan to massacre us! Defend yourselves, squashpumps! Get the Dandrobians! Take down the enemy!" At these words, despite the crisis, Carrie's alarm faded to curiosity. The small, soft squashpumps were going to attack the large, muscular Dandrobians. She wondered if they had a secret corrosive slime or some other hidden weapon. The Dandrobians clearly understood what the squashpumps were about to do because their reaction was immediate. Panic seized them and they began to run away. The squashpumps compressed like concertinas into squat folds. Carrie gazed at them, fascinated. Then the creatures sprang into the air, and like speeding bullets, they flew towards the departing Dandrobians, landing on their heads and faces. Screaming and shouting, the Dandrobians batted, swiped, and pulled at the squashpumps. But they stuck like glue. And almost too quickly for Carrie to see, they disappeared inside the Dandrobians. Up noses and into mouths and ears they slithered. One even slid into the corner of a Dandrobian's eye. "Oh, squashpumps! No! Leave the Dandrobians alone at once! I command you as a representative of the Transgalactic Council!" But the squashpumps either didn't hear or didn't care what she said. Dandrobian screams turned to shrieks. Some sped down the hill, as if trying to escape the squashpumps inside them, while others spun, writhed and jumped, flailing their arms or hitting themselves on the head, trying to dislodge the aliens. Carrie did not know what to do. This was a time for action, not diplomacy. She wanted to try to save the Dandrobians, but there had been no time, and now it was too late. And she was pretty sure that she, as a member of the Transgalactic Council, should not attack the squashpumps herself. She had to remain neutral in all disputes. Removing the squashpumps from the Dandrobians' heads also wasn't an option, because she didn't know how. Should she run away? The squashpumps didn't seem intent on attacking her. A hand grabbed her arm. She turned to see Aparte, who had been hiding behind her seat. "You must leave," she said, radiating shock and fear. "No, I should stay and help." Aparte shook her head, her lips tight, her eyes wide. "You don't understand. When they hear what's happened to their foreign secretary, they'll attack, and you won't be able to stop them. You have to get out." "But I can't just leave you." "You can't stay. Go. The negotiations are over." Carrie looked around. "I suppose you're right." Dandrobians were running down the hill, violently shaking their heads. The squashpumps who hadn't managed to land on a Dandrobian were swiftly gliding after them, over the platform and into the grass. "There isn't much time," said Aparte. "A battalion of squashpumps will be on its way." There seemed no alternative but to leave. Carrie's brow wrinkled in concentration, trying to remember what Eark had said about contacting her when she needed a gateway. She was very reluctant to do it. Her alien insect manager would no doubt blame her for the situation and take it as evidence of her incompetency. But Aparte was right. There was not much she could do. It would be better for her to return to Dandrobia later, when tensions had calmed down a bit. She recalled that all she had to do to talk to Irch was to say her manager's title and name into the translator. Transgalactic Intercultural Community Crisis Liaison Manager Irch. Hearing no reply, Carrie repeated, Transgalactic Intercultural Community Crisis Liaison Manager Irch. Still nothing. She must be pronouncing the name wrong. Damn that bug! Why couldn't she have given herself a name that humans can actually pronounce? Like Gavin. She tried again, but there was no answer. Aparte was looking fearfully around, her hands over her face, shielding her eyes. Hurry up! They'll be here any minute. Transgalactic Intercultural Community Crisis Liaison Manager Irch, said Carrie desperately. Transgalactic Intercultural Community Crisis Liaison Manager Irch. Her dry throat caused her to cough very slightly at the end of the final word. Yes? Oh, thank goodness. I can hear shouting. I stopped the recording. What's happening? The meeting can't possibly be over yet. What do you want? Carrie quickly explained what had happened. Skepticism dripped from the reply Irch gave. All you had to do was witness the statements from both sides. Are you saying you did nothing to provoke this breakdown? I told you, it was an accident. It was the wind, but the squashpumps took it as an attack. And what did you do to prevent their reaction? I couldn't do anything. There wasn't time. Aparte was wringing her hands. She mouthed, You must go. A Dandrobian informs me a contingent of squashpumps will continue the attack. Carrie swallowed and grimaced. I think I should leave for the time being. In the circumstances, I am forced to agree, unfortunately. I will open a gateway for you to return to Earth. We will have to wait for a lull in the hostilities before resuming the mediation process. If I allow you to continue the assignment, it will have to be at a later time and after I have received a full report from you on exactly what has happened. There was a click as Irch broke the connection. Carrie's heart sank. She turned off the translator. To her left, behind her seat, wisps of green mist were appearing. Carrie slipped her translator into her bag and prepared herself for the almost instantaneous journey home. It felt like stepping from one place to another, even though she was travelling perhaps hundreds of thousands of light years. The mist whirled into a spiral and began to thicken and deepen in colour. Aparte stared at it, her expression odd. When she realised Carrie was watching her, her face smoothed into a smile. The swirling mist tugged at Carrie's hair and clothes. She gripped her bag tightly. If she let go of it between worlds, she might never see it again. Her stomach clenched as she wondered what happened to people who were lost during the journey. I'll be back as soon as I can. Don't worry. I'm sure the Transgalactic Council can fix everything. It's just a hiccup. Aparte did not answer. A strange, hungry look had formed on her face. Carrie wondered what the Dandrobian was thinking, but there was no time to ask her. The force from the green mist was pulling strongly now. She stepped forward and bent down, attempting to go through feet first this time, to avoid a painful landing on her head on the other side. But, as always, the green mist grabbed her upper torso and sucked her in head first. Carrie's ankle felt odd, as if someone were holding it, just before she emerged in her familiar kitchen. She slid along face down. Rubbing her nose, she sat up. Dave and Rogue were not far from where they'd been when she had left, but they were not looking at her. They were looking behind her. Carrie followed their gaze to see Aparte sitting on the floor, a wide grin on her face. Chapter 7. Uninvited guest. Unable to believe her eyes, Carrie turned to her friend. Dave's face was a picture as he looked from Apartheid to Carrie and back again. Rogue began to bark. Apartheid stood, brushed down her emerald green robes, and adjusted the golden clasp at her shoulder. That landing was a little rough. Standing more than 2 meters tall, she made the small kitchen look even tinier. Carrie was frozen to the floor. But, Carrie, said Dave slowly, his eyes fixed on Apartheid's statuesque figure. Who's this? Rogue had stopped barking. He had dropped to the floor and was glaring at the Dandrobian. His low growl rumbled in the silence. Apartheid pointed at the dog. What's that, Carrie, my dear? Getting to her feet, Carrie said, It's a dog, my dog. His name's Rogue. Apartheid, you shouldn't have done that. You shouldn't have followed me. You'll get me into a world of trouble. She fished in her toolbox for her translator, mentally cursing the escaped Dandrobian. Eark was not going to like this, not at all, and Carrie would be the one to take the blame. Apartheid's smile faded and she looked down. I was so afraid of what the squashpumps might do to me. I'm sorry, Carrie darling. So sorry. You'd better call someone to send me back. Though, perhaps... Carrie had found the translator. Her finger was on the button to turn it on. Perhaps what? If there was a chance of avoiding the repercussions of Apartheid's actions, she wanted to hear it. Well, you'll be returning to Dandrobia when the fighting's over, won't you? Perhaps I could stay here with you until you go back, and I could slip in again quietly. In all the disruption, no one would even miss me. You're supposed to be confined to your planet with the other Dandrobians, exclaimed Carrie. Following me here, it's like you've broken out of jail. Apartheid's head fell until her chin was grazing her chest. I was frightened. You saw what the squashpumps can do. She looked up shyly. But maybe if I stay here, just for a short time, no one needs to know, do they? We can keep it between you and me and your friend. She gave Dave a dazzling smile. The smile did nothing to soften the deep crease between his eyebrows. Carrie, he repeated. Who's this? She sighed. This is Apartheid. She's a Dandrobian. The meeting broke down and the squashpumps started to attack. She followed me here. I can see that. And now you're going to contact your manager to tell her so she can send her back. It was more of a statement than a question. Her finger still on the translator button, Carrie hesitated. Oh, must you? Said Apartheid, looking from one human to the other. I won't go anywhere. I'll stay here in your home, is it? It's lovely. And when the battle's over and you return, I'll go with you. I promise. A tear formed at the corner of one of her eyes and slid prettily down her cheek. Her lower lip trembled. Couldn't you keep me safe for just a little while? Her beauty and vulnerability tugged at Carrie's heartstrings, though Rogue continued to growl. She frowned as she wondered why. Her dog was usually over-friendly with strangers and the worst guard dog in the world. Rogue, be quiet. What's wrong with you? Maybe he could sense Apartheid was an alien, even though in human society she would pass as a very tall and very beautiful woman. Dave was glaring at Carrie, and Apartheid was pleading with her eyes. Carrie buried her head in her hands as she tried to decide what to do. She was certain Eark would expect Carrie to inform her immediately about what had happened and would return Apartheid right away. But her new manager would also definitely blame Carrie, even though there was nothing she could have done to prevent Apartheid's escape. On the other hand, If she did as Aparte asked, and kept her safe in her flat until things had calmed down in Dandrobia, Earth would never even know what had happened, and Carrie would not get the blame for something that was not her fault. There was even a chance she could reinstate the reparations agreement despite the setback, and proved her boss that she truly deserved the praise Gavin had given her. Dave squatted down and ruffled Rhodes' head and neck. "What's up with you, then?" He looked up at Carrie. "Can I speak to you in private?" She followed him into the hallway. As he closed the kitchen door, Aparte's eyes became fixed on the growling dog, and she backed into a corner. "Tell me you aren't thinking of letting her stay," Dave said. "You cannot let her stay." Carrie put her hands on her hips. "Hey, I'm the one working for the Transgalactic Council, remember? Who did he think he was? It's my decision." "I was there at your briefing too." He pointed at the kitchen door. "That woman, or Dandrobian or whatever, is in prison for crimes she committed, along with the rest of her tyrannical species." He pointed at Carrie. "You can't let her out of Dandrobia. You don't have the authority. And if you don't tell your manager right now what's happened, you'll get into trouble and probably lose your job. You know, the job you love so much and are so determined to be a success at. You have no idea what might happen." Her lips drawing to a thin line, Carrie narrowed her eyes at Dave. "Thanks for the advice, but I'm perfectly capable of understanding what could happen all by myself." She moved towards the kitchen. "Carrie," said Dave, grabbing her. "Think about it." She pulled her arm from his grasp. If there was one thing she did not like about her friend, it was his unasked-for advice. "I'll do what I like," she replied between her teeth as she opened the kitchen door. Aparte was still at bay in the corner, watched by an alert rogue. She turned and looked apprehensively but hopefully at Carrie. It was already too late to tell Earth about the escaped Dandrobian, Carrie decided. Her manager would only add the delay to her list of other reasons to conclude that Carrie was incompetent. She had no choice, really. She would do as Aparte suggested and hope that Earth never found out. Smiling tightly, she said, "You can stay until I go back, but you mustn't leave my flat, okay?" Aparte ran towards her, and she found herself being crushed into a large bosom. "Thank you so much," the Dandrobian breathed. "I'll do whatever you say, darling. I promise." Chapter 8. Aparte makes herself at home. Carrie heard irritation in Earth's tone as she spoke to her manager, even though she had sent a very detailed and mostly truthful report in the intervening days since she had returned from Dandrobia. Of course, she had left out the part about Aparte returning with her. "Point the translator away from you into an open area," said Earth. Placing the device on her coffee table, Carrie pointed it at the space in front of her television. A bright hazy beam shot out, containing a hologram of her giant insectoid Transgalactic Council manager. Towering nearly to Carrie's ceiling, Earth's form was only slightly less horrific and fantastical than it was in real life. She was alone in the room. Dave had left in a huff the previous night, refusing even to say goodbye, and she had shut the door firmly behind him in a satisfied way, mentally pushing aside the little niggling doubt that maybe he was right. Aparte had spent most of her day asleep in Carrie's bed after complaining that Earth's stronger gravity made her tired. Carrie had slept curled uncomfortably on her sofa. "I have received communications from the squashpumps and the Dandrobians, each telling a different tale, as is standard in these cases," said Earth. "A comparison of both sides of the story with your report gives what appears to be the closest approximation to the truth. and I can see that I made the correct decision in removing you from the scene of the conflict." Carrie rolled her eyes, then stopped as she wondered if the hologram was a two-way thing and her manager could read human body language. "I must admit," continued the insectoid alien, "that the objectivity and detail of your report are at a level I would expect of a Transgalactic Council Intercultural Community Crisis Liaison Officer." "Wow, thanks for the vote of confidence," thought Carrie. What else had the bug expected of her? She said nothing, waiting to hear when she would be going back to Dandrobia, as she was extremely keen to return Aparte to her home world. In the time since Dave had left, she'd struggled more and more to deny the truth of his words. Maybe it was only because he had insisted she tell her manager about Aparte that she had let the Dandrobians stay. But it was too late to go back on her decision. If she told Iark about Aparte now, a day later, it would definitely be curtains for her. "Squashpumps have infested a number of Dandrobians," said her manager, "though neither side have exact figures on how many." "The Dandrobians don't know how many of them were killed?" Carrie's eyebrows lifted. Maybe no one would have noticed Aparte was missing either in that case. Iark's inner jaws protruded and she moved forwards, almost out of the hologram's beams. Carrie was glad her manager was tens of thousands of light years away. "No Dandrobians have been killed, Transgalactic Intercultural Community Crisis Liaison Officer Hatchett. I said they were infested. Squashpumps take up residence in the brains of their victims." "And that doesn't kill them?" Carrie couldn't understand why information about the squashpumps' methods of attack hadn't been included in the briefing documents. Didn't Iark think it was important for her to know these things? "A squashpump infestation only incapacitates. The victim cannot think or speak, only wander around randomly until meeting another living creature, whereupon the squashpump divides and one individual invades the new host." Carrie breathed in sharply and her eyes grew wide. "Kind of like zombies." She sat down as she contemplated a mental image of the huge Dandrobians wandering the landscape on tottering legs, arms stretched out in front, heads and tongues lolling. She became lost in reverie. A pause stretched out. Returning to the present, Carrie cleared her throat. "So, what happens now?" Iark blinked. 100 transparent lids flicking across 100 insectoid eyes. "The squashpumps feel they have adequately responded to the accident that befell their foreign secretary, and have, at the unity's demand, withdrawn all but their essential diplomatic presence. They are willing to meet with the Dandrobians once more, with a view to concluding the reconciliation process. The Dandrobians also wish to continue the talks, but have added an agenda item discussing the removal of the infesting squashpumps from their victims. Seems reasonable. I doubt there will be any difficulties on that account. The squashpumps spend a considerable period of their life cycle outside their hosts' bodies, and Dandrobia is much too dry a habitat for them. They have no intention of staying on the planet for the long term. Attacking the Dandrobians was merely an instinctive reaction, I believe, and perhaps a show of force intended to intimidate." Recalling the image of one of the slug-like creatures worming its way into a Dandrobian eye socket, Carrie swallowed. Despite their diminutive size and harmless appearance, the squashpumps certainly could be intimidating if they wanted to be. "I am sending you the new agenda. Reparation figures must be agreed once again. The squashpumps wish to sue for more in consideration of what happened to their foreign secretary, and I am not sure the Dandrobians will concede the additional cost. but the squashpumps have communicated that the wording of the formal public apology can remain the same. I will open a transgalactic gateway at 8 a.m. your time. Please do not be late. Carrie frowned, irked at the implication she was unreliable, but she was relieved she would be able to get a good night's sleep before returning to Dandrobia. It had been a long day, worrying about the Dandrobians sleeping in her bed. Thinking about the journey she would undertake the following morning, an idea occurred to her. Wait a minute, can I ask you something? Whenever I return to Earth through a gateway, I always get back just after I left. So the gateways are passages through time as well as space. Couldn't you send me back to Dandrobia just before the squashpump Foreign Secretary's accident? Then I could grab the column before it fell, and none of the battle will have happened. I cannot send you back to a previous time on Dandrobia. That would be illegal and most unwise. Altering the past has wide-ranging and unpredictable effects on the present. Only in the direst circumstances would the Transgalactic Council consider such an action. Returning you to Earth just after you left benefits the natural course of the timeline, because Earth is not in the Unity. Your inexplicable absence would cause disruptions to your and others' lives. I see, said Carrie, her shoulders slumping. The vision she'd had of herself dashing in at the last moment, surprising the hell out of the earlier Carrie, catching the column mid-fall and heroically saving the Foreign Secretary's life, melted away. There was a metallic, squeaking sound. It was the noise of bed springs, Carrie's bed springs. She froze. Aparte was awake and could come into the living room any minute. Would Earth be able to see her via the translator? Carrie could not take any chances. Okay, she said to her boss. I'll be ready at 8 o'clock. Thoroughly study the documents I'm sending through. Carrie reached for the translator. If Earth did not end their meeting soon, she would be forced to turn it off. Yes, okay, I'll read them tonight. Please be sure that you do. The accident with the squashpump Foreign Secretary has put a different light on. Carrie heard her bedroom door open. Yes, I understand. Goodbye then. Aparte had to be in the hallway and was probably heading over to see her. Thumbing the translator off, Carrie exhaled as the hazy beam faded and the hologram of her manager blinked out. She was returning the device to her bag when Aparte entered the room. The Dandrobian had piled her hair up once more, and the top of the pile brushed the doorframe. She stretched luxuriously. I had the most marvellous sleep, Carrie darling. Your bed is so comfortable. Rubbing the crick in her neck she had developed during her night on the sofa, Carrie said, Yes, it is, isn't it? Tonight's your last night, though. We return to Dandrobia in the morning. Aparte's relaxed, happy expression crumbled. So soon? Energy and hope seemed to seep out of her. I expected to have a little more time. Her hands came up to her face and she burst into tears. Her legs collapsed and she sat, a heap of draped green silk, weeping on the floor. After a moment's shock, Carrie said, Aparte, you can't stay here forever. You said you would go back with me. I can't let you stay. I'd lose my job. I know, wept Aparte. But I love being away from Dandrobia. I've been there for so long, thousands and thousands of years. It's so boring being in the same place all the time. It's stifling. Dandrobia? Boring? But it's beautiful. It's the most beautiful place I've ever seen, and you have everything you need there. You don't want for anything. Sniffing and wiping her eyes, Aparte said, You wouldn't understand, my dear. Have you ever been in prison? No, I haven't, said Carrie, blinking as she wondered how prisoners on Earth would feel upon hearing idyllic Dandrobia compared to a jail. Everything's always the same. Nothing ever changes, day after day after day." "But you created the perfect world," exclaimed Carrie. "Why would you want anything to change?" Aparte tilted back her head so that her beautiful eyes looked directly into Carrie's. "They took away our technology. We can't create anything new. We've been living in the same landscapes, doing the same things for millennia." Her exquisite face contorted into an expression of despair, and she shook her head. Her tone softening, she said, "Never mind. You can't possibly comprehend." She stood, composed her features, and smoothed her robes. "I apologize for my outburst, my darling Carrie. You've been an absolute treasure for not reporting my little holiday from Dandrobia. And here I am rewarding you with weeping and wailing." Turning her head to one side, she smiled. "Do you forgive me?" She put her hands together in a gesture of prayer and added, "Please say you do." Looking at the beautiful alien, her long-lashed eyes wet with tears, it was hard to imagine her even being pushy, let alone terrorizing entire civilizations. She seemed sweet and gentle, despite her size and strength. Dave was bossier than her, but he was no tyrant. Carrie's earlier misgivings about not informing on Aparte began to fade. The alien seemed to deserve a little break from jail, though Carrie still didn't understand why anyone would ever want to leave Dandrobia. Watching her face carefully, Aparte smiled. "You do forgive me, don't you? I can tell you do, my dear." She took a step forwards and stretched out her arms. Carrie held up her hands, palms out, and shrank back, worried that Aparte's gratefulness would prompt another hug. Yes, I forgive you." "Oh, thank you." The alien sank gracefully onto the sofa, taking up much of the space, and draped an arm across the back. "This extra gravity makes me so weak." She tapped the cushion beside her, inviting Carrie to sit down. "Don't worry, my love. I'll go with you peacefully tomorrow morning when you return, and I'm sure that in the confusion no one will even know I've left." Aparte idly lifted a strand of Carrie's hair and brushed it back over her shoulder. "If I am to return so soon, may I ask a very small, tiny favor?" Carrie's gaze was held by Aparte's eyes, wide, deep and dazzling. "What's that?" "It's only a small thing. Nothing at all really, my love. But would you mind if I went outside? I only want to see a little of your world before I return, just so that I have some memories to sustain me for the next few thousand years. I hope I'm not asking too much." Weeping had lent Aparte's face a rosy blush, and her eyes were very bright. Carrie did not have the heart to refuse her. Chapter 9. Down the Pub. At the pub that night, Carrie was careful to avoid Dave's open-mouthed gaze as she introduced Aparte to her colleagues as a friend from out of town. The men and women from the call centre, who were meeting for their traditional Saturday evening drink, ranged across several tables, their glasses of beer, wine and mixed spirits in hand. As they turned to Aparte, their stares, along with those of the bar staff and all the other customers in the pub, became fixed on her. Carrie grimaced. Attracting attention to the alien was the last thing she wanted. She didn't know who else might know about Dandrobians, and she couldn't afford the knowledge that one was on Earth getting back to Earth. Why had she agreed to bringing Aparte out with her? She shook her head. "What would you like to drink, Aparte?" Carrie's male colleagues were hastily scooting along pub benches and shifting chairs to make room for the statuesque beauty. Aparte's eyes were alive as she scanned the bar and the glasses of drinks. "Some of that!" She pointed at a pint of beer. The men rose as one and fell over each other in their haste to get to the bar, arguing over whose shout it was. Dave slowly put down his drink and folded his arms as Carrie and the Dandrobian manoeuvred between the tables. Aparte settled herself in a vacant seat and smiled beatifically at the female call centre workers, who were eyeing her sullenly. Carrie had had some difficulty in finding a shop that sold clothes large enough to fit Aparte. All she had managed to come up with was a man's tracksuit. But even without makeup and with her hair barely arranged, the Dandrobian still managed to look gorgeous. Carrie had put on a dress, which was a rare event for her, but she might as well have been naked for all the benefit it gave her appearance next to Aparte. Unable to decide among themselves who would buy the alien's beer, the men returned with 3 pints. No one had thought to buy a drink for Carrie, so she shrugged and helped herself to one of the pints, her discomfort fading a little into amusement, while the men not so subtly fought to be the one who sat on the other side of the alien. Dave's look was stern. He tried to catch Carrie's eye, but she ignored him. The cover story Carrie had invented for Aparte seemed to be unneeded. Whenever anyone asked an awkward question about where she came from or what she did or any other background details she couldn't answer, Aparte smiled and laughed, and her admirers laughed along with her. Even the women began to warm to her, asking about how she did her hair and what skin routine she had and if she exercised. Aparte behaved with great charm and manners and was perfectly at ease. She complimented the women on their clothes and looks and asked with seemingly genuine interest about their jobs at the call centre, and she laughed at all the men's stupid jokes. For Carrie, the evening was also going quite well. Her anxiety about Aparte being discovered melted considerably and would have gone entirely if it had not been for Dave. He remained in the corner, his lips set, and replied monosyllabically to any comments that came his way. Everyone but Carrie soon stopped paying any attention to him. As time wore on, Carrie finally had to go to the toilet. By then she had no concerns about leaving Aparte alone, but, as she had feared he would, Dave took the opportunity to talk to her in private. He cornered her in the passage leading from the bar. "What the hell?" "It's one night," said Carrie. "I have to go back to Dandrobia in the morning, and I'm taking her with me. You should have seen her when I told her. She was so upset, crying and everything. She's been trapped on that planet for thousands of years, and she just wanted to see a little bit of Earth. Just a tiny bit, she said, before she went back. You can see how happy she is. Dave, she's so clever and charming. None of them suspect a thing. It won't do any harm. It won't. And after I take her back, Ia will never find out. And I'll have done a nice thing for a good person. I mean alien." Carrie took a breath. Dave's expression had not changed during her speech. He leaned towards her and held up a finger. "1. If she's such a nice person, why has she persuaded you to commit a crime for her? Do you even know what happens to people who've done what you have? You might not only lose your job, you could end up in prison yourself. Did you think of that?" He held up another finger. 2. What if she refuses to go back? She's built like a tank, Carrie. You might be a Bagua Jang master, but you're not so good you're going to force her to do anything she doesn't want to do. A third finger rose to join the others. 3. What do you think the other Dandrobians think about Aparte being here? Do you suppose they don't want to leave Dandrobia too?
What if they've noticed she's missing and they try to blackmail you? You're supposed to be neutral. Now they have the perfect hold over you, so you have to do whatever they say."
Carrie's mouth opened and shut twice. She stomped a few steps down the passage, turned and stomped back. She held up a finger and pointed it at her friend as if in warning, then snatched it away, bit her lip and clenched her fists at her sides. "Do you have to be right all the time?" He leaned back against the wall, folded his arms and raised an eyebrow.
"So, what are you gonna do?"
Carrie shook her head. "I don't know. I can't seem to think straight when I'm around her. She's so gorgeous and charming. I don't even really know why I agreed to bring her here. What was I thinking?" Dave frowned.
"Well, she's here now. What's done is done. The question is, what are you gonna do next?"
"Take her back home, I suppose." Carrie sighed. "Right away. Damage control." She set off towards the bar, but reversed her direction. "I have to go to the loo first." Pushing open the door to the ladies' room, she hurried inside. Carrie looked at her reflection in the mirror as she washed her hands. She went back over the last 24 hours, wondering at her stupidity. Of course the dangers of not reporting Aparthe's escape were far worse than dealing with the repercussions of Eark's disappointment in her. The alien was a criminal, and yet her suspicion that the Dandrobians were not as bad as the Unity made them out to be resurfaced. She also recalled Aparthe's tear-filled, sad face, and her heart softened again. Aparthe was such a lovely person. It was hard to say no to her. "Ah!" Carrie shook her head vigorously, banishing the Dandrobian's face from her mind. She would have to harden her resolve, tell Aparthe she had to come home with her right now, and hope that word about her temporary escape would never get out. It was going to be difficult to pry the Dandrobian from her colleagues. The alien had made herself so popular, but it would have to be done. But when she got back to the group, there was no sign of the Dandrobian. Carrie spun on her heel, her eyes searching the bar, her heart rising in her throat. Aparthe was not here, and neither was Dave. "Looking for someone?" one of the women said, smirking. "Oh, stop teasing her," said another. "Your friend left," she told Carrie. "Left? Did she say where she was going?" Why would Aparthe leave without her? Had she wanted to go back to the flat? But she didn't have a key. "No, and neither did Rob," the first woman laughed. "She left with Rob?" A sinking feeling filled Carrie's stomach. She knew her colleague Rob well. A lovely photo of his wife and children sat on his desk. Chapter 10. Aparthe's Excursion. Flinging open the pub door, Carrie sped out into the night. The woman had told her Dave had also left, but when she looked up and down the street, neither he nor Aparthe were anywhere to be seen. Picking a direction at random, she ran down the road, scanning from side to side for a sight of the alien. At her size, she should have been easy to spot, even in the weak lamplight, but Carrie saw no one resembling her among the late-night pedestrians. She turned down another street, but there was still no sign of the escapee. Then Carrie remembered Rob lived some distance from the pub and came by car. She stopped running, panting, turned back the way she had come. There was no way she would catch up to Aparthe if she was in a car. The only place she knew of connected to Rob was his home, and that was the last place he would take the Dandrobian. She went back to the pub for her coat and bag. By the time she returned, Dave was also back and waiting for her. The bar had called last orders a while before. and the other call centre workers were finishing their drinks and leaving.
Your friend and Rob had left by the time I got back after talking to you. I went after them, but Rob's car was gone."
Dave drained his pint.
"What are you gonna do now?"
"I don't know yet. Damn, damn, damn! Why, oh why did I have to bring her out with me?" Dave started putting on his coat.
"She knows where you live, doesn't she? Maybe she'll come back later."
Carrie's pensive face brightened. "That's an idea. Do you really think she might?"
"No."
Rolling her eyes, she said, "Thanks." Dave spoke into her ear.
"Seriously, why would she come back? You saw everyone here tonight. She had them wrapped around her finger in 5 minutes. It won't take her more than a few days to set herself up. And though Northampton isn't a patch on Dandrobia, from the sound of it, at least she won't be in prison."
Cool blasts of air came through the door as Carrie and Dave's work colleagues left. Carrie sat down and leaned on the table, her chin in her hand. "There's no reason she should stick to Northampton. She'll be off to London or, with her looks, Hollywood." She sat up and her eyes widened. "Hey, you remember Belinda?" Dave rubbed his knuckles.
"She's difficult to forget."
"She said she was half Dandrobian. What if Hollywood actors have Dandrobian blood too?"
"How would that work then? Oh, never mind. I'll leave you to figure it out. And how you're going to find Aparte and force her through the gateway tomorrow morning. I'm going home."
Carrie scowled and watched her friend under beetled brows as he left. "Thanks for pointing out how much trouble I'm in and then leaving me to deal with it." Her shoulders slumped. But why should he help her clear up after her own mistakes? He had warned her, and where would the two of them look for Aparte anyway? She could be in any shady hotel. Carrie squirmed and pushed the thought from her mind. Rogue didn't give his usual happy bark when Carrie turned the key in the door of her flat after arriving home from the pub. She called his name as she closed the door. He ran out of the kitchen and stopped with his face pointed at the living room door, which was closed. He growled and barked a sharp, warning bark before looking expectantly at Carrie. "You want to go in there? What for?" Rogue ran to her, bounced and turned back to the door, where he continued growling. Tension gripped Carrie. Was her dog trying to tell her someone was in the living room? Rogue was so friendly, she had never imagined he would be much use in protecting her home. But something was clearly wrong. She looked at her front door and examined its lock. Nothing seemed to have been forced. Should she phone the police? But she didn't even know if she had an intruder. Did they respond to incidents of dogs behaving strangely? She glanced about for a weapon. The nearest thing was an umbrella. She picked it up and held it out in front of her, before putting it down again. An umbrella as a weapon was ridiculous. A knife? She wasn't comfortable using something that could easily be turned against her. There was nothing for it. Carrie pushed her sleeves up to her elbows. She would just have to rely on her backward jang skills to fight off the intruder, if there was one. Her heart thumping, she took 2 quick steps to the living room door and threw it open. Jumping into the room, she assumed a fighting stance.
"Hello, Carrie. Is something wrong?"
Aparte was sitting on Carrie's sofa petting Toodles, who was curled on her lap.
"I'm so glad you're home, darling. Your other animal doesn't like me. I daren't leave the room."
"Aparte!" Carrie straightened up and pulled down her sleeves before clearing her throat. "I thought you might be a thief or something."
"Why would you think that?"
Toodles shifted contentedly, and Aparte tickled her under her chin. "Because..." Carrie tried to compose herself and lowered her voice as she continued. "You went off with Rob from accounts. I didn't think you'd be back so soon, and maybe not ever."
"Oh, your lovely human friend only wanted to show me his car." It was new, you see, and he was so proud of it. I thought it would be terribly rude of me if I refused. He was such a darling, so sweet. He took me for a short drive before dropping me back here.
That's all you did?
Of course, my dear. Why, what were you imagining Rob and I did?
She looked at Carrie through lowered lashes. Toodles was purring. I wasn't sure. Carrie tutted. There aren't many reasons two nearly complete strangers leave a pub together, Apartheid. A rich, resonant laugh broke from Apartheid's throat.
Please forgive me, Carrie, darling. I'm just making a little joke. But there's no need for you to be concerned. Rob and I did nothing untoward. Why would we? He has a wife, and, as I said, I'm familiar with humans and their customs. I would never do such a thing.
She lowered her lids once more.
How could you even suspect me?
Stretching her long, shapely arms wide and yawning, Apartheid tried to stand, but Toodles would not move from her lap.
I simply must go to bed, but your friendly animal doesn't seem to want to let me.
She really likes you, doesn't she? Carrie's brow wrinkled. She had always known that, deep down, Toodles was a gentle-hearted, adorable cat. But even she had to admit there were precious few instances where Toodles had justified her opinion. Apartheid scooped up the cat in both hands and placed her on the sofa. Free of her grasp, Toodles shot away and up the bookshelves, where she snuggled into a gap between two sets of books. Good night. Carrie watched with relief as Apartheid left the room. She went to where Toodles was curled. Her eyes were level with her cat's. Maybe Toodles had suddenly become more friendly. She reached out to pet her, but Toodles' claws flashed out and she yowled. Carrie leapt back just in time to avoid the cat scratching her face. Oh, Toodles! What did Apartheid have that she didn't? Apart from stunning good looks and a perfect body, Carrie got ready to spend another night on the sofa. Chapter 11. Resistance is not futile. Carrie was not taking any chances with her stowaway. The following morning, when she was due to return to Dandrobia, she hastily ate her toast and drank her tea, and while Apartheid was safely out of earshot in the bathroom, she called Dave and asked him to come over in case of any problems. She liked Apartheid. It was difficult not to like her, but there was much more to the Dandrobian than appeared on the surface. When she asked her how she had managed to get inside without a key, the alien only smiled sweetly and replied, "Ways and means, darling, ways and means." Dave was not happy about being woken up early on a Sunday morning, especially after a night at the pub, but he agreed to help. There was only a short window of time available to make sure Apartheid came with her, and Carrie could not ask Irk to keep the gateway open any longer than normal without having to explain why. With Dave present, there would be two of them to persuade the reluctant alien to leave before the gateway closed. She clung to the hope that she could get Apartheid back to Dandrobia without any problems. After she concluded the negotiations, Irk would be forced to admit she had done a reasonable job, the breakdown of the original meeting due to an unfortunate accident notwithstanding, and she could continue in her fascinating and fulfilling role with the Transgalactic Council. Her doorbell sounded, and Rogue barked happily when she opened the door to Dave. The dog leapt up to lick his face. Toodles was in the bookshelf, where she went to sulk whenever she could not get Apartheid's attention. "Get down, Rogue!" The dog dropped obediently to the floor, his tail thumping noisily. "Thanks for coming," Carrie said to Dave. "I've left some breakfast out on the table."
"Good morning, Dave,"
said Apartheid, emerging from the bathroom. She was wearing her Dandrobian clothing once more, and she had wound the emerald green material artfully around her body to show off its curves to their best advantage.
"Morning," said Dave. "You're off today then?" "Sadly, yes, though I'll be sorry to leave. I'll miss Earth so much. It's such a wonderful place, with such marvellous things to eat and drink, and interesting places to go."
Carrie's eyebrows rose. Last night's dinner had been egg and chips, and she could hardly believe anyone would think Northampton and her local pub were marvellous.
"Well, all good things must come to an end,"
said Dave. Aparte sighed heavily.
"How long do I have?"
Fighting the feeling of pity that surged up in her, Carrie pulled out her phone and checked it. 15 minutes. Gathering her robes about her, Aparte said,
"I'd like to take one last look at Earth in the little time I have left, if I may."
She drifted theatrically past the two humans in the narrow hallway. Rogue ran into the kitchen ahead of her, his low growl just audible. What was Rogue's problem? Toodles liked Aparte, and she did not seem to like anyone, not even Carrie, who had cared for her all her life, and found Aparte poised at the kitchen sink, leaning slightly forward and gazing into the very ordinary street outside. Rogue was watching her intently, and he did not take his eyes off her when Carrie and Dave entered, though his tail thumped to acknowledge their presence, partly to fill the awkward silence, and partly because she was genuinely curious. Carrie posed the question that was bothering her. "Aparte, why do you like it here so much? I still don't really understand. Earth has some beautiful places, but you haven't seen them. You've only seen my boring flat and, well, nothing that I'd consider impressive. As far as I can tell, Dandrobia is amazing. You made it that way, exactly how you like it. If there's any place in the galaxy where it's possible to be completely content, Dandrobia's it." Turning smoothly from the window and fixing Carrie with her wide brown doe eyes, Aparte replied,
"Carrie, darling, it's very simple. Once I could travel to any place in the galaxy my heart desired. I had only to book passage on a starship. All of that changed when the Unity objected to our rule and confined us to our home world. For the last several millennia, all I've known is Dandrobia, and it isn't enough. Earth is different."
She returned to looking out of the window. Her hands rose to her face and her shoulders began to shake. Neither Carrie nor Dave knew what to say. After a few moments, the alien spun around, trailing an arm dramatically.
"But I mustn't burden you with my troubles, my dearest Carrie. None of them is your fault, and they are not within your power to resolve. I must bear them bravely. No doubt they are thoroughly deserved."
Finding herself wondering just what the Dandrobians had done that was so bad, Carrie pulled herself up sharply and shook her head. Being around Aparte was like being tipsy. She could not quite think straight. She grimaced at Dave, who rolled his eyes. "Rogue!" she exclaimed. The dog had lifted his lips, baring his teeth. Aparte looked at Carrie's pet with alarm and edged away from him.
"We engineered all animal species on Dandrobia to be harmless. Your Earth animal is rather frightening."
"Rogue!" The dog settled down, but his gaze remained on the Dandrobian. Carrie shook her head and tutted. Looking at her kitchen clock, she saw she had 5 minutes until Earth opened the Transgalactic Gateway. She picked up her Transgalactic Council officer's toolbox and slung it over her shoulder. Seeing Carrie's action, Aparte said,
I don't suppose there's the teeniest chance I could stay just a little longer.
Carrie opened her mouth.
No, there isn't,
Dave said. Aparte glanced at him and took a beat too long to reply, though her sweet, pleading expression remained the same.
Of course not. It was very wrong of me to ask.
You'll need to move out of the way, said Carrie. The gateway's going to open just where you're standing.
Oh, is it?
She looked down.
Here?
Yes, there. It was odd that Aparte didn't remember where she had come through from Dandrobia the evening before last. Or maybe she did remember. Carrie tightened her grip on her bag. She looked at Dave. He gave her a barely perceptible nod. Aparte stepped away from the cupboard and into a corner. As the minute hand on the clock reached 12, the cupboard door began to glow green. Here it comes, said Carrie. Get ready. You go through first, and I'll follow. Aparte did not reply. The door flew open, revealing the swirling green mist. She gestured to Aparte, indicating to the Dandrobian it was time for her to step up. But the alien remained where she was, her back against the kitchen wall, her lips set. Aparte, said Carrie. Her arms folded in front of her, Aparte closed her eyes. She gave a slight shake of her head. Aparte! There were only moments until the door would close, and Carrie would have to explain to Irk why she had not gone through. Once more the alien shook her head. She took a step towards the kitchen door, and Carrie darted across to grab her. She managed to get her arms around Aparte's waist, but the Dandrobian was large and strong. Though Carrie stopped her from leaving the kitchen, Aparte successfully resisted her attempts to drag her over to the gateway. Dave joined Carrie, gripping the alien's arms, and Rogue also joined in the fray, barking and leaping around the struggling figures. The two humans and one alien wrestled. Carrie slipped a foot behind Aparte's knee and managed to unbalance her, so that, together, she and Dave succeeded in moving her nearer the green mist. Its attractive force tugged at Carrie's hair. Aparte, you have to leave with me now!
I can't go back there. I won't. Yes, you bloody well will, said Dave.
Rogue! Shouted Carrie. The dog was dangerously close to the cupboard and the pull of the gateway. The door began to swing closed. Carrie leapt and grabbed Aparte round her neck and waist, trying to twist the alien towards the open cupboard. Aparte bent down. Then with a great heave she rose again, throwing off Carrie and knocking Dave flying. He sailed across the kitchen and crashed into the table, scattering breakfast cereal and milk all over the floor. Carrie flew in the opposite direction and into the mist. As she was sucked under her sink, Carrie heard a dog's yelp and felt a familiar hairy body. Aparte was not coming with her to Dandrobia, but Rogue was. Chapter 12. Double Trouble. Rogue and the familiar cushions made a soft but slightly smelly landing for Carrie when the green mist deposited her once more in the receiving hall on Dandrobia. After leaping out from under her, Rogue ran through the legs of the waiting Dandrobians to the corner of the room where he sat with his tail between his legs. Carrie staggered upright and turned to the gateway, which was quickly fading. She was not surprised when Aparte didn't appear. The last glow petered out, and she turned to the aliens standing about in their jewel-coloured robes, surveying them with new, distrustful eyes. She was beginning to understand through Aparte's behaviour that there were depths to this species she had not penetrated. Her expectation that they would be controlling and aggressive had misled her. Dandrobian methods were subtle. Their history of taking over the galaxy suddenly made a lot more sense.
Welcome back, Transgalactic Intercultural Community Crisis Liaison Officer Hatchett,
said a male Dandrobian with shoulder-length chestnut hair and amber eyes. He was tall even for one of his species, 240 or 250 centimetres, Carrie estimated. His fellows were distractingly and anxiously glancing at Rogue. "Thank you." Carrie straightened her jumpsuit. "I'm sorry about my dog. He got drawn into the gateway because—" She paused. Had they noticed Aparte was missing and guessed where she had gone? "He was startled and jumped through by accident."
"Oh, an earth animal isn't a problem, dear. Don't worry about it,"
said a curly-haired female Dandrobian, though she didn't take her eyes off the panting Rogue.
"We'll, look after him for you."
No, that's fine. There's no need. He'll stay by me. Here, Rogue, come here." The dog trotted to Carrie's side, travelling in a wide circle to avoid the Dandrobians, who backed away as he approached. He sat at Carrie's feet.
"Thank goodness you're back,"
said another male. Putting his hands together in supplication, he continued,
"You must help us. What the squashpumps have done is simply dreadful. Please make them leave. It's only the beginning of the persecution. We're sure of it. We need protection, or to be allowed to escape to another world. This is not the appropriate time, brother."
The chestnut-haired Dandrobian turned to Carrie and smiled.
"My name is Notos. I'll escort you to your retiring room."
Notos? Like Aparte, the name was familiar. "No thanks. I don't need to rest. If the squashpumps have calmed down, let's move straight on to the meeting." She wanted to get back and sort out the problem with the escaped Dandrobian as soon as possible. Though Aparte and Dave were effectively frozen in time while she was away, the situation was worrying. She wasn't sure how she was going to explain to Earth why she needed another gateway to Dandrobia when her mission was complete. She supposed she would just have to confess what had happened. But until then, she had a job to do here. And if she did it well, perhaps her manager wouldn't think too badly of her.
"Whatever you say, darling,"
said Notos.
"We're all keen to have this over with, so those awful squashpumps go home, aren't we?"
He turned to the others for confirmation, and his fellows nodded and murmured in agreement. Rogue trotting obediently by Carrie's side, they walked out onto the mossy, springy green sward. As they left the complex of buildings, however, they took a different direction from the one she had followed before. "Aren't we going back to the meeting platform?" Carrie asked Notos.
"Oh no, it's much too windy there. We can't risk another unfortunate accident."
He rolled his eyes and smiled.
"We are holding the meeting indoors this time. There's a hall adjoining the library that's large enough."
"The library?" Carrie remembered the building from her last visit. She loved libraries. Maybe she could take a peek inside this one before she returned to Earth. They approached the building and passed through a wide doorway into a large, brightly coloured room, filled by an oval table surrounded by chairs. Sunlight poured through high, open windows. At one end of the room was a closed door. The squashpumps had, as before, arrived early, and they were sitting around the edge of the table. Many had already reared up and sprouted tentacles, rainbow hues pulsating across them. As Carrie neared the squashpumps, her translator caught and transmitted their Scottish-accented voices. They were squabbling about something, but she could not quite make it out. Their tentacles were waving in agitation.
"I'm the Foreign Secretary,"
said one voice, louder than the rest.
"No, I am,"
said another.
No, it's me, said the first voice. The original should retain the position. It's the law, piped up another squashpump. Which one of you is it? It's me, of course. No, it isn't. I'm the original. Carrie sat down at the table and placed her bag on it. Notos sat beside her and leaned in conspiratorially. Don't mind them, my dear. They'll sort themselves out in a minute.
What's the problem? Have they sent 2 new foreign secretaries by mistake?
New ones? Oh no, that's the one you met.
He pointed at a squashpump that, to Carrie's eyes, was indistinguishable from the rest.
Or that one is.
He pointed to another and smirked.
Actually, I'm not sure myself.
Carrie's eyes grew wide. But Notos chuckled.
You thought the old one was dead? No, no, no.
He shook his head.
No, when one is cut in half, they grow into 2 new individuals.
He put his hand to his mouth and whispered,
Makes them damn difficult to conquer, let me tell you.
He winked and leaned back.
But don't worry, those days are over. Anyway, the regenerated head end is supposed to be the original, but the tail end usually has a go at usurping the position.
The arguing squashpumps began inching across the table towards each other. What are we going to do? We can't hold a meeting with 2 foreign secretaries, especially if they keep squabbling. Rogue put his paws up on the table and watched the squashpumps eagerly, his nose snuffling and his tail wagging. The Dandrobians eyed him and edged away.
Don't worry, my love,
said Notos.
They'll resolve the problem eventually. They always do.
The assembled Dandrobians were chatting amongst themselves. Like Notos, they were seemingly unfazed by the Foreign Secretary's disagreement. Around the table edge, the stalks on squashpumps' heads were drawing in, and the colourful shades were fading to grey. The Scottish voices lapsed to silence. Were the Foreign Secretaries going to fight it out? But how would they do that? When they had attacked the Dandrobians, they had squeezed themselves into the aliens' orifices and taken up residence in their brains. Squashpumps didn't seem to have any noses or ears or eyes. There was just one hole among the stalks, which Carrie thought was probably a mouth. One of the approaching foreign secretaries bunched its body up into a low mound of folds, preparing to spring. Carrie held her breath. The other foreign secretary was not slow to respond. It also halted and squashed its body into a flat, thick cylinder. It's a little bit like Tiddlywinks. The Dandrobian conversation stuttered to complete silence. All eyes were on the adversaries now. Rogue gave an excited bark, his tongue lolling, as if the bark were a starting pistol. The Foreign Secretaries sprang simultaneously into the air and flew in neat parabolas towards each other. Whatever happened next took place too quickly for Carrie to see, but the result was that only one very fat squashpump fell with a squelch to the tabletop. The silence continued as the remaining Foreign Secretary composed itself before gliding slowly back to the table edge. For some reason, Carrie wanted to applaud, but the other squashpumps made no sound. With a start, she realized everyone was watching her, waiting for her to speak. She cleared her throat. Chapter 13. Rogue in Disgrace. Carrie wasn't good at meetings, but she did her best. Trying her hardest to concentrate, she affected a facial expression that she hoped radiated an intelligent, contemplative interest in the conversation. In truth, her eyes were often on the closed door, wondering if the library was behind it, or on the door to the outside, which had been left open. The rolling, flowery hillsides shining in pink-tinged sunlight seemed to call to her. The points of agreement the Dandrobians and squashpumps had achieved before the unfortunate accident with the Foreign Secretary were not much altered. The wording of the formal apology that the Dandrobian representative was to state at the next Unity Convention had been decided long ago. Neither side proposed a change to the statement, and the meeting moved smoothly on to the matter of the infected Dandrobians. After some debate, the squashpumps agreed that as soon as reparations for invasion and occupation were received from the Dandrobians, all squashpumps would withdraw from Dandrobian brains. They moved on to the final point, the amount of reparations. Carrie had hoped this would be a formality, but the squashpumps had a different idea.
We propose an increase of 0.5% in consideration of the harm caused to my person at the previous meeting, said the new, or old, Foreign Secretary. 0.5%? A willowy female Dandrobian drawled. Honestly, darling, you can't be serious. It was an accident. It was a little puff of wind that sent your column toppling. How could we be to blame for that?
She spread her arms wide.
It's out of the question, dearie,
said a mustachioed Dandrobian.
We can barely afford the reparations as it is. In fact, the truth is, we can't afford them. You squashpumps don't seem to understand. We don't have any technology, and we aren't allowed to trade with anyone else. We're really very poor now, you know. We've had to pay back so much over the years.
Dandrobian heads around the table nodded.
Yes, can't afford it,
they murmured.
Oh, stop exaggerating, said the Foreign Secretary. My people were terrorized, enslaved, and imprisoned. Do you no mind that? Oh, of course we do, my love. And we're very, very sorry, aren't we, everyone?
Asked the willowy Dandrobian. Her fellows nodded again vigorously.
So sorry, we really, truly are. But we can't give you what we don't have,
added the Dandrobian with the moustache. The Foreign Secretary tusked.
And it was only a little tumble,
added Notos from Carrie's side.
You seem very well now. You look wonderful, in fact.
He smiled brilliantly at the Foreign Secretary, who seemed to swell a little with the compliment. But the other squashpumps were not swayed.
0.5%,
they chorused, their tentacles waving in agitation. The Dandrobians sighed, rolled their eyes, and pulled faces.
But we don't have it,
they said, and
it'll be very difficult for us as it is.
And
we'd love to say yes, wouldn't we, dears? But it simply isn't possible.
Carrie's ability to pay attention to this apparently endless back and forth about an extra 0.5% waned quickly. Rogue had fallen asleep. She fought down a yawn and waved a hand for some silence. What about a 0.25% or an 1/8? The squashpumps were having none of it. The 0.5% chant grew louder as more squashpumps joined in, the shrill voices echoing in Carrie's head. She put her hands over her ears, but it made no difference to the volume because the translator was broadcasting in her mind. She was wondering what to do to regain some control when a silence fell. The squashpumps turned to the open doorway. A horse was standing there, its head peering around the doorframe. Carrie's breath caught in her throat. The horse was milky white, with a long, soft mane and brilliant blue eyes. It was the most beautiful animal she had ever seen.
Oh, for goodness sake!
A Dandrobian went over to the horse and shooed it.
Go away, you silly beast!
The horse lifted its head and snorted before turning away and disappearing. The thud of its hooves on the turf grew fainter as it departed. Carrie turned amazed eyes to Notos. "Wow, that 0.5%!" squealed a squash pump. Notos whispered in her ear,
"Maybe you should suggest a break."
But Carrie's mind lingered on the horse, and it took her a moment to understand what Notos was talking about. "Oh, of course." She stood up. "Let's have a short recess while we collect our thoughts." The Dandrobians began to file out of the room, and the squash pumps inched down the table legs. Carrie said, "Please stay in the vicinity so you can be called when the meeting reconvenes." As the aliens left, she remained in her seat, unwilling to disturb the sleeping rogue, who was lying across her feet. Should she contact Earth for advice about dealing with the impasse? But that would be admitting defeat. She wanted to succeed at this alone. All she had to do was to persuade the squash pumps to drop their demand, or convince the Dandrobians to agree to it. 0.5% extra reparations did seem excessive, considering that it had been an accident and the Foreign Secretary was no worse for his experience.
"A penny for your thoughts?"
Notos had remained behind with her. "That's very good English." Carrie wondered if he even knew what a penny was.
"Oh, I love all those English sayings. Bottoms up, it never rains but it pours. How's your father?"
He winked. "So, do you get lots of English-speaking visitors? Are there any here now? Might she bump into the Prime Minister or the US President?"
"We do get quite a few, but not here. Mostly they go to slightly warmer zones, where it's prettier."
"This place is lovely."
It isn't bad, but in the tourist areas there are mountains, lakes, beaches, etc."
"Oh yes, I saw them in my briefing. So this is a government area?"
"It is governmental, but there's little call for government on Dandrobia. We mostly do our own thing. This place is largely administrative, but partly historical. Would you like me to show you around?"
"That'd be great. I'd actually love to see the library." Notos looked uncomfortable.
"I'm very sorry, it's locked. Perhaps you'd rather see something else?"
"You lock it up? Why?" Carrie carefully eased her feet out from under Rogue, but woke him up nonetheless. Notos hesitated, then smiled apologetically.
"You know, I actually don't know, my dear. But I can show you the outside. It's one of our more beautiful buildings."
As they left the meeting room, Rogue followed. Notos led Carrie around the other side of the hill. As she gazed at the low, gaily coloured, well-proportioned library, set against a beautiful view of bright blue sky, she again had the feeling it reminded her of something. "It looks great, perfect somehow. Is it very old?"
"Not very old. It was built about 3,000 Earth years ago."
"That's pretty old."
Notos nodded. "I suppose it is to you. It was one of the first buildings to be constructed after the Unity confined us here. When our technology was destroyed or confiscated, we wanted somewhere to record as much of our history as we could before the data files were destroyed. So we built the library first."
"It's lovely." Rogue seemed to like it too. He ran up the hill to the building and began sniffing around its base. For a moment, Carrie was too lost in her contemplation of the picturesque scene to register what her pet was doing, or what he was about to do. When the realization struck, her hand flew to her mouth. "Rogue, come here, boy." The dog was working his way along the building to a corner. "Rogue!" Carrie began to run up the hill. "No, don't!" She was too late. Rogue lifted his leg. An arc of urine flowed out and down the wall. Notos was striding up behind her. She turned to see his expression, expecting a strong reaction to this desecration of one of Dandrobia's most important buildings, but the alien only looked puzzled.
Is your dog?
He is. She smiled brightly. On Earth, it's a sign of great admiration. Notos's eyebrows lifted.
Well, we are quite proud of our library. It is a wonderful building. I'm amazed your animal recognizes its beauty.
Oh yes, he loves it. Chapter 14. Inside the Dandrobian Mind. Despite the recess, when the meeting resumed, the squashpumps had not moved an inch on their insistence on 0.5% extra in reparations. They refused to relent, and it seemed to Carrie that even they were bored with the stalemate, or they were feeling some other emotion that she could not quite put her finger on. The slug-like creatures were very hard to read, and there had never seemed to be an opportunity for her to get to know them better. For their part, the Dandrobians refused to agree to the increase in the nicest, most polite manner possible. The endless, repetitive back and forth wore Carrie's patience tissue thin. Her facial muscles ached from being fixed in a rigour of pretend agreement and interest for hours, as the discussion went around and around. The Dandrobians produced long verbal accounts of their planetary economy, and the squashpumps displayed holographic estimations of how wealthy they would have become if the Dandrobians had not invaded, plus the monetary loss due to the damage to the Foreign Secretary's public image from his embarrassing incident. Meanwhile, the problem of apartheid being on Earth grew and grew in Carrie's mind. Though the Dandrobian would not have time to cause any mischief, Carrie still had no plan for getting her home. And, she realised during her musings, confessing to Earth was not a solution either. She still had no idea how to get apartheid into a gateway. Forcing the alien through a small cupboard door was not going to be easy. As the sun began to lower to the horizon, Carrie had to admit defeat, for the time being at least. Earth must have been listening in because, after she wrapped everything up, her manager's voice sounded through her translator. She was not pleased. You appear to be having some difficulty in drawing these negotiations to a close. Yes, it's been difficult, but it's all because of that silly accident. If only it hadn't happened, everything would be over by now. I am aware of the point of contention, Transgalactic Intercultural Community Crisis Liaison Officer Hatchett. Carrie sighed. You must continue the talks in the morning. There is no alternative. You mean I have to stay here? But I don't even have my toothbrush. A silence from Earth followed her remark. But of course, I'll stay if I must.
You must. We currently have no experienced officers to assist you. The crisis regarding the plactoids is proving troublesome and time-consuming. Speak with both sides informally before reconvening the meeting tomorrow. Perhaps through a more casual conversation, you can persuade either the squashpumps or the Dandrobians to relent on this final point.
I will, but I need more information. Is it true what they're saying? Do the Dandrobians really have no more to give? And will the squashpumps suffer more economic damage from the Foreign Secretary's loss of face?
Neither statement is possible to verify with any certainty. All these matters are subject to interpretation. The Dandrobians' planetary wealth is particularly difficult to ascertain. The Unity perhaps made a mistake when it insisted their technology return to a pre-industrial state. Now there is no central database to provide figures or other information on exactly what is happening in Dandrobia. It is also a peculiar situation. The Dandrobians long ago genetically engineered organisms in their environment to provide for their needs with very little effort. Food, drink, clothes, shelter, these are all easily obtainable from plants and animals. So when the Dandrobians say their economy is poor, it is true. They have little to give away, yet they lack nothing.
It really is a paradise. Carrie's interest in the planet reawakened. She felt better about staying longer, even without her toothbrush. The Dandrobians must have a toothbrush plant or something.
Okay, I'll talk to both sides and see if I can get one or the other to give way.
She turned off the translator. As she left the meeting room, she met Notos, who was waiting outside.
I have to stay the night.
I thought you might. You can sleep in the retiring room, but it's still early. Would you like to come to a small gathering of friends we're having this evening? Do say you will.
He grinned. Carrie's day had been very long and tiring. A small, relaxing party was just what she needed.
I'd love to.
Ea had told her to speak with the Dandrobians informally, after all. She could speak to the squashpumps in the morning. After settling Rogue in the retiring room, with lots of pats and promises to return soon, Carrie joined the Dandrobians at their soiree. It was in a small room. As dusk turned to darkness, the aliens lit tall, thin, dried plants set in sconces around the walls. The plants burned with a bright, smokeless flame. She took a sip of the drink a Dandrobian had pressed into her hand as she arrived. It tasted almost the same as the stuff from the tap in the retiring room, but it gave her an immediate buzz. She relaxed into her seat beside Notos, wishing she had something different to wear other than her too tight Transgalactic officer uniform.
Notos said, "You can enjoy yourself tonight. We're all friends here."
He poured himself a drink.
"Tell me about Earth. What's the geography like? And the climate? What do humans do for fun?"
Carrie didn't think Earth compared at all well to Dandrobia, but she told him about it nonetheless. She described the different landscapes, the animals, the people, the cities, art, culture, and history of different nations. She spoke for hours as new aspects of her home planet popped into her head. She began to grow hoarse and had to take many sips of the delicious drink. Unfortunately, this had the side effect of making her quite tipsy, and when she'd had a good drink, she loved to talk. She told the Dandrobians about everything she could think of under the sun, about Earth. Her extensive pub quiz knowledge was especially handy. As she spoke to Notos, the conversations around her slowly dried up, until eventually the room became silent, except for her voice. And when her monologue finally ended, it was not because she had run out of things to say. She could have talked more about life on Earth. It was the expressions on the Dandrobians' faces that silenced her. Their mild, convivial looks had fallen away and been replaced. All around she saw sadness, wonder, envy, resentment, and deep, deep longing. A female Dandrobian suddenly rose up, her face contorted into a beautiful, terrible rage, her hands clenched into tight fists.
"Oh, how long must we go on? Day after day the same, nothing ever changing, never seeing, never doing anything new. How much longer do we have to bear it? Haven't we been punished enough? Why, oh why won't they set us free?"
Chapter 15. The Penny Drops. Carrie woke early in the retiring room the next day, surprised at how well she felt. She had drunk plenty of the Dandrobians' intoxicating beverage the previous evening and had fallen into bed very relaxed, happy and dizzy. But there seemed to be no after-effects from her self-indulgence. In fact, she felt very refreshed and was buzzing with energy and life. Rogue was sniffing with interest at the gap under the door and pawing at the floor. With guilt, Carrie remembered he had not been out since yesterday, as she had forgotten to walk him when she came home from the party. After pulling on her jacket and shoes and tucking the translator into her pocket, she went outside with her dog. She hoped to find where the squashpumps were staying so that she could discuss the 0.5% problem. She had unfortunately forgotten to ask the Dandrobians about their guest's location last night. The sky was a pre-dawn grey shot through with opalescence, and the mossy sward glimmered with dew in the early morning light. Cool air refreshed her skin. All was quiet in the complex. Carrie imagined the Dandrobians rose late, in keeping with their idyllic and yet apparently unbearably boring lifestyle. She scanned the ground. Squashpumps would love the damp grass and the cool morning air, but there was no sign of their alien visitors. She scouted around the complex for half an hour, but no squashpumps were to be found. She seemed to be alone with Rogue. Giving up on the idea of speaking with the squashpumps for now, she called her dog to follow and set off in the direction of the outdoor meeting platform overlooking the ocean, hoping to find a way down to the shore. Rogue loved playing in the sea. As she walked, the sun appeared at the horizon, its rays shining red and violet. Were the colours due to the star's great age? How long had the Dandrobians lived here if, as Notos had said, 3,000 Earth years wasn't a long time to them? For all their bad behaviour, at least the aliens had preserved some of their planet's natural beauty. The sun rose swiftly as she strolled the rolling hills. Wildflower blooms opened as light and warmth increased, the hillside transforming into a riot of gentle hues like a Monet painting. She slowed to a stop, and for a short while she could only stand in awe. Rogue was less impressed. He disappeared over a hill and out of sight, and she walked faster to catch up to him. She began to jog, enjoying the exercise, though her jumpsuit restricted her movement uncomfortably. Upon reaching the top of the hill, the sea spread out in front of her, a deep blue-green. The long grass and wildflowers became sparse and faded into sand down the slope. She skittered downwards along the path of Rogue's paw prints. He was already in the waves, chasing and splashing in them. She rolled up her jumpsuit legs to her knees and waded in. Rogue rushed over and showered her thoroughly in seawater until her clothes were so wet there seemed to be little point to wearing them. She waded back to shore, and after a long look around the hills and shoreline for Dandrobians, and out to sea in case of boats, she unzipped and pulled off the jumpsuit. With another look around her, she also took off her underwear. Skinny dipping was a pleasure she rarely got the chance to enjoy. The feeling of being free of her too tight uniform was wonderful. She ran into the waves and swam a little way from the shore. The water was just cool enough to feel tingly and fresh without chilling her. She swam farther out, then relaxed and floated on her back, watching the brightening sky and listening to Rogue's excited panting and splashing from afar. Who would want to leave a place like this? What could be better than spending the rest of her days walking the hills and swimming in the just warm sea? She recalled the female Dandrobian's hysterical outburst at the soiree. Maybe it had been out of the ordinary, but she could not forget the hungry look of the other aliens when she had spoken about Earth. Despite the warmth of the water, she shivered. Something prodded her fingers. Her heart leapt, and she snatched her hand out of the water. Lifting her head to peer into the depths, she saw a school of fish-like creatures, 15 to 20 centimeters long. They shimmered silver as they swam and turned as one. Her stomach tightening, she moved onto her front and looked towards the shore. She had drifted out farther than she had intended. As a strong swimmer, this did not bother her too much, but she didn't want Rogue to swim out. She began to return to land, but she had not taken more than a few strokes when something rose from directly beneath her. She was suddenly on the wide, soft back of a sea creature, lifting her slightly out of the water. She gave a little scream and slipped off the strange animal, plunging into the sea, her head dipping below the surface. The animal that had swum underneath her was a little like a dolphin, but wider and blue-green as the sea, so that it seemed to melt into the waves. As she watched, it swam beneath her again and rose, lifting her once more. Her heart began to slow. If the creature had wanted to attack her, it would have. She got the impression that instead it was trying to help her. Relaxing, she let it carry her on its back again. To prevent herself from falling off, she lightly gripped the dorsal fin, then gave a chuckle of delight as the creature began swimming towards the shore, carrying her with it. Waves splashed against her grinning face as they approached the beach. A doggy paddling Rogue met them midway. Very interested in the creature conveying Carrie, he tried to sniff it, but only succeeded in huffing seawater, which made him choke and cough. Blinking the water out of her eyes, Carrie saw a figure appear over the hill's brow, and her joy evaporated. Even at the distance she recognized Notos, probably coming to find her. She was suddenly acutely aware she was naked. She was not generally very shy about nudity, but that familiar feeling of being short and chubby that always occurred when she was around the Dandrobians had returned. It must have been obvious to Notos she was naked. Her bright orange jumpsuit was the single most visible item in the landscape, but this did not seem to faze the Dandrobian, who stood at the water's edge awaiting her. She was just going to have to brave it out. She waved as she rose from the water.
Hello, good morning.
Good morning. I've brought you something to wear.
He held out a length of ruby-red material.
Thanks.
She took it and wrapped it immediately around herself, her wet skin soaking the cloth.
That was kind of you.
I thought you'd be more comfortable in Dandrobian clothes. Your Transgalactic Council officer's uniform looked much too tight.
Thanks,
Carrie repeated through her teeth. Notos was right. The Dandrobian material was very comfortable. It was also incredibly soft and warm, and it wicked the moisture away from her skin, so she dried quickly. But as Carrie tried to fix the material more securely, she couldn't figure out how to drape it so that it wasn't in danger of slipping off and revealing to the world exactly why her jumpsuit was too tight.
Can I help you?
No, I'm fine.
She was looping the fabric first one way and then another, at the same time trying to avoid exposing herself, though she had no idea why. Notos had already seen everything there was to see. As she struggled with the fabric, she said,
"Could I have one of those brooches you use to pin your robes?"
The alien placed a hand over the golden clasp at his shoulder.
I'm very sorry. These are only permitted to Dandrobians, but it shouldn't be too difficult to tie the robe in place.
Oh, okay.
She shrugged, eyeing the jewellery as he removed his hand. A shell-like world piece. There did not seem anything special about it, but maybe it had some cultural significance.
Are you sure you wouldn't like some help with that, my dear?
Asked the Dandrobian, as Carrie tied a large knot under her chin.
I think I've got the hang of it now.
She tied another large knot between her legs.
That'll do.
Shall we go back to the others? Rogue was already dashing up the hill, panting, wet and sandy after his play at the beach. Carrie climbed after the excited dog, her happy mood dissipating at the thought of the day ahead. She still had no idea how she was going to move the squashpumps and Dandrobians from their stalemate. But as she reached the top of the slope, all thoughts were driven from her mind. Her knees became weak. At a distance, heading towards them, was the white horse that had stuck its head in at the door at the meeting yesterday. Only it was not a horse. What had been invisible to her before were the long, feathery, brilliantly white wings on its back. Carrie gripped Notos's arm and pointed at the creature, her mouth unable to form words. It was not only the sight of the animal that moved her. Pieces of the puzzle of Dandrobia, the familiarity of the buildings, the Dandrobian names and their history, and the aliens themselves were slotting into place in her mind like the levers of a lock closing. Finally, it all made sense. Earth had been one of the worlds the Dandrobians had colonized thousands of years ago. Greek mythology told of them. Aparte and Notos, their names were familiar because they were minor gods of ancient Greece. The stories told of the gods' marvelous deeds and how they had bred with humans and animals, giving rise to strange creatures. The legend said that when they died, they became stars. That wasn't true. They didn't become stars. They went to the stars.
Are you all right, darling?
Carrie made an effort and spat the word out.
Pegasus! It's Pegasus!
Chapter 16. Carrie's Mistake.
Well, it's a Pegasus, yes. You've done your research. Well done. Complete pains in the bottom they are, to be honest.
Carrie swallowed and shook her head. What?
Oh, they're always following us around, wanting someone to ride them. We keep chasing them off, but give them a couple of days and they're back again. They can't help it, you see. That's how they were engineered, to be in a constant state of eagerness to be ridden. They'd be too damned difficult to catch otherwise. But once you've been on a Pegasus several thousand times, the novelty wears off.
He sighed.
You can ride them?
Carrie squeaked. The Pegasus landed on the green sward and swept its wings wide twice before folding them neatly across its back.
Of course you can ride them. That's what they're for.
Notos rolled his eyes.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm being rude. You can certainly ride them, but you have to hold on tight. We've lost quite a few fellow Dandrobians that way over the years.
I could ride one now?
The Pegasus trotted up and began nuzzling Carrie's cheek.
Go away!
Notos flapped his hands at it.
Please don't shoo him.
Carrie stroked the animal's velvety nose.
I don't see why you shouldn't ride one if you like, but I don't think you have time, darling, before the meeting.
Her mind, which was already soaring amongst the clouds on the back of a beautiful white-winged stallion, came down to earth with a bump. The meeting.
Oh, yes.
She heaved a massive sigh.
Maybe I'll have time after.
She would make time. Bending down, she pulled up a handful of grass and wildflowers. She fed them to the Pegasus, and it chomped down on them and nuzzled her for more.
If you carry on doing that, it'll never leave you alone.
Notos began walking back to the complex. Carrie slowly followed, dragging her feet. The Pegasus came with her, blowing through its nostrils into her face to show it wanted to be fed. She ran her hands through its silky mane. Notos slowed his pace so he was walking alongside her. As the three of them crossed the hills, he explained more of the wonders of Dandrobia. The apparently wild natural landscape they were walking through was entirely engineered. He explained there was not an inch of Dandrobia that had not been manipulated to meet the Dandrobians' material and aesthetic desires.
The whole planet? I'd heard you'd fixed everything to be exactly as you wanted it, but an entire world? That's an enormous feat. I almost can't believe it. It would take forever.
Don't forget we're an ancient species, my love. As far as anyone knows, we're the oldest intelligent species in the galaxy. Our years on Dandrobia number in the hundreds of millions.
Carrie looked Notos up and down and shook her head.
I don't understand it. I would have thought Dandrobians would have evolved into energy or light or something like that by now.
I'm very old in your terms, my dear, but even I'm not old enough to know or remember why we didn't do that. I do know we have no desire to now. We're physical beings, the same as you. We enjoy physical pleasures as well as intellectual ones. Why would we want to give those up? We are already immortal.
Immortal. The immortal gods of ancient Greece. And here she was walking beside one. Carrie tried to remember what kind of god Notos was, and Aparte too, but she was no expert. The names were just two of the many pieces of generally useless information she had picked up over her years of pub quizzes. What had happened to Zeus, Hera, Aphrodite, Poseidon, and all the others? Were they here too? Recalling the god of the sea reminded her of her swim.
There was something in the water that carried me to shore, Notos. Do you know what it was?
That would have been a mediate. They were designed to help Dandrobians who swam beyond their depth in the ocean. It must have thought you were one of us.
It saves people from drowning? That's amazing.
Notos smiled.
Did fish also approach you?
A whole school of them were swimming around me.
We engineered those too, to offer themselves up as food.
Her eyes grew wide, but then she gave a look of disgust.
That's terrible.
The Dandrobian shrugged.
We aren't forced to kill other creatures or damage the ocean habitat to catch them.
Her mind spun with questions. She had to know more about this amazing species and their stay on Earth.
Notos, I'd love it if I could spend some time in the library. Dandrobia's history sounds fascinating.
A flicker of tension crossed the alien's face, quickly replaced by a smile.
I don't believe our written language would be comprehensible to you, I'm afraid.
It wouldn't, but I bet my translator would deal with that somehow.
He hesitated.
Yes, I'm sure you're right. Well, I'll see if I can find the key.
You open the door with a plain old key?
I agree it's old-fashioned, but that's the highest level of technology the Unity allows us.
Sorry, I keep forgetting.
The Unities certainly pulled no punches when it came to controlling the Dandrobians, who had no doubt also engineered themselves to have massive intellects. She began to understand their frustration and Aparte's escape attempt. Even living in paradise, life could become pretty boring without any mental stimulus. What marvellous inventions, creative works and philosophies had been lost to the galaxy due to the obstruction of Dandrobian progress. Back in her retiring room, Carrie ate the bread the Dandrobians had left her and prepared for the meeting. She decided to stay in the Dandrobian robes. Her Transgalactic Council jumpsuit was extremely uncomfortable and wasn't going to fit her any time soon. If ever, she would have to explain to Eir that she needed a larger size. While waiting to be called, she went outside to practice circle walking, the central exercise of her Bagua-Jang training. Moving and stretching her body after its restrictive confinement in her uniform felt wonderful. As she exercised, the impending meeting winkled into her mind. As a neutral observer, she could not dictate anything to either side, and she didn't relish the thought of another several hours locked in debate. Notos had left her promising to find the key to the library. What had happened to him? Dandrobians began leaving their buildings and walking in the direction of the library. She gave up on Notos, deciding to follow the others rather than wait to be officially summoned. They were scanning the ground as they walked, and Carrie did the same, carefully avoiding the several squash pumps she overtook on her way. As the other attendees were taking their seats in the meeting room, she wandered to the other side and surreptitiously tried the handle of the library door. It rattled in its frame, but remained closed. It was very strange. Why would the Dandrobians lock their books away? Why would any of them want to steal one? She settled herself down in a chair. The Dandrobians talked among themselves, while their slug-like guests glided and slithered onto the tabletop. She could hear the squash pumps, but not quite make out what they were saying. She looked for Foreign Secretary Mark I or Mark II, but wasn't able to spot him. There was an increase in volume from the squash pumps. They began sliding towards the centre of the table. She caught snatches of their speech.
"It's no right,"
they were saying, and
"Will ya look at the brazen hussy sitting there, like butter wouldna melt."
Brazen hussy? Carrie glanced uneasily from side to side. There were plenty of females in the room, but she had an uncomfortable feeling the squash pumps were talking about her. The aliens drew closer to the table's centre. When they met, they didn't stop, but began sliding on top of each other. Late arriving squash pumps glided up the table legs and across the surface to join the growing, writhing bundle of their fellows. Watching the progress of the slug-like aliens, the Dandrobians fell silent. All gazes turned to Carrie. Finally, the squash pump's words were clear in Carrie's mind.
"Wearing one of their outfits, if you please. I've ne'er been so insulted in all my life."
Her heart froze. She looked slowly down at the ruby-red Dandrobian cloth knotted loosely onto her body and realized the implications of what she was wearing. In removing her Transgalactic officer uniform and accepting the clothes from Notos, she had made a partisan move, destroying her appearance of neutrality. She stood up, the knot on the fabric swinging between her legs, and waved her hands in a gesture of denial. "No, no, no! You don't understand. I was swimming, and this was just more comfortable, that's all. My uniform was too tight."
"We're no staying any longer,"
said a voice from the squirming, slimy lump of squash pumps.
"If we cannot get satisfaction from the Transgalactic Council, we'll have to take matters into our own hands."
The lump began to disengage, and the squash pump slid across the table and down the legs. Carrie grabbed her head. "No! Don't leave! Don't go! It's just a misunderstanding. I'll go and get changed." But it was too late. None of the squash pumps spoke another word. The only sound in the room was a faint squelching as they glided out of the door. Chapter 17. Dry as Dust. "Oops," said a female Dandrobian, who was looking sideways at Carrie. Her hand over her mouth, she giggled.
"I hardly think this is a laughing matter, darling,"
said another.
"I didn't like the sound of that threat. that they were going to take matters into their own hands.
The female put a finger to her lips.
I think you're right. Is there something we should do?
She addressed this last comment to Carrie, her head in her hands. The Transgalactic Council officer looked up blearily. I'm not sure. She closed her eyes and mentally cursed her incompetence. How could she have been so stupid? Seduced by the beautiful environment, bored by the endless debate and discussion, she had forgotten her role as a neutral mediator. She tried to think of something sensible and decisive to say. I think, in the circumstances, in the face of the words from the squashpumps, it would be wise to take precautionary actions.
The Dandrobians exchanged glances. What kind of precautionary actions do you suggest?
Prepare your defences, that kind of thing. But as the words left her mouth, Carrie saw her mistake. The Dandrobians had no defences. They had been stripped of all technology they didn't need for survival, particularly technology that could be used to invade or wage war on other planets. They were utterly vulnerable to whatever the squashpumps decided to do. She looked around at the beautiful ex-tyrants. What would happen to them? Where had the squashpumps gone? And what were they doing? She would have to contact Earth and tell her what had happened. Maybe the Transgalactic Council or Unity could protect them. Would they get here in time? Notos arrived and stood framed by the doorway.
What's happening? I just passed a line of squashpumps heading in the direction of their ship.
Oh, dearie me. I do hope they aren't going to attack,
said a Dandrobian.
Attack? Why would they do that?
Asked Notos.
They saw what I was wearing and took it as a sign that I was on your side. They said they would act for themselves if they didn't have the support of the Transgalactic Council.
Closing his eyes, Notos said,
Oh, I'm so sorry. It was my idea that you wear our robes. I didn't think. I'm such an idiot.
He covered his eyes with a hand. Carrie joined him at the doorway.
It isn't your fault, it's mine. You aren't the diplomat, I am. I bet it's rule number 1 in the Transgalactic Council Liaison Officer Handbook. Don't do anything that could be interpreted as preferring one side over the other.
The other Dandrobians were watching and listening. Notos motioned Carrie to follow him.
I have to contact the council.
Yes, you can speak in private down here.
They walked away from the library towards the complex. Suddenly the bright sunlight faded as a large object appeared overhead.
What's that?
Asked Carrie, though the answer was obvious. She just didn't want to believe it. A dark red oblong spaceship was cruising closer. She swallowed.
How did the squashpumps get back to their ship so quickly?
She had seen no sign of it nearby.
They're docked underground. There's a cave not far from here.
What was the squashpumps' plan to revenge themselves on the defenseless Dandrobians? Carrie's throat constricted at the idea that some of them might die due to her thoughtless actions. She wished she could go back in time and put on that stupid, too-tight jumpsuit when she got out of the sea. If only Earth would allow her to return to that moment and make the right decision. But there was no chance of that. They began to run to escape the looming spaceship, but it was hopeless. From above there came the sound of hundreds of clicks. Holes had opened in the spaceship's underside, and clouds of black powder sprayed out. Carrie couldn't make out what the black stuff was. She sped over the hillside with Notos, but they were in the open, with nowhere to run to escape the squashpumps' weapon. As the powder hit, they hunkered down, and the Dandrobian covered her with his body to protect her. But though the black was all around them, it seemed to have little effect. Carrie felt no pain, and she could breathe normally. Was the black material only a shower of dust? She covered her mouth and nose.
Is this stuff poisonous? What are the squashpumps doing?
I don't know, but I'm sure it can't be good. Quick, let's run. It isn't far to the complex now.
Notos's thick chestnut hair was turning dark grey with the falling powder. Following him down the hill, Carrie coughed and wheezed from the dust. Though it did not seem to be immediately deadly, the powder was very unpleasant. Grains clung to her hair and eyelashes and coated her nostrils. She didn't want to open her mouth to speak. More of the obnoxious stuff would no doubt slip in, adding to the grainy texture she could already feel on her tongue and gums. All around, the soft, lush, mossy green sward began to shrivel and turn brown. Squinting over his shoulder, Notos caught Carrie's eye and motioned towards a building at the edge of the complex. As they reached it, he opened the door and they slipped into the dim interior.
Thank goodness,
breathed Carrie as Notos closed the door behind them. Inside, the air was free of the nasty dust. She slumped against a wall and caught her breath. Notos leaned forwards and ran his hands through his hair, shaking the dust from it. He rubbed his face and eyes and wiped his arms, and Carrie did the same, powdery showers falling from both of them. They seemed to be relatively unharmed, and she wondered if the squashpumps were attacking according to what would be harmful to themselves, destroying the moist, lush environment, but hardly hurting the Dandrobians. They went farther into the building's interior. All the rooms were empty.
I suppose we'll have to stay here for a while until the dust settles.
Realizing what she had said, Carrie put a hand over her mouth to cover a smile. Notos looked at her quizzically.
Never mind,
she said. Then,
oh!
The sound of shuffling footsteps was coming from the adjoining room. Notos frowned. Then understanding dawned on his face.
Oh dear, we have to leave.
Why? I don't fancy going into that dust again.
The footsteps shuffled closer.
I have a horrible feeling, darling. Well, they probably aren't dangerous, providing we don't let them get near us.
What? What isn't dangerous?
No one lives in this building. If there's anyone here, it has to be them.
As he spoke, Dandrobians began to shamble in, their eyes open and sightlessly gazing, their hands held out in front of them. They dragged their feet as they tottered forwards. Their brains taken over by squashpumps, they were endlessly seeking out other organisms to infect with their parasites.
Actually, that dust doesn't seem so bad, now I come to think of it.
Notos grimaced.
I agree. Let's go.
But the parasitized Dandrobians were already between them and the exit. Chapter 18. Zombie Attack. There were 5 of the zombie Dandrobians, 3 females and 2 males, and though they were not fast-moving, they were large and strong. They lumbered towards Carrie and Notos, their gazes fixed, their mouths drooling. Carrie ran to one side and Notos to the other, and the group split up to follow them. Carrie darted under the outstretched arm of the nearest zombie, but it was surprisingly fast. Its hand swooped down and caught hold of her hair, lifting her off her feet. She gasped and reached up, managing to pry the stiff fingers loose as the infected Dandrobian's head loomed close. She fell to the ground, but the moment's delay had given another 2 zombies time to reach her, and their hands gripped her arms. On the other side of the room, Notos was trying to escape 2 zombies of his own. He fought and twisted and turned as they tried to pull his head close to theirs.
Carrie,
he called.
hold on, I'll be there in a minute.
She kicked a zombie in the stomach, breaking its grip. It staggered back and fell to the floor, but immediately rose to its feet again. She smashed another in the chin with the heel of her hand. Its head snapped back, but bounced forward as it reached for her. The third zombie gripped her waist from behind, and out of the corner of her eye she saw the shadow of its face approaching. She twisted free, but fell into the arms of another zombie, which tightened its grip like a vice. Now 2 zombies' faces loomed close to hers, and Carrie shrieked, imagining what it might feel like to have a squash pump squeeze into her brain. But then the 2 zombies' heads were violently struck together, and as they fell away, stunned, Notos appeared between them. Carrie leapt and reached with all her might to kick the third zombie in the head, and together she and Notos ran for the door and outside into the dusty air. Carrie immediately started coughing and choking again. "Thank you," she wheezed as they ran from the building. Then she gasped, "I've forgotten all about Rogue. I have to go back to the retiring room. I have to get back and make sure he's indoors and safe."
Okay, it's this way.
Notos pulled a layer of his robe over his head. Carrie tried to do the same, but her folding and knotting of the material had created such a mess it was impossible. She ran after the Dandrobian through the dusty air. It took only a few minutes to reach their destination. Rogue barked and leapt up at Carrie as she entered the room, almost bowling her off her feet. "Thank goodness you're okay." She ruffled his hair and cuddled him as she coughed and wiped the dust from her face.
Are you all right, my dear?
Notos poured himself a drink from the tap on the wall. "Yes, how about you?"
Oh, I'm fine. I do apologize for the behavior of my comrades.
It isn't their fault they're infected with squashpumps. Oh, I wish we could settle this. I'm so sorry for the way things have turned out. I'm afraid I haven't done a very good job.
I'm sure you're doing your very best.
Carrie's heart warmed towards the kind, handsome alien who had done so much for her.
What are you going to do?
He sipped his drink. Carrie opened her mouth to answer, but apparently her decision had already been made for her. In a corner of the room, a green mist was forming. She sighed. "Looks like I'm going home. My manager must have heard from the squash pumps, or she's been listening to the commotion through my translator." Whatever the source of her information, Earth was recalling her. Tendrils of mist began to swirl into a spiral. Notos put down his drink.
I wasn't going to say anything, but we know she went back with you.
Oh. Her heart sank. She had almost forgotten about the crisis she had left behind while she was creating a new one on Dandrobia.
Don't worry, my dear. Everyone's so angry about it. You see, if one of us escapes, it looks bad for everyone. We're all punished with more sanctions, more prohibitions.
His face fell, and he shook his head sadly.
What I was going to say was, we don't blame you, because we know what she's like. She could charm the planet to turn the other way, if she put her mind to it.
That's true. The mist was thickening. Carrie wished Notos would get to the point. She had only moments before she had to go. The Dandrobian also had his eye on the mist. He took Carrie's hands in his own and rushed on.
I know you'll think it's crazy, but I was going to offer to come with you, to make her come back. Aparte is too much for humans to handle, but I can deal with her.
He let go of her hands.
Of course, you'll refuse, I know. It's too much to ask. Please forget my request.
Carrie's mouth opened to an O, but then she shut it as she began to think. She had no idea how she was going to get Aparte to return. If Notos could help her, at least she would have put right some of the wrongs she'd done. And he seemed trustworthy. He had sheltered her from the dust and protected her from the zombie Dandrobians. With only seconds to think, she made her choice.
Okay, it's worth a try.
Chapter 19. Dave's Weak Spot. The scene that greeted Carrie as she stepped from the mist was pretty much as she had left it. Dave was sprawled on her kitchen floor in a puddle of milk and cereal next to the overturned table. Aparte was in the middle of the room, adjusting her robes where they had become dislodged in the fight. Rogue bounded in from beneath the sink, and as the mist faded, Notos arrived. At the sight of the new Dandrobian, Dave's face flushed red, then drained to an angry white. Carrie wondered if her friend was going to have an actual fit. While he struggled to find the words to express his reaction, she grabbed her chance.
Now, don't overreact, Dave. It isn't as bad as it looks. This is Notos, and he's here to take Aparte back to Dandrobia.
Aparte smoothed her hair.
Notos, darling, how lovely to see you again. Likewise, Aparte, my love.
The two kissed the air on each side of the other's face.
But you really must come home, you know. Oh, I know, my love. But Earth is such fun. Is it? What have you been doing? Tell me everything. No,
said Dave, pointing a warning finger at the Dandrobians.
No, you don't.
The two aliens turned their beautiful eyes to him, but did not speak. Dave clambered to his feet and grabbed the table, standing it upright.
Just hold on a minute.
He turned to Carrie, his lips set.
What the hell's going on?
Holding up her hand, she replied,
Everything's fallen apart on Dandrobia. The squashpumps started to attack again. This time they're spraying some kind of drying dust everywhere from their spaceship. But Notos here offered to come back with me to sort things out at this end. He can make sure Aparte goes back.
She looked pointedly at the female Dandrobian, who failed to make eye contact.
And Io will be none the wiser. At least I won't get into trouble for Aparte.
Why? What else are you gonna get in trouble for?
Now, I must feed Rogue.
Carrie strode across the kitchen before opening a cupboard.
Carrie,
said Dave. Notos moved between them and introduced himself, smiling warmly. As Dave looked up into the alien's face, his annoyed look faded a little.
Oh, hi. The name's Dave.
Notos's smile widened.
I hope we can get to know each other a little better while I'm here. Humans are so interesting. I love meeting the ones who come to visit. You've met humans before? Oh yes, many times. Really?
While Rogue wolfed down the food Carrie had put in his bowl, Dave and Notos made prolonged eye contact. Aparte smirked. Carrie busied herself tidying up the mess in her kitchen. The female Dandrobian joined in to help her.
I want to apologize for my behavior. I'm so sorry. I just couldn't bring myself to leave. How I behaved was utterly unacceptable. I do hope you can forgive me.
Carrie sighed.
Apology accepted. But Aparte,
she looked intently at the alien.
You must go back at the next opportunity, okay? My job's at stake if you don't.
I will. I solemnly promise, darling.
Aparte turned to Notos.
We'll go back at the earliest opportunity, won't we, Notos dear? Oh, yes,
he replied absently. Rogue seemed no worse for his trip to Dandrobia. Carrie was happy to discover over the next few hours. She made a nearly complete report to Io. leaving out only the fact that she had 2 Dandrobians living with her. Both would return as soon as they could, so she didn't feel it was worth mentioning. Aparte and Notos made themselves at home while Carrie was writing her report, and Dave stuck around, getting deep into conversation with the male Dandrobian. Carrie then did her usual Sunday tasks and tried to act as if she did not have 2 giant immortal aliens as visitors. Of all the things wrong with the situation, it was Toodle's reaction that upset her most. Toodles had never been what could be called a friendly cat, but her habit of lashing out at anyone who happened to pass by her latest hiding place disappeared around the Dandrobians. Instead, she showed a depth of affection Carrie hadn't believed she was capable of. She rubbed up against their legs, sat on their laps, and tolerated any amount of cuddles and strokes, providing it wasn't Carrie nor any other human delivering them. This display of affection was a low blow, considering she was the one that provided Toodle's comfortable home and cared for her, and had often defended her against people who didn't understand her inner nature. Carrie tried hard not to be jealous, but in this case she struggled. She also seemed to be losing Dave. He and Notos's conversation was rapidly developing into something more. She wasn't sure whether she should interfere. Dave was between boyfriends, and his love life was none of her business. But if one thing was clear, to her at least, it was that Notos would be returning to Dandrobia sooner rather than later, and Dave would not be going with him. She relied on Dave's sensible attitude and support, and she would need both him and Notos to get Aparte to return. What if he objected to Notos leaving? Without both their help, she was sunk. Until Earth contacted her about the situation on Dandrobia, however, there was little she could do but wait. She was putting washed clothes in the dryer when Dave came into the kitchen.
"I've got a great idea. Why don't we take Aparte and Notos out somewhere and show them around a bit?"
Carrie closed the dryer door and straightened up. "You're the one who was telling me off for taking Aparte to the pub last night." Her friend looked sheepish.
"I know, but I don't think it'll do any harm. And they've been confined to Dandrobia for thousands of years. Notos was telling me all about it."
"Huh. It isn't as much of a hardship as you might expect. You haven't been there. It's beautiful. They've made it perfect for themselves, and still they aren't content. It's weird. I'd love to spend the rest of my life there. They have flying horses, Dave. Flying horses. And you can ride them."
You wouldn't catch me on a flying horse. Sounds dicey. Anyway, think about what they're used to. They had their pick of worlds to visit, things to see and do. After a lifestyle like that, it must be hard to adjust to just one place, no matter how perfect. What do you think? Shall we show them around? They probably don't have much time before they have to go back.
But what if they run off? There would be nothing we could do to stop them. It wouldn't be any problem for them to make lives here. And if we told anyone they were escaped alien fugitives, they'd think we were off our rockers.
Carrie, if they wanted to do that, they would have done it. Either of them could walk out the door right now, and there wouldn't be a single thing we could do about it. But Aparte didn't. She came right back here after she left the pub with Rob. And Notos, well, he seems a great guy. That isn't what they're about. I'm sure of it.
We can't take them out. We just can't. What if someone recognizes they're Dandrobians? I have to keep them here until it's time for them to go back.
Come on. What are the chances of them being recognized? It's only a tiny minority of people who know about other civilizations in the galaxy. It's a minuscule risk.
Carrie frowned. Maybe Dave was right. He was always so sensible and rational, and though she knew there was something more to Apartheid at least, his point about the Dandrobians being able to leave at any time if they really wanted to was right. She rubbed her eyes. She was tired and befuddled after all the events in Dandrobia, and she would like to have spent the day resting. But other than that, she had no concrete objection to Dave's proposal. She turned on the tumble dryer.
Okay, I suppose so.
Great. Let's take them to London.
Chapter 20. Faux pas. A couple of hours later, 2 Dandrobians and 2 humans alighted at Euston Station and went immediately to the tube. To say the Dandrobians attracted attention was an understatement. Apartheid wore the drab tracksuit Carrie had bought for her earlier, and Dave had managed to find something similar for Notos, though the legs and sleeves were much too short. Regardless of their attire, both aliens looked gorgeous. Worried they would be swamped by model agency scouts if they stayed in one place too long, Carrie hurried the aliens to the Houses of Parliament and from there to Tower Bridge, Piccadilly Circus and Oxford Street, and on through London's tourist attractions. Notos and Apartheid were like children on their first outing to the big city. They stared and marvelled at everything: double-decker buses, advertising hoardings, shop window displays, even the ticket machines on the London Underground.
Oh, it's just like Palomayanad. Do you remember, Notos darling? The lights, the bustle, the music. You're right, Apartheid, my dear. What a wonderful place that was. But the buildings, they remind me of Hakuti. Very similar, don't you think? Quite similar, but the wrong colours. Yes, the colours are quite different. These are rather drab and grey.
They were standing in front of the Barbican, a performing arts and conference centre. While the aliens discussed their impressions, Dave suggested to Carrie they try to book a show at the West End for the evening.
Are you crazy?
Carrie's voice was a quiet squeak.
Can you imagine the kind of attention these 2 would attract, sitting in a theatre for 3 hours? I'd pity whoever had to sit behind them, too.
She eyed the statuesque figures.
Anyway, we can't stay out that late. I have to be back this evening when Ear's going to check in with me.
Seems a shame to bring them to London without taking them to see something.
Wherever we take them, they're going to be the attraction.
Dave sighed.
You're right, I suppose. We need to get them somewhere they can see without being seen.
His eyes grew wide.
I know just the place.
There was a long queue at the London Eye, and Apartheid and Notos drew plenty of looks. But even with all the worry about being found out, Carrie didn't regret Dave's choice. Apartheid was rigid with excitement, and Notos had a childlike look of wonder on his face as they watched the slow turn of the massive wheel.
It's so big,
squealed Apartheid for the 4th time. Notos put a hand on Carrie's shoulder.
If this is what humans like, you must go to Shelterdon. You simply must. Where's the landing pad?
Landing pad?
For when you jump.
Dave laughed.
You can't jump. Who would want to jump from all the way up there? That would be absolutely terrifying. Darling.
Notos grabbed his shoulders and gazed into his eyes.
Until you've jumped from a flying tower on Shelterdon, you haven't lived.
You aren't allowed to jump, said Carrie. They lock the doors, so don't try it, okay?
Apartheid's shoulders slumped and she pouted.
Oh, what a shame. What's the point of it then?
You get a great view of London from the top. We thought you'd like it, but we can go and do something else if you want.
Carrie checked her phone to see the time.
A view sounds wonderful, doesn't it, Apartheid?
Said Notos.
This city of yours seems so big. I'd love to see how far it stretches.
A look passed between the two Dandrobians. Aparte echoed,
Yes, a view sounds wonderful. Is London the main city of Earth?
Notos asked Dave.
No, London's only the capital of the UK. That's just one country on Earth. There are lots of countries, and they all have their capitals. Some are bigger than London.
Notos raised an eyebrow.
Really? Oh yes, I remember now. Carrie was telling us all about it, weren't you?
Yes, at the party, Carrie replied. But don't you remember?
Remember what?
You were here, I think, both of you, thousands of years ago. Your names, they're part of our ancient history.
Are they really? Well, I am surprised to hear you say that, darling. I don't remember coming here. Do you, Aparte?
His alien companion shook her head. Well, Earth's changed a lot since then. Carrie found it hard to believe him, but why would he lie? Was it because he didn't want her to associate Dandrobians with the colonization of Earth? Despite his previously gracious behavior, she began to wonder if she'd been mistaken about Notos. She had a niggling feeling that, given the Dandrobians' hunger to escape their confinement, telling them about Earth might not have been such a good idea. Maybe we should be getting back.
But we're nearly at the head of the queue, said Dave.
I have to be home in time to speak to Ear.
We've got loads of time. What are you on about?
Carrie tried to signal with her eyes that she was worried about the Dandrobians.
Are you all right? Asked Dave. Have you got a headache or something?
I'm fine, she replied through her teeth. Though the aliens could not jump from the London Eye, they enjoyed the ride. Aparte clapped her hands with excitement when they reached the top.
London is simply huge.
Notos nodded and stroked his chin. Dave insisted on one last visit before they went home, either mistaking or deliberately misinterpreting Carrie's efforts to communicate her concerns.
You should try and get some sleep on the train. You really should,
he said, as she glared at him.
But we can't leave without seeing Buckingham Palace, and if we hurry we'll catch the changing of the guard.
They made it just in time. The crowd was big, but that wasn't a problem for the aliens, who towered at least a head taller than everyone else. Both of them sighed with pleasure as the ceremony progressed. Seeing the rest of the crowd taking pictures, they wished aloud that they had similar devices to capture the moment and show it to their fellows at home. Carrie thanked her lucky stars they did not. The last thing she needed was evidence that she had harboured 2 escaped convicts. Notos was deeply taken by Buckingham Palace.
What a beautiful building! What wonderful architecture!
He grew wistful.
It reminds me of the palaces we built in the days of our empire.
He shook his head.
Such was our arrogance. Such was our folly.
Aparte's face fell into a look of pensive sorrow.
I must express my admiration for this remarkable place,
added Notos. You just did, Carrie said.
No, I mean I must express it in Earth fashion.
He set off towards the wall surrounding the palace grounds. What do you... Carrie frowned. Then a look of horror came over her face. No, don't do that.
What's up?
Asked Dave.
What's he gonna do?
Carrie didn't answer. She was already hurrying over to Notos, trying to catch up to him before he had a chance to do what she thought he was going to do. She was too late. Before she could stop him, Notos was relieving himself against the wall of Buckingham Palace. Chapter 21. Revelation. The Metropolitan Police are efficient when it comes to dealing with people who defile the property of Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II, but not communicative about where they take the offenders. Half an hour after Notos had been taken away and the crowd had dispersed, Carrie hung up from the 4th police station she had called.
He isn't there, but they gave me another number to try.
Dave was shaking his head.
Why? What got into him? I don't get it.
He turned to Aparte.
Is peeing on old buildings a traditional custom in Dandrobia? Certainly not. I've no idea why darling Notos would do such a thing.
Unable to fight her guilt any longer, a flush rose on Carrie's cheeks, and she turned her back to hide her face. But Dave knew her too well.
Carrie, you've got something to do with this, haven't you? Tell me why that alien thought it was a good idea to urinate on Buckingham Palace.
After clearing her throat, Carrie replied,
I don't know for sure, but it might have something to do with Rogue.
Rogue? How could he be responsible for?
Understanding began to dawn in Dave's eyes.
You mean while Rogue was with you in Dandrobia, he...
Carrie gulped and nodded.
Yes, he did, on one of their most beautiful buildings. So I told Notos that on Earth it was a sign of great admiration.
Dave slapped his hand to his head.
Just when I think you can't...
He sighed and closed his eyes.
Never mind.
Hello?
The police station Carrie was calling had answered.
I'm looking for...
She didn't have to explain for very long about the 7-foot-tall, devastatingly handsome man who had been arrested before the desk sergeant recognized the description and confirmed that, yes, they did have such an individual in custody. She repeated the address to Dave, who wrote it down and scanned around for a taxi. Aparte's substantial frame took up much of the space in the London black cab. Carrie watched the cabbie's eyes as they frequently flicked to his rearview mirror to get a better look at his gorgeous passenger. She became concerned they would crash. Luckily, the traffic was almost at a standstill, and the dangers of an accident were small, though that didn't ease her mind while she wondered what was happening at the police station. What would Notos tell the police officers? She was sure he didn't know her address. She didn't think he even knew she lived in Northampton. As for telling them about himself, he didn't have a last name, and if he told them the truth about where he was from, they would have him committed for psychiatric evaluation. She grimaced at the thought of all the explaining she would have to do. Dave was so exasperated at her for telling Notos that silly explanation for Rogue's behaviour. He wasn't speaking to her. Aparte was perfectly serene. She gazed out the cab window in wonder, hungrily taking in every place and scene they passed, as if it were the last thing she would ever see, apparently unconcerned about what might happen to her fellow Dandrobian. Carrie wondered if she really didn't care about him, or she was confident he would come to no harm. After thrusting the fare and a tip into the cabbie's hand, Carrie burst through the doors of the police station, Dave hurrying behind. Aparte glided in last, smiling serenely. Surrounded by several police officers, Notos was lounging in the station's reception area. The atmosphere appeared relaxed and convivial, and the Dandrobian must have just finished relating a funny story. The officers were grinning and chuckling, and one was wiping her eyes.
Notos, darling,
breathed Aparte, going up to him and air-kissing both his cheeks.
Aparte, so wonderful to see you.
Is this your sister, sir? Asked an officer.
No, but she's a very close relation.
Putting an arm over Aparte's shoulders, Notos turned to Carrie and Dave.
Thank you so much for coming to find me. I've been having a wonderful time with my new friends, but I really mustn't keep them from their work any longer."
No charges were filed against the Dandrobian. In fact, the police seemed glad that Notos had relieved himself on one of Her Majesty's buildings, because it meant they'd had the pleasure of meeting him. During the taxi ride and all the way home on the train, while Notos and Dave were deep in conversation, and Aparte watched the passing countryside with interest, Carrie wondered how things were progressing on Dandrobia. What were the squashpumps doing, and how was it affecting the Dandrobians? She wasn't making a good impression with Earth, and there was a chance she would take her off the case. If her manager did that, Carrie wouldn't get a chance to take Aparte and Notos home. She would be personally responsible for the escape of 2 convicts. Truth be told, she was already responsible for the escape of 2 convicts. They took another taxi from Northampton railway station to Carrie's flat. As well as reducing the chances of the Dandrobians attracting attention, Carrie also wanted to get both of them inside and away from the sights and sounds of Earth, which they seemed to be falling in love with. Rogue, as usual, bounded up when Carrie opened her front door, but backed away when he saw the aliens. Aparte and Notos also drew back, and Carrie shooed her dog into the kitchen. It seemed as though he would never like Dandrobians. Toodles, however, slunk out of her hiding place and leapt onto Aparte's lap as soon as she and Notos sat down in the living room. Carrie and Dave joined Rogue in the kitchen. She sat at the table and rested her chin on her hand. Rogue sniffed at the gap beneath the door to the living room, softly whining. He pawed at the door. "What's up?" Dave was helping himself to her biscuits. "What am I going to do, Dave? There I was thinking it would be so easy to get Aparte back to Dandrobia if I had a friendly Dandrobian to help. But I just assumed I would be going back. I'm speaking to Ia soon. What if she tells me I'm not returning? That I'm off the case? Gavin replaced me quickly enough before. What if she does the same?" "What if she does?" "I'm left with 2 alien absconders living with me. That's what. Maybe forever. And that's the least of my problems. If what's happened gets out, that's it. Like you said, I'm out of a job. And that's the nicest thing the council will do." Dave munched thoughtfully, leaning against the fridge. "Oh well, there's not a lot you can do about it, so why worry?" "Why worry? Huh, that's easy for you to say." Carrie pointed a finger at Dave. "You've changed your tune. The other day you were telling me off for taking Aparte out, like I was a naughty schoolgirl. Now it's no big problem. And I know why." He reached into the tin for another biscuit. "Why's that, then?" "You know. There's no need for me to spell it out." Dave shrugged and picked out a custard cream. "You fancy him, don't you? Notos." He threw the biscuit into his mouth and smiled as he chewed. "I know. He's gorgeous, isn't he? They all are. You should see them. It's like Oscar night, minus all the makeup and plastic surgery." "Yeah, they do look incredibly like us." Carrie suddenly remembered she had meant to look up who Aparte and Notos were in Greek mythology. All she knew was that they were minor gods. She took out her phone and typed the names into a search engine. When she read the entries that appeared, her jaw fell open and her eyes stretched wide. "Oh no!" "What's wrong?" She wordlessly handed her friend the phone. "Aparte, the goddess of deceit. That isn't good. But look, Notos was only a wind god. That isn't too bad, is it?" "I told you what happened to the squashpump foreign secretary, didn't I? His accident was due to a freak gust of wind. Wind gods can control the wind.
On Dandrobia, the Dandrobians control everything.
Had Notos blown down the squashpump Foreign Secretary's column at the open-air meeting? She shook her head.
How could I be so blind? Aparthe's been playing with me all this time. I'm sure of it. Dandrobians can pass as humans, and Earth is the only place in the galaxy they can go where they won't be easy to find. What if Aparthe was the front runner? Now Notos is here too. What if the Dandrobians are planning an invasion of Earth? What have I done?
She buried her head in her hands.
They must be trying to get the whole population over. Aparthe was saying there aren't many of them left. They could disappear into Earth's billions.
She lowered her hands.
But to get the rest of them here, they need spaceships or transgalactic gateways. They don't have spaceships, and the Council controls the gateways.
And so do the Plactoids.
Yes, them too.
She'd forgotten about the mechanical aliens who were illegally using gateway technology.
Well, it's a shame. Notos seems like a good bloke, but you have to tell your manager.
You're right.
She slumped onto the table, but after a moment she sat up.
Wait, how about... What if I can expose the entire Dandrobian plot to Ea? She might forgive the mistake I made letting Aparthe and Notos escape.
Dave pulled a sceptical face.
Do you really think so?
I don't know, but what do I have to lose?
The Dandrobians invading Earth?
If they could all get to Earth, they would have already. Not yet. They're waiting for something, or they need something. If I find out what, I can show Ea the whole plan. And maybe she won't sack me.
Well, you'd better hope she hasn't taken you off the case already.
I'll find out soon. Dave, if she does send me back, I want you to come with me.
No, I'm not allowed.
I've already broken so many rules. One more won't make any difference. And I need you. This is why everything's going to pot. You aren't there to help me like you were on Utoon. I can't do it without you.
She paused. She'd heard nothing from the living room for a while. Had Aparthe and Notos overheard them? She opened the door. The room was empty. She ran through it and out into the hallway. The front door was also ajar. Rogue was right behind Carrie, and he took his chance. Bounding out of the flat, he leapt, barking, down the stairs and out into the street. Standing dumbfounded, Carrie heard a voice coming from her translator.
Transgalactic Intercultural Community Crisis Liaison Officer Hatchett, where are you?
Chapter 22. Carrie thwarted. The tension in the air was almost palpable when Carrie and Dave arrived in the receiving hall. None of the Dandrobians questioned Dave's presence, though they must have known it was unorthodox. Aparthe and Notos had now both managed to slip out of Dandrobia, and the Dandrobians must also have known that. Yet they were saying nothing, waiting for Carrie to make the first move. Presumably they wouldn't inform the Transgalactic Council about Dave until they knew what she was going to do. Carrie's heart ached at the memory of Rogue bounding downstairs and outside. He had never run away from her before, never. And though she thought he was only making sure the Dandrobians left, and she knew she would return to Earth only seconds after he'd gone, so she would have plenty of time to go after him. Still, the idea that she might not find him twisted her stomach into knots of fear.
He'll be okay.
Dave was watching Carrie's expression as the Dandrobians escorted them out of the hall. She turned away and forced down her tears. The group of Dandrobians moved ahead.
So what do you have to do exactly?
Asked Dave. Her friend already knew the answer to this question. He had heard her conversation with Eoch, but he was trying to distract her from her misery. I have to inspect the damage and assess what help the Dandrobians need.
Do you think they'll allow them the technology to defend themselves?
Depends on what harm the squashpumps are causing, I should think. Their weapons seem pretty inoffensive from what I could tell.
That's odd. What's the point of weapons that don't hurt anyone?
Carrie was too miserable to care. She was sick of the whole situation. She wanted to go home and find her dog. He was far more important than a job with the Transgalactic Council.
As you can see,
said a female Dandrobian, turning around and indicating with a spreading motion the surrounding scene.
The squashpumps attack has been quite devastating.
The lush green sward was dry and brown, and the bright stone of the walls was covered in a dark grey patina. In the distance, Dandrobians infected by squashpumps were roaming, legs stiff, their arms held out before them. "Steer clear of them," said Carrie to Dave, pointing at the zombie-like aliens.
"Why?"
"You don't want to know."
"What else would you like to see?"
asked the female alien.
"The damage is clear. The Transgalactic Council must do something to protect us, or allow us to leave. We simply can't go on living here. The squashpumps' actions have set a precedent. Other former colonies will come and attack us. Dandrobia's coordinates are hardly a secret."
"That's a bit of a jump," said Carrie. "I can't see any reason why others would follow the squashpumps' example."
"Oh, but they will,"
protested a male Dandrobian.
"They have this terrible victim mentality. They all want their reparations, their revenge. Ungrateful things. We brought civilization to half of them, didn't we?"
He turned to his fellows, and they nodded. Civilization at the expense of what? Carrie wondered. Tyranny? Subjugation?
Now, darlings,"
said another Dandrobian.
"Why don't we let Officer Hatchett do her job? I'm sure we can trust her to complete a thorough inspection. Then perhaps she and her companion would like to join us for a small supper this evening, before a wider inspection tomorrow."
Carrie was supposed to stay the night, and the following day the Dandrobians would take her to see the damage the squashpumps had caused further afield.
"Yes,"
said the female.
"The evidence speaks for itself. When the Transgalactic Council sees a full report of what the terrible squashpumps have done, it's bound to finally lift those awful sanctions and allow us to leave."
Carrie took Dave around the complex as she inspected it and the surrounding landscape. The squashpumps' dust had sucked the moisture out of everything, but hadn't apparently caused any other damage. Then they went together to the retiring room.
"What's this? Some sort of food?"
Dave picked up the circle of bread from the table and took a bite.
It's delicious."
Carrie inhaled sharply as she recalled the Dandrobians' history in ancient Greece. "I think I know now. It might be ambrosia." She pointed to the tap in the wall. "And maybe that supplies nectar. Ambrosia and nectar are what the ancient gods ate and drank. Or..." Her eyes grew wide. "Dave, if I'm right, and that is what I think it is, it might make you immortal."
"What?"
exclaimed Dave through a full mouth. He spat out the remnants of the bread onto the table. "Ugh, what did you do that for?"
"I don't know if I want to be immortal. I need to think about it."
"What do you mean you don't want to be immortal? Everyone wants to be immortal. You don't want to die, do you?"
"Not right this minute, but that doesn't mean I want to live forever either."
"Dave, that's crazy."
"Crazy? I'll tell you what's crazy. Travelling millions of light years across the galaxy in a glowing green mist and working with immortal pin-up stars of ancient Greece.
He paused, went to the window and looked out.
That manager of yours isn't around, is she?
He hasn't set foot or claw on the planet the whole time I've been coming here. Anyway, you don't need to worry about her. She isn't going to hurt you any more than Gavin would. The Transgalactic Council wouldn't employ them as managers if they were dangerous.
Okay, so what's the plan?
Well,
Carrie bit her lip.
I want you to steal something for me.
Dave turned from the window.
What do you mean?
You remember the big building outside the complex? Part of it is a library containing information about the Dandrobians, or so Notos told me, but the door's locked, which makes no sense. So I think there must be something.
Dave held up a hand to silence her.
That isn't what I meant. Why are you asking me to steal for you?
Oh, come on, Dave. You know why.
Her friend folded his arms and glared at her.
No, I don't. Please explain.
Because you know, that's what you do, and...
Carrie withered under his stare.
You're good at it.
Carrie,
said Dave, his jaw set.
You're a good friend, so I'll forgive you for this misunderstanding. But please don't mistake my medical condition with something I have voluntary control over. It isn't like I want to steal things. I can't help myself.
I wasn't saying anything different, but I just thought it would come in handy right now. Maybe I can find out what the Dandrobians are planning. They're obviously up to something.
Dave rolled his eyes.
Maybe they are, and maybe there is something in the library. But you do know what involuntary means, don't you? I don't plan it. I can't just go and steal something on purpose, however convenient it might be.
Carrie sat on the chaise longue and pulled a piece of bread from a loaf.
That makes things a bit difficult.
There was a knock at the door. When Carrie opened it, a svelte blonde Dandrobian was waiting.
Are you both rested?
When Carrie and Dave nodded, she clasped her hands together and said,
Oh, good. Do come with me to a little supper we've prepared.
We'd love to,
said Carrie.
But could you give us just a minute?
Of course.
Carrie closed the door. Then she fished in her bag and took out mascara, eyeshadow, blusher and lipstick she had brought with her.
What are you doing?
Asked Dave.
What does it look like? I'm getting ready to go out.
But you don't wear makeup.
Hello?
Carrie waved her mascara stick at him. Dave leaned in a corner and put his hands in his pockets, his head tilted to one side as he watched. Carrie pulled a brush through her hair, trying to flatten its stubborn kink. She definitely needed more practice at applying cosmetics, but the result looked better than nothing at all.
There.
She turned to Dave and smiled brightly.
All done. Shall we go?
Chapter 23. Squashpump Surprise.
I wish I didn't have to wear this horrible jumpsuit. I look awful,
said Carrie as she and Dave followed the blonde Dandrobian. Her friend shook his head.
What do you care?
That's easy enough for you to say, Mr. Gorgeous and always perfectly dressed. As it happens, as well as this stupid uniform being uncomfortably tight, it makes me feel even more fat and unattractive than normal, now that I'm around the Dandrobians.
Dave tutted.
Looks aren't important, Carrie.
Only good-looking people say that, and it isn't true. Look at yourself. You certainly thought looks were important when it came to Notos.
Well, okay, they do make a difference. But if Notos was some arsehole, I wouldn't give him the time of day. Looks aren't that important, I should say. Not when it comes to things that matter.
Carrie stopped and clenched her fists.
You don't know. Don't say that, because you have no idea what it's like when you aren't attractive, when you're just average, or even worse, downright unattractive. As Dave's face softened in concern, Carrie blinked back, the tears rising in her eyes. She shook her head. Don't take any notice of me. It's just being around these damned Dandrobians makes me feel so inadequate. Ahead of them a door opened and light spilled out into the gathering dusk.
Wonderful,
drawled the male Dandrobian in the doorway. He turned to the others inside, exclaiming,
They're here, everyone.
As they reached the doorway, he said,
Do come in out of that dreadful dust.
He ushered the two humans to seats. Shell beakers of the Dandrobian special beverage were placed in their hands.
Drink up,
chorused the Dandrobians, giggling and clutching each other in a way that told Carrie they had already drunk plenty themselves. Dave eyed the contents of his cup and sniffed it. It's fine, said Carrie. It's really nice, in fact. It makes you tipsy, but you don't have a hangover the next day. Dave glanced around. The Dandrobians were drifting away to chat and laugh in groups. He said quietly,
Do you think it's wise in the circumstances?
Oh, for goodness sake, Dave, lighten up. First you don't want to be immortal, now you don't want to have a little drink. Where's the harm? You're on another world. Enjoy yourself for once.
Carrie took a large swig.
Take it easy. Are you worried about Rogue? We'll have plenty of time to go and look for him when we get back. You should be more cautious. You are on duty after all.
Carrie took another drink.
Dave, I'm not a police officer. I'm a Transgalactic Community, she burped. Crisis Liaison officer. Pardon me. Try some.
Lifting the beaker to his lips, Dave took a sip.
Not bad.
Told you. Have some more. There's plenty where that came from. They have an endless supply, I think. There's probably a tree that exudes the stuff as its sap, or it bubbles up from a spring.
Dave was tipping back his head as he drained his cup.
It's great.
He had hardly brought the beaker down when a smiling Dandrobian filled it again.
Thanks very much.
He took another swallow and another.
Hold on, I can't keep up with you at that rate.
It was the last thing Carrie remembered before waking up in the grey morning light. She was lying on a long seat in the party room. Dave was lying on another across from her, still asleep. They were alone. She sat up and swung her legs down. As before, the night's drinking had left no after effect. She tiptoed to the door to avoid waking her friend, turned the handle and pulled. The door did not open. She tried again, but they seemed to be locked in. Her heart began to race. She scanned around. The room had no windows, nor any other exit. She knocked on the door, hoping the Dandrobians had locked them in by mistake. No one answered, but the sound woke Dave.
That was some night.
He blinked and stretched as he sat up.
We're locked in.
What?
He rubbed his eyes as he joined her at the door and pulled on the handle. Banging with his fist, he shouted,
Hello?
They must have done it on purpose. Goodness knows what they're up to. What are we going to do?
I don't know. Oh, yes, I do. You can contact your manager. You brought your bag. You've got the translator.
Yes, of course.
Carrie searched for her bag on and under the seats and tables. She didn't find it. Thinking back to the previous evening, she was sure she recalled putting her makeup away and taking the bag with her as they left the retiring room.
I did bring it. I remember.
I remember you bringing it too.
Dave was also searching, but he gave up.
It isn't here.
As the truth dawned, they sat down together. Neither said a thing. What was there to say? They were trapped. How long would they be in here? Would the Dandrobians ever let them out again?
They can't keep us here forever. Ia knows I'm here. If I don't report back, she'll alert the council, and they'll send people to find us.
What if they tell her you were in a freak accident like that squash pump, and that you died?
They can't do that. They'd have to provide my body as evidence.
They might say you disappeared, or maybe they could grow a body. They are genetic engineers after all. All they'd need would be some of your DNA, which they could get off a beaker you drank from.
Carrie shook her head.
They don't have the technology to do that anymore.
Dave didn't reply. He was looking at a corner of the ceiling.
What's that?
A dark grey soft lump was there, growing steadily larger. It took Carrie a moment to realise what it was, and when she did, her heart froze.
There's another one.
Dave was pointing at a place where the floor met the wall. This lump was larger than the first. It was nearly through. Carrie ran to the door and hammered on it.
"Let us out, please! I'm begging you, please!"
She tugged on the door handle.
"What is it?"
asked Dave.
"What's wrong?"
Spinning around, her back to the door, Carrie stared as more soft grey lumps emerged. The one appearing from the ceiling plopped to the floor with a squelch. More followed it. From the tiniest gaps in the walls, floor or ceiling they came, their flexible bodies oozing through. Heart thumping, Carrie squeaked.
"They're squashpumps, and they've come to zombify us!"
Chapter 24. Secret Message. Dave rolled his eyes.
"Honestly, Carrie, you overreact sometimes. Look at them. They're just big slugs. If they try to attack us, we can just squish them."
Carrie was vigorously shaking her head. "You haven't seen them in action. You haven't seen how fast they can move, what they can do." She began to edge towards a corner where no squash pump had yet emerged.
"I'll tread on one and show you."
Dave stepped towards a large squash pump.
"No, don't! You can't just squash them. They're intelligent."
Remembering the way the Foreign Secretary had survived being sliced in half, Carrie was not sure that squashing would hurt them anyway.
"Watch out!"
Something wet and heavy fell onto Carrie's shoulder. She shrieked and flicked the squash pump onto the floor. Almost immediately, another landed on her head.
Ugh!
She pulled it off and threw it in a random direction, which happened to be towards Dave's face. The creature landed with a slap, an image of a squash pump disappearing behind a Dandrobian eyeball vivid in her mind. Carrie screamed and darted to her friend. He pulled the alien off before she reached him and flung it down, raising a foot. Carrie, already speeding towards him, knocked him over. They landed in a heap.
"What are you doing?"
"I told you, you can't kill them. They're sentient. They can talk."
Pushing himself upright, Dave said,
"Why don't they then?"
"I think they are."
Amid all the squashing and squelching, Carrie could hear the squash pump's squeaks.
"We can't understand them without the translator."
She stood up and hugged herself, her shoulders raised. The room was alive with squash pumps. The floor, walls and ceiling were covered with them. She inched backwards, away from those near her feet, but stopped when she saw there were more behind her.
"There's one good thing."
"What's that?"
"If they wanted to zombify us, they're taking a long time about it."
Dave didn't answer. He was staring at a wall, his head tilted. There were squash pumps all over it, and the ones that were not already there were sliding towards it.
"Am I imagining it?"
It took Carrie a few moments to figure out what he meant. There were shapes on the wall made up of squash pump bodies. Very familiar shapes. The creatures were forming the letters of the Roman alphabet with words and sentences. Even before it was complete, Carrie could read the message. "We mean no harm. Forced to attack. Please help us." Carrie's hands flew to her mouth.
"Oh my goodness!"
She turned to Dave. At the same time, the faint sound of Dandrobian voices came through the door, growing louder. What would they do if they saw the room full of squash pumps? Even if they didn't see the message, they would suspect the squashpumps had tried to inform on them. The squashpumps must have heard the voices too, for they began to glide rapidly towards the nearest escape routes. Carrie ran to the wall and began picking squashpumps off it and putting them next to the gaps in the floor and ceiling so they could escape faster. Dave joined her.
Quick, hurry!
Carrie grabbed handfuls of the squashpumps that were farthest from safety and bundled them into the room corners, flinging cushions over them. The Dandrobian voices were louder. They were nearly at the door. Carrie and Dave stuffed squashpumps into beakers and jugs, put them on chairs facing away from the door, or threw them underneath. As a key turned in the lock, Carrie was still holding one squashpump. She winced and pushed it down the front of her jumpsuit, where it lay on her chest, wet and warm. The door opened.
"Darlings,"
drawled the male Dandrobian in the doorway. Another, a female, was standing just behind him, smiling warmly.
"You simply have to forgive us. You were both sleeping so soundly last night, we didn't want to disturb you. But we locked the door in case any of our poor infected fellows were wandering nearby. Then we all slept late and forgot about you."
"We really are awfully sorry," said the female. "You do forgive us, don't you? Tell us you do. Oh, please, won't you?" She batted her eyelashes. The squashpump nestling on Carrie's bare skin squirmed, and she swallowed. "Oh, don't worry. We forgive you, don't we, Dave?" He nodded.
He
said, his lips firmly closed, a pained expression on his face. A horrible realization dawned over Carrie. She dragged her eyes from her friend and back to the Dandrobians, saying brightly, "Shall we go then?"
"Yes, we must get you some breakfast," said the male Dandrobian.
As the two turned to leave, Dave spat a squashpump into his hand. He pulled another from under his shirt, while Carrie retrieved hers from her jumpsuit. Stooping to put down the squashpumps, they followed the Dandrobians. Chapter 25. Out to Sea. Crossing the now dry, barren space between the buildings, the male Dandrobian elbowed his companion in her ribs.
"Shall we tell them now?" "No, let's... Are you all right, darling?"
As she was replying, the female had caught sight of Dave's face, which was pale green. He smiled tightly.
"I'm fine, thanks. Just fine."
"Well,
if you're sure."
She did not look convinced.
"I suppose we might as well tell you now. We would like to take you on an ocean voyage today to see the wider damage the squashpumps caused with their dreadful dust. The ocean's the safest place on the planet at the moment," said the male. "The dust can't do us much harm there. It just sinks to the bottom. We can take you to the other affected areas and stay just a short time before returning to the water."
Carrie didn't want to agree to the suggestion. She suspected the Dandrobians were up to something. They were definitely manipulating the squashpumps somehow, and she didn't believe their story about locking her and Dave up for their own protection. They had obviously wanted to prevent them from having any contact with the squashpumps, and maybe from seeing things they didn't want them to see. But she couldn't think of a reason to refuse. "I tell you what, let's eat while I think about it."
"Of course, my love. You must be starving,"
said the female. Carrie grimaced. The Dandrobian style of speech had begun to grate, and their overly affectionate behaviour and language struck her as deeply false. She wondered what they were really like. Were they all like a party? Deceitful and liable to turn in a second from apparently sweet and endearing to defiant and aggressive. Stalling over a delicious breakfast of Dandrobian bread and richly flavoured sweet fruits, Carrie failed to come up with a way of avoiding the ocean trip. She had no alternative but to agree to the Dandrobians' proposal. Arriving at the shore, Carrie relaxed a little as she inhaled the sea air. It was wonderful to return to the ocean where she had had a lovely swim and had been carried through the waves on the back of a sea creature. But she was surprised to see there was no ship nor any other water transport. Surely they weren't going to travel on milliots.
You'd think they'd have a boat ready,
said Dave. She didn't reply, wondering how the Dandrobians travelled long distances across the ocean without complex technology. Sailboats? An alien waded out a short distance into the water, his robes floating around him. When he was chest deep, he dipped underneath. Carrie expected to see him surface as he began swimming, but he didn't reappear. The other Dandrobians were unperturbed by his behaviour.
"What's he doing?"
Dave asked Carrie. "I think he might be arranging our transportation."
"His,"
said a nearby Dandrobian, overhearing their conversation.
"It should arrive soon. He's going to drown if he stays under much longer,"
said Dave.
No, said the alien. "A few of us can breathe underwater. A remnant from the days when we could engineer our bodies to do whatever we liked. When we were confined to this world, we were stuck with whatever adaptation we happened to be sporting at the time."
The head of the water-breathing Dandrobian broke the surface a short distance away. Standing upright, he rose higher and higher, until he was impossibly high above the waves. Carrie gasped. A wide, silvery shape appeared in the water around him. He was standing on the back of a sea creature, and as it surfaced, it carried him up with it. Seawater ran in torrents from its back as it rose. Wide and flat, it was shaped like a manta ray. Finally, the creature stopped rising and bobbed gently as it floated on the ocean surface. "I think our ride's arrived," Carrie said.
"Off we go,"
said a Dandrobian, and Carrie and Dave followed the party out into the waves. Broad and flat and glistening in the pink-tinged sunlight, the creature's back held a series of ridges, large enough to provide low Dandrobian-sized seats. At its front were eyes, just submerged, and on the upper surface were two holes, like nostrils or whale blowholes. The water-breathing Dandrobian seated himself behind these.
"Is it safe?"
whispered Dave, as he and Carrie settled into side-by-side seats. "It's safe, I'm sure of it. All Dandrobian animals were engineered to be helpful, or at least harmless, a long time ago. I think this trip we're taking is safe too. If they wanted to kill us, they could have done it earlier, and in a much less elaborate way than this. The weakest Dandrobian could snap our necks like wishbones."
"Wow, thanks for that thought."
"You know what I mean. Anyway, there are sea creatures that bring you back to shore if you swim out of your depth. We'd find it hard to drown if we wanted to. And some Dandrobians are coming with us. No, whatever they've got planned, they don't want to hurt us. At least, not yet." The Dandrobian sitting at the head of the aquatic animal turned and called.
"Are we all comfortable?"
"Yes, dear, we're ready,"
replied his fellows. He reached into the hand-sized nostrils of the creature, and its wings began to undulate in the water. It turned smoothly so that it faced out to sea, and the ocean breeze whipped Carrie's hair back from her face. Within a few moments they began to move forward, and soon they were sailing smoothly out into the waves. The water was calm, and the motion of the animal was even, so that there was only a gentle movement up and down, as if they were being rocked in a cradle. The sea breeze was balmy. Above, the large pale sun came from behind a cloud, setting the wave tips alight. As they drew farther from the shore, Carrie began to relax. The air was warm, the sun was bright, and she was riding a magnificent sea creature across the ocean of an alien planet. Gazing into the deep blue sky, she saw, flying high above them, its wings dazzlingly bright, a Pegasus. She grabbed Dave's arm and pointed.
"Bloody hell,"
he said, as he caught sight of the mythical animal.
"Is everything all right?"
called a Dandrobian seated behind them.
"Oh, yes,"
called Carrie.
"Are you enjoying yourselves? We thought you would."
"But where are we going?"
The Dandrobian laid a finger along his nose and winked.
"All in good time, my dears. All in good time."
Chapter 26. Window to the Past. The waves were growing larger, but their transportation skirted smoothly through the water. Carrie lay back in her seat, letting the motion sway her. On their left lay the coastline, and they remained within sight of it as they travelled. To their right was nothing but waves. Carrie wondered what land masses Dandrobia had, and what they were like. The same rolling green hills and wildflowers as were around the complex rose along the shoreline. Carrie pointed them out to Dave, showing him the beauty of Dandrobia in areas where the squashpumps had not scattered their dust. Her friend turned to the Dandrobians.
"It's a beautiful world you have here."
The aliens exchanged glances and smiled wistfully.
"Thank you,"
said one, giving a slight bow.
"You're very gracious, but we've lived with this design for millennia. You can change the landscape?"
asked Dave. The Dandrobian sighed.
"We used to be able to, until they took away our technology. We could have whatever we wanted."
She gestured to the land they were passing.
"I remember when this area was high cliffs. So dramatic, darling. It was wonderful." "Did you like them?"
asked her fellow.
"I thought they were rather cliché. I much preferred the sand dunes. Each to their own, but my point, dearest human, is that we've lived with the same old thing for thousands of years. It no longer captivates us, but we appreciate the compliment, don't we, loves?" "Oh, yes, you're very kind." "It's very sweet of you." "Absolutely wonderful." "Of course, engineering the landscape is a mere frippery. We can do without it. What's worse is that now we can die. If we have a serious accident, we're gone. Just like that."
She snapped her fingers.
"There was a time when if, for example, one of us was so unfortunate as to tumble from those cliffs, we might have been able to save the poor thing. Nowadays, an accidental knock to the head, a slip of a knife, and poof!" "Well, you do live forever otherwise," said Dave, "so it doesn't seem that hard a fate."
Dave's opinion was not well received. There were a few dark looks and frowns, but the Dandrobians quickly recovered their composure.
"You probably wouldn't understand,"
said one.
"If you can live for eternity, it makes dying that much harder."
Dave glanced at Carrie and turned back around to face the front. A puzzling idea had struck Carrie, but she wasn't sure if she should voice it. The conversation seemed to be straying into awkward territory, and the two of them were at the mercy of their hosts. She didn't want to anger them, but Carrie had never been good at controlling her impulses.
"If you don't have the technology to prevent deaths from accidents anymore, I'm assuming the rest of your medical care is pre-industrial too."
"That's absolutely right, dear. You're so clever. It's a dreadful shame."
"So, if that's the case, how come you're all so perfect? No one has any scars or burns or stumps or anything. You're all whole and flawless. Why is that? Sorry for asking. I don't mean to be rude."
For the second time, the Dandrobians' equanimity slipped. They fidgeted and looked at each other.
"Oh,"
one broke out.
"You've only seen a few of us. Some Dandrobians have dreadful scars. Just dreadful."
She shook her head.
"Nearly there."
The pilot pointed to the shore. Carrie followed the line of his finger to a distant hill. It was a lush, green, smoothly shaped mound, and on the top of it was a sight that made Carrie's heart leap. It was not made of rough, dirty white marble, battered by thousands of years of exposure to the elements, but it was unmistakable. On a solid rectangular base were a series of columns supporting a low-pitched roof. The building was a riot of colour too, but Carrie recognised it all the same. The Parthenon.
"Do you think we have to climb all the way to the top?"
Dave asked Carrie as they disembarked the sea creature and waded through the shallows. Close up, the hill was taller than it had appeared out at sea. It was about 200 metres above sea level. No wonder it dominated the landscape.
"Stop complaining. It'll give you some much-needed exercise."
Carrie always despaired at how hopelessly out of shape Dave was. He could get away with it while he was young, but when he was older, he would pay the price.
"I don't mind a bit of a stroll, but that'll be like climbing Everest."
Carrie rolled her eyes. A Dandrobian who had overheard their conversation wrapped a friendly arm around Dave's shoulders, making him stagger.
"Don't worry, darling. We don't have to climb up. That would be dreadfully tiresome. No, the temple's just for show."
He chuckled.
"Have patience, my loves. We are nearly there, and then all will be revealed."
The two humans followed the aliens in a wide circle around the base of the hill. The land that spread out around them was mixed forest and scrub, and some open patches of ground that held only one type of plant.
"We're in an agricultural district,"
explained a Dandrobian.
"Really?"
said Dave.
"Doesn't look like any farmland I've ever seen."
The alien shrugged.
"We don't farm, we gather. The land and plants are self-sustaining. Of course, nothing on Dandrobia is poisonous to us, but outside the agricultural zones, the planting is mostly ornamental. It's convenient to grow our major crops together in certain areas. This is one such place. There are many scattered about." "Wow, you really thought of everything, didn't you?" "Not us, my dear."
She smiled condescendingly.
"Our ancestors were the ones who created these places and others, before boredom and overpopulation drove them to seek out new worlds. We tweaked here and there and engineered the planets we colonized."
"Conquered," thought Carrie. But though the Dandrobians were not to be trusted, she couldn't help admire them for their achievements. They had created a paradise, even if they didn't appreciate it. But what did they have in store for her and Dave? All pretense about taking them to see areas the squashpumps had damaged seemed to have been forgotten. They were nearing the side of the hill away from the shore, and the leading Dandrobian was striding purposefully towards the green bank of its side. There was nothing else, only the hill. Carrie wondered if maybe they would have to climb it after all, as there was nowhere else for them to go but up. The female stopped at the hill's base and turned.
"Are we quite sure, everyone?"
She was speaking to the other Dandrobians, not to Carrie or Dave.
"Yes, don't let's stop now. We've come this far. We can't go back." "Very well."
She about-faced and resumed her path. But as she reached the bottom of the hill, her feet didn't step upwards. Within a moment, she had walked right into it. Chapter 27. Revelation. Carrie and Dave gaped.
"Don't worry, loves. She's only gone inside. We'll follow. It's perfectly safe."
Dave's alarmed eyes sought Carrie's, but she had no reassuring look to give him. They kept pace with their companions as they neared the hill.
It's just an illusion.
As she went inside, her arms came up reflexively, but she felt nothing at all as they passed through the seemingly solid grassy slope. Inside, the light was so brilliant she had to screw up her eyes. Myriad overhead lights reflected from a shiny floor and walls. Checking behind her, where they had entered, she saw a faceless wall with a faint line marking the boundary of the entrance. They were in a room that must have encompassed the base of the hill. It was utterly unlike all the Dandrobian structures Carrie had seen so far. There was none of the aging, faded, colourful charm of the receiving hall, retiring room, meeting room, and other buildings in the government complex. This place could have been built yesterday. Each surface was spotlessly clean and white, from floor to ceiling. Cubicles ran down both sides, their walls too high for Carrie to see over. Between the cubicles and the main walls, narrow corridors ran. In the centre was an open space. Bizarrely, the place reminded Carrie of the call centre where she and Dave worked, only the cubicles were larger. It was also immaculate and looked brand new. Carrie realised her mouth was hanging open and she shut it like a trap. Dave looked similarly amazed. The Dandrobians were watching them steadily, their faces inscrutable. Though their affable masks had dropped, they were all very, very serious.
"Welcome to our engineering centre," said one.
But you...
Carrie didn't know what to say.
"We aren't allowed to engineer, nor have engineering centres," said another Dandrobian. "Precisely. And yet we do have them. And this isn't the only one." "Shh! Don't tell her so much. There's no point in keeping secrets any longer. Now that we've shown them this, we are past the point of no return."
Carrie's mind was struggling to process the implications of the revelation.
"So,"
she swallowed.
"why are you showing us this?"
Dave seemed to have come to the same realization. They were both now in dreadful danger, much more danger than they had been in back at the complex. The two edged closer.
"We have an offer to make,"
said the female Dandrobian who had led them in.
"We are tired of this world. We want to wander the stars again. We've been confined long enough, and we've paid our price 1,000 times over. But the Unity won't listen to us. All they're interested in is apologies and reparations. They've bled us dry. And for what? For a little governance of some primitive worlds. We brought civilization to the planets we colonized. Most of their sentient species would still be grubbing in the dirt if it weren't for us. And were they grateful? No. Dictators they called us. Tyrants. When all we wanted to do was help. We've had enough. We aren't prepared to give any more apologies. We want our freedom. We need our freedom. We are dying here, suffocating. We're an intelligent species. We need stimulation, challenges. We're rotting here. Transgalactic Intercultural Community Crisis Liaison Officer Hatchett. But with your help, we can be free.
There was a pause. The Dandrobians were watching Carrie for her reaction. She tried her best to keep her face expressionless.
"And, what help do you think I can offer? I'm just..."
"You must write a report. You've seen what the squashpumps did to us. As each species we ruled reaches a stage of development where they can join the Unity, it's only going to get worse. They're all going to come looking for us and seeking retribution for harms they imagine we caused.
The female stepped closer.
When you complete your report, you can recommend the sanctions are lifted for our safety. Your recommendation would carry much weight. You've been here during the attacks. You've seen it all. A recommendation for greater freedom is all we ask.
Remembering the squashpumps' message, Carrie knew the attack was fake. How the Dandrobians had pressured the squashpumps into it, she didn't know yet, but they were clearly trying to manipulate her. She wasn't going to agree to their request in a Dandrobian lifetime, but she couldn't tell them that, considering the position she and Dave were in.
But you could have asked me this back at the complex. Why have you brought us here?
To persuade you!
Burst out another Dandrobian with such energy, Carrie took a step back.
No, it isn't what you think,
said the female.
Don't we keep telling you we don't mean any harm? We aren't tyrants, Officer Hatchett. We're champions of galactic civilization.
She put her hands together beneath her chin.
We've brought you here to offer you a makeover.
Silence stretched out as the Dandrobians watched them.
That isn't what I thought you were going to say.
What kind of makeover? Asked Dave. Well, anything you like, really, darling. Though we'd be happy to make 1 or 2 suggestions if you aren't sure what kind of look you want to go for.
Carrie raised a finger hesitantly.
If I can just get this straight, you're offering my friend and I a haircut, makeup, and new clothes in return for my recommendation that your entire species be set free from imprisonment?
At this, the Dandrobians began laughing. They laughed so much they cried, and some had to cling to others to stop themselves from falling down. When their giggles had died away sufficiently for one of them to speak, he said,
No, my dear. We can do so much more than that. We are Dandrobians.
He shook his head and waggled a finger.
Surely you've noticed what we're capable of. A world that, from the peak of the highest mountain to the deepest ocean trench, we have transformed to our needs. To be frank, my dear, I'm the teeniest bit insulted. Do you really think all we can provide is a new haircut and a make-up session? No, my love.
The female stepped close to Carrie, who craned her neck to look up into the alien's face.
No, we can offer you much, much more.
Chapter 28. Carrie's Struggle. The male Dandrobian who had spoken also moved closer. He and the female began to circle Carrie.
Wouldn't you, for example, like to be a little taller? Wouldn't you like to change your hair colour to a, let's say, more pleasing shade? We could make your eyes larger and even them up, straighten and refine your nose, make your face more symmetrical. Did you know you have a few tiny wrinkles already, and your skin is losing its luster?
Another female approached.
We could pull back those rounded shoulders, and wouldn't you prefer to be a little bigger here?
She lightly poked one of Carrie's breasts.
And a little smaller here.
She patted her bottom.
And a little thinner all over.
Carrie flinched and tried to step through the circle the 3 Dandrobians were forming. She glanced sideways at Dave, but a Dandrobian blocked her view. She opened her mouth to speak, but the leading female held up a hand.
Don't answer straight away. Take some time to think about it. Body modifications are something that should be considered carefully. But have no doubt,
She leaned in until her face was only centimetres from Carrie's.
We are experts. We can achieve the very best results,
Carrie said. I wasn't going to give you my decision.
Oh?
No, I was going to point out a flaw in your plan. If I undergo the body alterations you suggest, my manager will see immediately that I've changed, and it'll be clear that you did it. And if I turn up in an altered body, it'll show the Transgalactic Council that you've been illegally engineering things again. Her heart rose into her mouth. Maybe she shouldn't have pointed that out.
Oh!
The Dandrobian turned her head and waved a hand dismissively.
Transgalactic Council managers are drawn from the same species, which perceives the world almost entirely through smell. When we've finished with you, you'll smell exactly the same. Your manager will never notice any alterations, but you certainly shall.
She prodded Carrie's chest. Carrie thought back to her first meeting with Gavin. He had mistaken her for a squash pump, but at the time she hadn't realised how outrageously wrong he'd been. The Dandrobians were correct. Neither Gavin nor Earg would notice any change in her appearance.
Don't you realise, my dear, how much easier your life would be if you were devastatingly attractive? Everyone loves beauty. You'll have so many friends. Everyone will want to spend time with you, or have you work for them, or not work at all. You'll be richer, more successful. Everyone will love you. Wouldn't you like that?
The Dandrobian stepped back.
But before you decide, let me show you what we can do.
Carrie had a clear view of the room once more. Dave was gone.
Hey, where's my friend?
Don't worry. The others have whisked him away to show him the wonderful transformations he can undertake.
Carrie clenched her fists.
Take me to Dave right now.
Calm down, my love. There he is.
A cubicle on the other side of the room slid back, revealing her friend. He was looking at a long, high screen, like an oversized dressing room mirror. On the screen was an image of a taller, even more attractive Dave. Carrie called his name, and he turned and gave her a wave before resuming his contemplation of his alternative body and face. She frowned. Why would Dave be tempted by such an offer? He was already attractive. Surely he was satisfied with how he looked.
This way, darling,
trilled a Dandrobian, and another cubicle wall slid back. Unsure of what to do, Carrie followed the Dandrobian to the cubicle. She glanced over her shoulder at Dave, who was preoccupied with studying his image. She shook her head. 2 Dandrobians awaited her in the cubicle. One rubbed his hands together.
This is my favourite part.
Sitting down, he picked up a wire lying across a table. After he had clipped one end of the wire behind his ear, an image flickered to life on the screen. Carrie winced. The image was like a mirror, reflecting her exact appearance. Her rounded belly bulged out from her too tight jumpsuit. Lumps of fat curved at the tops of her thighs. Her hair was a wind-blown mess, and a few pimples stood out on her ordinary, average face. The Dandrobian with the wire said,
Never fear, my darling. There's so much we can change. So much.
He turned to look at the screen. Carrie's image grew taller, as tall as a tall human, though not as tall as a Dandrobian. The fat on her stomach and thighs melted away. Her hair became long and flowing, and her face evened out. The image was still her, but it was the Hollywood version. Film star Carrie smiled, and her teeth were straight and white. For a long moment, ordinary Carrie gazed at beautiful Carrie. Memories of her adolescence came flooding back. The realization that, even if she learned the mysteries of makeup and other beauty skills girls her age had been interested in, she would never look like the models in the magazines. The fear that no one would ever find her attractive. The dread of being singled out as ugly or even just plain. Thoughts of how wonderful it would be to have a perfect body and perfect face invaded her mind. Clothes shop sales assistants would no longer patronize her. People would notice when she entered a room. Men would be queuing up for the chance of a date. The female Dandrobian clasped her hands together.
"Oh, do say yes. Your friend has already agreed."
Carrie looked at Dave in the other cubicle. She couldn't believe what she saw. He was nodding and shaking hands with a Dandrobian. Dave was agreeing to a whole-body makeover. Dave? The most good-looking man she had ever seen in real life, who was not only drop-dead gorgeous, but also had a perfect taste in clothes. While her brain was trying to process this information, her mouth struggled to form words. But... The female Dandrobian was nodding.
"Yes, your friend is a fine specimen of a human being, but even he could use some improvement. He was sensible enough to take us up on our offer. Now, what do you have to say?"
Her mind a haze of confusion, Carrie blurted, "But it isn't only my Transgalactic Council managers I have to consider. No one back home will recognize me, and I won't be able to go back to my job." The female shrugged.
"When you're beautiful, you can get new friends and a new job. Your life will improve in every way. You have simply no idea of the benefits beauty brings."
Carrie clasped her head in both hands, but the action did nothing to stop the whirling in her mind. "I'm sorry, I have to think." A fleeting tension crossed the Dandrobian's face, replaced by a charming smile.
"Of course."
Turning to the others, she said,
"Let's withdraw and leave Officer Hatchett to make her decision. If you have any questions, we won't be far away."
The 3 aliens went out, leaving Carrie alone with the beautiful version of herself, still smiling from the screen. Her gaze roved the image longingly. How many times had she wished she was taller, thinner, more shapely, that her hair was smooth and flowing, her skin clear, her face beautiful. Plenty of times was the answer, especially since arriving on Dandrobia. And here she was, being offered the opportunity on a plate. She squeezed her eyes shut and turned away, forcing down the yearning in her heart. If only Dave was here to tell her what a bad idea it was. She needed him to talk some sense into her, like he had the night she had taken a party to the pub. But Dave had agreed to the Dandrobians' offer. Just when she needed his calm, sensible approach, she shook her head. It was no good. She could never agree to recommending the Dandrobians be set free. And yet, she peeked again at beautiful Carrie and found herself turning around and drawing close to the screen. Her hand reached out to touch the smooth surface and lightly traced the figure's eyes and mouth. The Dandrobians were right. It wasn't just a matter of feeling better about herself. Being good-looking could make many things in life easier. People warmed to an attractive face. But she couldn't. She mustn't. With a great effort, she turned away from the screen. If Dave wasn't going to talk some sense into her, she would have to do it herself. She held up a finger. 1. What was the squashpumps message about? And what are Aparte and Notos doing on Earth? The Dandrobians aren't to be trusted. They mustn't ever leave their planet. She lifted a second finger. 2.
How can you even think about never seeing your family and friends again, just for the sake of being gorgeous?
A third finger joined the others, but an accompanying reason would not come. Carrie's brow wrinkled. Maybe there were only 2 points? What would Dave say? The Dave that hadn't transformed into some strange, vain creature she did not recognize, that is. The finger wavered a moment, but then she had it. She could hear her friend's voice in her head.
Looks aren't important, Carrie. Not when it comes to things that really matter.
The haze in her mind cleared. Dave had been right, even if he wasn't following his own advice. The Dandrobians were beautiful, but they were also deceitful and tyrannous. The attractive Carrie on the screen behind her was flawless, but though she looked like her, it was not her. It was someone else. The Carrie she was average-looking, short and a little bit podgy. Lastly, Dave's inconsistency told her something important. If someone as good-looking as him could see room for improvement, would she ever be content with herself, no matter how beautiful the Dandrobians made her? The Dandrobians weren't content with their paradise. She could never agree. But what would they do when she refused their offer? Chapter 29. Superhuman Race. Peeking outside the cubicle, Carrie saw the 3 Dandrobians standing only a short distance away, chatting. Their voices were low, and she couldn't make out what they were saying. She drew her head in. They would never let her go if she didn't agree to their proposal. She knew too much. If the Transgalactic Council found out what the Dandrobians were up to, it would impose even stricter sanctions. What would they do to prevent her from passing on their secret? She swallowed. Her only hope was to get away from them, right now. If only she had her bag. If she could manage to pronounce Eirk's name, she could contact her via her translator and ask for a gateway out. But as a realization struck, she closed her eyes. It would mean leaving Dave behind. She put all thoughts of her bag aside. She would have to get her friend away from his Dandrobian makeover artists so they could escape together. But if she went into the open area, the Dandrobians would see her. Scanning around, Carrie's gaze alighted on the table. She climbed onto it and grabbed the top of the cubicle wall. Scrambling up, she pulled herself over. She landed softly, allowing her knees to fold under her. She was in another cubicle, empty of Dandrobians, but here there was no table to climb onto. And still she couldn't leave in the normal way without being in clear view. She looked at the top of the cubicle wall. It seemed too high for her to leap up and reach, but maybe in the lower gravity? She had nothing to lose. Starting at the opposite wall, she ran, jumped, and clasped the top, using her forward momentum at the last moment to throw her leg up and hook a foot over. After a breathless, silent struggle, she clambered up and slipped down the other side. She landed on something soft, and it let out a muffled groan. "Dave!" she squeaked, sliding quickly off her friend. He was trussed and gagged with fine Dandrobian cloth. Pulling a piece from his mouth, Carrie whispered, "What happened? Why did they tie you up after you agreed to a makeover?" She frantically undid the knots binding his wrists and ankles.
"I didn't agree to a makeover. What are you talking about?"
Dave's voice was barely audible. "But I saw you."
"Whatever you saw, it wasn't me."
He was rotating his hands and feet. He stood and flexed his legs. "We'll have to talk later. We have to get out of here now. They'll be back to check on me any second. But we can't go out there." She indicated the open space between the cubicles. "They'll see us. We have to jump the wall."
"Won't they see that too?"
"Not if they aren't looking this way."
And if we're very, very lucky.
Dave assessed the wall's height.
I'll never make it.
You can. I did, and you're taller than me. This planet has lower gravity than Earth, remember?
Then what do we do? We're trapped inside this hill.
Maybe not. I think the doorway's just an illusion. Why would they need a door they could lock? If we can get to it, we might be able to run straight through.
Her friend looked doubtful.
We have to try. Now, before it's too late.
Dave nodded. Setting his lips, he backed up to the wall, one leg out behind him, and ran at the opposite wall. Before springing up and grabbing the top, he tried to hook his knee over, but it slipped and he was left hanging. Carrie ran to him and grasped his feet, pushing him up the extra few inches needed for him to scramble over.
Hey!
A Dandrobian shouted. Dave had been spotted. There was no point in hiding now. Carrie ran into the central area. Dave joined her. Together they pelted down the room, away from the pursuing Dandrobians. Carrie feared the athletic aliens would catch them easily, but in the lower gravity she and Dave flew. They reached the end of the room in moments, but Dave turned one way and Carrie the other.
This way,
shouted Dave. Carrie turned back and followed on the heels of her friend down the narrow space between the cubicles and the wall. After a moment she glanced behind, but the Dandrobians were not there. Where had they gone?
Watch out!
She called, just as a cubicle wall slid open and an arm reached out. Dave barreled through and Carrie ducked just under as the arm's owner appeared.
Missed them,
called a voice.
They're heading towards you.
Dave was flying around the corner and Carrie was right behind him. The wall they were passing looked the same as all the others. Carrie hoped her friend knew where he was going and would see the exit door's faint outline, because she was lost. Dave veered right, and in a blink he was gone. Her heart bounded. She kept her eye on the spot where her friend had vanished as she headed for it. But when she reached the place, a male Dandrobian stepped out and grabbed her. He lifted her off her feet. There was no time for anything other than dirty fighting. Hoping male Dandrobians were made in the same way as male humans, she drove her knee between his legs. He dropped her like a hot coal and fell soundlessly to the floor, curling into a fetal position. In a second, Carrie was through the illusory wall and out into the open. Directly outside was a Pegasus, and Dave was on its back. Carrie needed no encouragement. Not pausing in her stride, she ran, leapt up, grabbed a handful of mane, and prodded the creature's sides with her heels. The animal started forward at a quick trot as the Dandrobians emerged from the hill. They grabbed at its tail, but the Pegasus pulled away. In seconds, it was at a canter and moving steadily farther from their pursuers. Carrie gripped tighter as the canter became a gallop. The great wings opened and began to beat the air. As the distance between them and the Dandrobians increased, Carrie's fear began to melt away and her excitement surged. The Pegasus's wings beat more strongly, generating blasts of wind that whipped her hair.
No!
shouted Dave.
Stop it!
The animal's hoofbeats became lighter against the ground. Then suddenly they were in the air, and the Parthenon, the hill, the trees and fields and shining sea dropped away. Chapter 30. Flight into Danger.
Make it land,
shouted Dave.
Make it put us down. We've got away from the Dandrobians. Carrie, make it stop. We're going to die.
Just hold on tight. We'll be fine.
Carrie glanced behind and had to stifle a giggle. Dave was chest downward with his arms wrapped around the Pegasus's broad back, his face white.
Actually, I don't know how to make it land.
What? But you said you were all excited about flying horses.
I was, but I never rode one. I never had the chance. Calm down and enjoy it.
The Pegasus had flown high enough for her ears to pop, but the animal didn't seem intent on going any higher. Dandrobia spread out below them. In the distance was a mountain range, and to their left was the sparkling ocean. The landscape was a deep, rich green. There was no sign of the squashpumps drying dust. Another subterfuge by the Dandrobians. The damage was probably confined to the complex around the receiving hall. Evidence to show the Transgalactic Council. Carrie frowned. She needed to find out what the Dandrobians were up to and tell Earth. Then she could go back home and find Rogue before he got into any danger. Warm, fresh air flowed past them as the Pegasus's wings carried them steadily on. The creature's mane was thick and silky in Carrie's hands, and its fine, long ears were turned backwards towards her.
Of course!
The animal was waiting for her to tell it where to go. Would it understand English? And where should they go? There was only one place that she thought the creature might know.
I'm going to try something, she called to Dave. Hold on.
Gripping the mane tightly, she leaned as far forwards as she dared, close to one of the creature's ears, and said,
"Library."
The broad white wings reached wide, and the animal began to bank and turn, gliding swiftly to a new direction. Carrie's heart soared.
"I think I'm gonna be sick,"
called Dave. To distract her friend from his predicament, Carrie called,
"How did you find the Pegasus?"
I didn't have time. It was right there, like it was waiting for us."
Or maybe waiting for me?
Was this the animal she had befriended back at the complex? Had it followed them to the Parthenon?
"And what happened before we escaped?"
asked Carrie.
"I saw you agreeing to a makeover."
"I told you. I don't know what you saw, but it wasn't me. Why would I agree to something stupid like that? It was a no-brainer."
Carrie recalled her own struggle with the decision. She was glad Dave couldn't see the flush creeping over her face.
"They edged me away from you when they started on the spiel,"
continued her friend.
"The second I began to laugh in their faces, they gagged and trussed me and threw me in that cubicle, where you jumped on me."
"Sorry."
"Don't worry about it. I'm glad you did. But I wish we could land. Did you tell it to go down? Why isn't it landing?"
"I told it to go to the library."
"What? Why? Let's just land and find your bag so you can call your manager and we can go home."
"I have to find something to show her about what the Dandrobians are doing first."
"No, you don't. Just confess what happened with Aparte and Notos. You'll probably get the sack, but honestly, Carrie, this isn't worth it. Get home so you can go and find Rogue."
"I can't, Dave. I just can't. I have to tell Ear about the Dandrobian plot, and I have to find proof. If I don't convince her that there's more to it than Aparte and Notos, the others might return to invading and tyrannizing other worlds. They might all come to Earth, and it would be my fault."
Soon they were flying over the ocean and heading towards the lowering sun. As they came in sight of land, Carrie realized that flying into the complex would expose them to view. It could place them right back in the hands of the Dandrobians. They would need to approach the library from farther away, and on foot to avoid being seen. They flew over the white shore. In the distance was the governmental complex with the library and meeting hall. Carrie leaned forwards to speak into the Pegasus's ear once more.
"Land!"
The animal spread its wings and began a gliding descent. In a few minutes, its hooves were brushing grass and wildflowers. As it landed, it galloped, then cantered, trotted, and finally walked to a stop. Almost before the Pegasus halted, Dave slid off its back. The look of relief on his face was so pronounced, Carrie thought he might actually kiss the ground. She also jumped down. She rubbed the Pegasus's nose and tore handfuls of grass to feed it. The animal snorted and pawed the turf.
"Let's go,"
said Dave.
"It'll be dusk soon."
The two humans set off uphill towards the library.
"I still think you should call your manager. I mean, you don't even know if the evidence is in the library. And you said it was locked. How are you going to get inside? If we're seen, who knows what the Dandrobians will do? Do you think the ones back at the engineering lab have sent a message?"
"I don't know if they can. I think communication systems were probably removed, along with whatever other technology the Council could find. But the Dandrobians will know something's up when they see us. We're back ahead of the others. How were they going to get into the locked room?" Like the meeting room, the library had high windows. If they were open, maybe they could jump in. They were nearing a dip in the hillside. Then they were over its lip and looking into the dark, open mouth of a cave. The sight struck a bell in Carrie's mind. What had Notos told her? Something about... Just in time, she remembered. "Watch out!" She pushed Dave to the side as he was about to step on a squash pump. Notos had said the squash pump spaceship was not far from the complex, underground, where the squash pumps like to sleep.
"Ugh,"
said Dave.
"It's those slugs again."
"Don't say that." Carrie moved away from her friend, checking the grass for squash pumps. She found several, but then something very odd caught her attention. Her Transgalactic Intercultural Community Crisis Liaison Officer's toolkit had appeared at the cave opening, apparently under its own steam. It travelled in her direction through the grass. Naturally, it wasn't moving by itself. Squash pumps had to be carrying it. As soon as it arrived at her feet, she scooped it up. "You stole my handbag from the Dandrobians? That's brilliant!"
"Transgalactic Intercultural Community Crisis Liaison Officer Hatchett,"
said a squash pump.
"Thank goodness you came to find us. Did ye ken yon message we showed ye? We couldna get to speak with ye alone afore then. Yon Dandrobians kept us apart."
"Yes, I saw it. So you've been forced into all of this? You never wanted to attack Dandrobia? What about what happened to the Foreign Secretary?"
"I dinna know aboot that for sure, but we think they did it a purpose. They can control the wind, you know. But I have to tell you something afore they see you. There's some other aliens, some mechanical ones, holding hostages on our home planet. They said they'll kill 'em if we dinna do what they tell us."
Mechanical aliens? There was only one kind of mechanical alien Carrie knew. Plactoids. The Dandrobian plot reached farther than she'd thought, right across the galaxy. If the Dandrobians were in league with the Plactoids, it was more important than ever that she find out what they were up to. She dropped to her knees by the rainbow-tentacled squash pump. "I'll do everything I can to free the hostages."
"That's good to hear. We knew the Transgalactic Council wouldna let us down."
"But there's something else I need to do, and I think you can help me with that too." Chapter 31. Deceptive Appearances. The squash pump Carrie and Dave had stumbled across was not as proud as the Foreign Secretary. He consented to be carried to the library to save time. The meeting room door was open, but the internal door was, as she'd expected, locked. It was a simple lock, however, as the Dandrobians would be expected to have under the Unity's sanctions. There was a small keyhole in the door.
"You sure it can fit in there?"
asked Dave. as Carrie placed the squash pump next to the hole. "Of course it can. You saw the gaps they squeezed through in the party room."
"I'll see what I can do."
The creature slid inside. It must have negotiated the lock quickly, because part of it was still protruding when there was a click. Her heart in her mouth, Carrie pushed the door and it swung open. At last they were going to uncover the Dandrobians' plan.
"I canna stay long."
The squash pump emerged from the lock and slithered down the open door.
"I mustna be found. Yon mechanical aliens are holding 3,500 of my bairns hostage."
Carrie stepped into the room. It was dim. The rays of the setting sun through the high windows were the only source of light. But the lack of light didn't matter. She could see all she needed to see. The large room was completely bare. There were no books, files, plans, or any other documents. For a moment she could not speak.
"Looks like you're out of luck,"
said Dave.
"Sorry."
"I don't understand. Why would they lock the door if there's nothing here?" She rubbed the back of her neck. "I don't believe it."
"Maybe there was something here, but they moved everything out when you said you wanted to look inside."
Damn! Why hadn't she kept her big mouth shut? Why had she expressed interest in the library? She had been acting like she was on holiday, and now she was paying the price. She groaned. "What am I going to do?"
"You'll never find anything now. You're just going to have to call your manager and go home."
"I can't. I won't. There has to be something I can show her." Carrie looked around the bare walls again and frowned.
"What's wrong?"
"Something's wrong with this room." Dave also looked about.
"Seems pretty ordinary to me. Looks like any other ancient Greek architecture."
She touched the plain, unadorned surface, and her eyes widened. "No, it doesn't. Or rather, yes, it does. It looks like the 2,000 or 3,000-year-old buildings we see on Earth today. The buildings that the elements and time have worn to plain marble. But they weren't like that when they were new. They were bright and colourful, like all the other buildings on Dandrobia. Dandrobians love colour. But look at this place. It's plain. Why did they make it like this?"
Dave shrugged. "Maybe because it's only for storing documents. There's no point in decorating it."
But Carrie knew the Dandrobians better than her friend. Pragmatism was not one of their stronger traits. "No, there's a reason."
"There's a wee dip,"
said the squash pump. Carrie jumped a little. She had forgotten it was here. It had climbed the wall while they were talking. As the creature moved away from the dip it had mentioned, she could make out the shape. The dip was shell-like and grooved and familiar. In a flash she had it. One of the first things she had noticed when she arrived in Dandrobia. And what had Notos said when she'd asked to borrow one at the beach? That only Dandrobians could wear them.
"What is it?"
asked Dave, watching her expression.
"Spit it out."
"This." She touched the dip. "It's in the shape of the clasp they use to fasten their clothes. Notos wouldn't let me have one, and that depression would fit one exactly. Why's it here? Maybe something happens if you put a Dandrobian clasp in it."
"You mean those golden brooches Aparte and Notos were wearing?"
"Yes, but... oh, damn!" Her elation faded. "We don't have one."
"Well..."
Dave gave a little cough, and his face turned pink. He reached into his pocket. "You haven't..." There it was. In her friend's hand lay a Dandrobian clasp. Muttered Dave.
"Aparte left it on the table when she..."
His breath was knocked out of his lungs as Carrie threw her arms around him and hugged him fiercely. "My lovely kleptomaniac friend!" She let go and grabbed the clasp.
Let's see what it does.
She put it in the depression. When she took her hand away, it remained in place. She held her breath. At first, nothing happened. Then the surfaces changed almost too imperceptibly to see. The walls, floor and ceiling seemed to sparkle faintly in the last rays of the sun. The glimmers took shape and delicate lines appeared, tracing over the room's interior, linking star shapes, surrounded by tiny, vividly coloured dots. Carrie's hand went to her mouth and she walked to the room's centre. She slowly revolved, taking in the web of lines traced over the entire interior. As she completed her circle, she said,
"It's something, but what?"
"'Tis a galactic map,"
the squashpump's voice piped in her mind.
"And a plan. Look over there. That's where the lines begin."
One of the creature's tentacles was straight and pointing towards a nearby area of wall. Carrie and Dave went over and peered at the spot. It seemed the squashpump was correct. Many lines led to a blue-green dot, the third of 8, circling a small star. Carrie gasped.
"It's Earth!"
She turned wide eyes to Dave.
"It's an invasion plan, starting with us."
She fumbled in her bag and drew out the translator.
"Here! Transgalactic Intercultural Community Crisis Liaison Manager here."
Silence.
"Oh, for goodness sake! Here! Come in! Answer me! Transgalactic Intercultural Community Crisis Liaison Manager here."
She shook the translator. She felt like banging it on the wall, but restrained herself.
"Transgalactic Intercultural Community Crisis Liaison Manager here."
A spray of saliva shot from her mouth.
"Carrie?"
She nearly dropped the translator in surprise. The voice that came from it was not that of her female transgalactic manager, but it was a familiar one. It was the voice of the only manager at the Transgalactic Council who called her by her first name.
Gavin?
Chapter 32. Surprise Arrival.
"It is indeed I, Carrie. I apologize for any confusion this may cause you. I am now receiving communications from you to your previous manager."
"Gavin, it's great to hear your voice."
"It is also pleasant to resume contact with you. My superiors have assigned me to oversee further developments in the reconciliation process you are facilitating. Certain matters came to light during my investigations of the Plactoids that indicated the involvement of the Dandrobians."
"That's right! The Plactoids are in league with them. They're holding squashpumps hostage on their home planet and forcing them to pretend to attack the Dandrobians."
A clicking sound came through the translator.
"That is interesting and extremely useful information. Is there anything else you have to report?"
"Well, can you see through my translator?"
"Point it towards whatever you wish me to see. I am recording."
Carrie and Dave moved just outside the library, and Carrie pointed the translator into the room, scanning slowly across the floor, walls and ceiling, which shimmered with translucent silvery lines. The sound of Gavin clicking came from the device.
"Extremely interesting. It appears to be..."
"It's an invasion plan, right? Starting with Earth."
"Your conclusion is somewhat premature. We must complete a thorough analysis, but it is certainly highly suspicious. How did you come across this map?"
After quickly explaining about the locked but apparently empty room, Carrie said,
"I'm so glad you're back as my manager, Gavin. Ear wasn't easy to work with."
For once, Carrie's insectoid boss seemed to be lost for words.
"Gavin?"
"If my colleague's behaviour towards you failed to meet the expected standard of professionalism,
I should apologize, perhaps. Her attitude may have been influenced by, well, she may have allowed her personal feelings to intrude upon. Carrie turned puzzled eyes to Dave. She hadn't particularly associated Gavin or Eark with strong emotions, and Eark had only met her recently. Why would Eark feel anything about me? She's only known me a few days. Eark's feelings are not concerned with you, Carrie. Then who? Her eyebrows lifted. You? Your former manager has expressed a high level of displeasure with me in certain personal matters, certain relationship matters that I would rather not discuss. Carrie's eyebrows lifted higher. Were you two together? Did you dump her? Gavin didn't answer for a moment. Then, perhaps it would have been better if I had. Unfortunately, in matters of the cingulate gyrus, hippocampus, amygdala and other central nervous system structures, Carrie stifled a giggle. Don't tell me you cheated on her. This was a side of Gavin she had not expected to see. Was her manager a philanderer? His stories of being constantly moved on from previous Transgalactic Council jobs, which he'd always refused to explain, was starting to make sense. So she hated me because you'd been my manager, and my revealing the Plactoid threat had made you look good. If she was a little exacting and harsh towards you, that may have been the cause. Carrie wondered if Eark had withheld information from her about the squashpumps and other important facts in order to make her, and by extension, Gavin, look stupid. Her relief at finding herself once more working with a manager who had faith in her abilities gave Carrie the courage to explain about Notos and Aparte's escape to Earth. Gavin whirred and clicked as he considered the situation. That is extremely unfortunate. 2 escaped Dandrobians are an imminent threat to the unity and civilized regions of the galaxy. I have noted the information. The Council will dispatch officers to locate and return the fugitives at the earliest opportunity. But, Carrie, your continuing service is required on this case. The Plactoid's reach stretches farther than we had imagined. I assume I can rely on your continued commitment? Her heart rose. Continue working with the Transgalactic Council to fight the Plactoid threat to the galaxy? Yes, absolutely. You seem to have everything you needed, so I'm off, said the squash pump, startling Carrie again. The creature began sliding away. Good luck. Thanks for your help. Hold on, wait a minute. She closed the door to the library. Please lock this before you go, so the Dandrobians don't know their plan's been revealed. After doing as Carrie requested, the squash pump glided towards the exit. Please, will ya do something soon to help us? I canna sleep for worry aboot my bairns. Yes, of course. The Council and the Unity will do everything they can. As the creature disappeared through the door, Carrie spoke into the translator. Gavin, can you open a gateway to take us home? I'm worried sick about Rogue. He ran into the street just before I left. I know he'll probably come straight back, but I have to go home and make... Get out now! They're coming! The squash pump had returned. Dandrobian voices could be heard from outside. Quickly, please, Gavin. I am opening a gateway now, though I note you said us and not I. May I remind you, green mist began to swirl in the corner of the room, that your friend, whom I assume has accompanied you once more, is not authorized. The Dandrobians' voices grew louder. To travel via... I know, Gavin, I know. Oh, please, get us home. The mist had thickened and began to swirl. Surely the Transgalactic Council could invent a faster transportation method. Carrie rushed Dave towards the green spiral. It sounded as though the Dandrobians were nearly at the door. Dave disappeared head first. Carrie dived after him, hoping the arriving aliens wouldn't see her vanishing feet. On the other side, she crashed into Dave and immediately grabbed her nose. There was a dreadful stink.
Dave, did you?
Her words faded. She was not in her familiar kitchen at home. She was in a small steel cubicle, which was shuddering and rocking.
Get off me!
Dave pushed at her.
Where the hell has Gavin sent us?
Carrie stood, grabbing a steel bar on the wall as the room lurched. All around was the sound of rushing motion. They were in the cramped, smelly toilet of a fast-moving train. Chapter 33. Rogue's Rescue. The door opened. A man in a business suit tried to enter. His mouth fell open and he hastily backed away. The door slid closed. Dave struggled to his feet.
Great, just great. Gavin got his coordinates wrong. God knows where we're on our way to. Thank goodness he didn't put us under a train.
We have to get off.
Fear replaced Carrie's confusion, clutching at her heart and banishing concerns about how they had ended up in a toilet.
I have to get home. Rogue's going to get away.
She threw the door open and bowled over the waiting businessman on her way to the nearest carriage.
Please,
she said to a woman with a young child sitting on her lap.
Where is this train going? What's the next stop?
Birmingham New Street. The woman placed a protective arm around her child and drew it closer.
Birmingham,
blurted Carrie to Dave, who had followed her.
We're on our way to Birmingham. It'll take hours to get home. Hours.
Her chin trembled and her eyes filled with tears.
Don't worry,
said Dave.
Rogue's wearing his tag, isn't he? With your phone number? Even if he does go wandering off, someone's bound to catch him and call you.
The train was packed. Carrie and Dave were forced to stand in the corridor next to the businessman who had surprised them in the toilet. The man opened a newspaper and held it in front of his face, every so often lowering it and peering at them over the top. Carrie clutched her phone, ready to answer the minute there was a call. She stared bleakly out the window at the British countryside rushing past. Dave tried to engage her in conversation about how they had ended up on the train, but she couldn't say a word, only stare at him sadly. At Birmingham they changed trains, catching the next service back to Northampton. In all the time it took them to return to her flat, no call came for Carrie. As soon as the taxi drew up, she leapt out and ran down the street, calling Rogue's name. When she didn't see him anywhere down one end of the street, she ran to the other end, shouting the whole time. She was about to try the adjoining streets when she noticed her phone was ringing. It was Dave.
Hello?
She answered breathlessly.
Have you found him?
He's here, Carrie, at your flat. I think he's been here all along. You'd better get back, quickly.
Is he hurt? What's wrong?
She was already running, teary-eyed.
He isn't hurt, don't worry. But someone might be if you don't get back here soon.
She barely heard his final sentence. He'd said her dog wasn't hurt. Everything was going to be okay. As she entered the building, she heard Rogue barking and growling. Climbing the stairs, she saw Dave standing outside the door to her flat. His arms were folded and he was wearing a bemused look.
I'm glad you've arrived. He won't take any notice of me.
The door to her flat was open and Rogue was in the doorway, his body stiff and his tail erect. Cowering behind him were Aparte and Notos.
Make your horrible animal stop,
said Aparte.
We'll go back, we promise. Oh, please make it stop.
Rogue, come here. The dog immediately ran to meet Carrie as she reached the top of the stairs. He leapt up to lick her face. As Aparte set a foot outside the flat, however, Rogue gave a loud bark. She quickly withdrew it.
Please arrange a gateway to Dandrobia,
said Notos.
We've learned our lesson. We'll go quietly.
You two aren't going anywhere. Not for a little while, anyway.
What?
asked Dave. She motioned everyone inside and closed the door. Rogue ran to his water bowl and began slurping. He had to have been barking and growling for hours, all the time it had took them to get home. But before she sent the Dandrobians back to their home planet, Carrie wanted some answers. She made the aliens go into her living room and sit down on the sofa. Standing in front of them, her hands on her hips, she said, "Tell me, what did you do?"
What does it matter, darling? We're very sorry, and we promise we won't try to escape again.
Cut the crap! Aparte and Notos exchanged glances. The male Dandrobian lowered his head.
I left your home, but Aparte remained, hiding in your bedroom. I didn't make it far before your animal caught up with me and forced me to return.
That isn't what I meant. When Dave and I were returned to Earth, we ended up on a train to Birmingham. My guess is it was the same train we took down to London, and one of you two did something to it while you were alone in the toilet. Something that confused the Transgalactic Council coordinates. She rubbed her chin as she thought things over. And that's why you stayed here too, isn't it? Why you never left, even though you easily could, and why you tried to confuse us into thinking you had left, so that we'd run after you and leave Aparte here alone. It's something to do with gateway entrances. The two Dandrobians did not answer. Aparte's eyes were hooded, and Notos's expression was uncharacteristically grim. Rogue returned from his water bowl and gave a sharp bark. Both Dandrobians flinched. Carrie was about to pursue interrogating the Dandrobians while they were still in fear of her dog, but she changed her mind. Too many questions might alert them to how much she knew and reveal that the Transgalactic Council knew of their invasion plan. Better to keep them in ignorance. She took out her translator. Gavin, I have 2 Dandrobians here, very keen to return home. He answered immediately. I am exceedingly pleased to hear that. Well done, Carrie. Stand by. Oh, and one more thing. I need a bigger uniform. Carrie exhaled and slumped into a chair as Notos followed Aparte through the cupboard underneath her kitchen sink. The door swung closed and the green light faded. She didn't know what would happen to the 2 Dandrobians when they arrived back in their prison paradise, and for the moment she didn't care. She stretched and rubbed her neck. She had been on an ocean voyage, turned down the opportunity of a lifetime, taken a ride on a flying horse, and exposed another element in the Plactoid conspiracy, and it wasn't even midday. Have some tea. Dave placed one of 2 steaming mugs in front of her. What a good idea. She reached for the sugar bowl and added a spoonful of sugar to the mug. She was about to take another spoonful, but changed her mind. She sighed and stirred her drink. Biscuit? Dave lifted the lid from her biscuit tin. No, better not, Carrie replied, patting her stomach. Her friend looked inside the tin. Oh. He replaced the lid. You've eaten them all, haven't you? I didn't think so. I thought I'd left at least 1 or 2. Carrie rolled her eyes. A thought struck. She began looking around her kitchen, taking a mental inventory. What are you looking for? Nothing. Carrie continued to swivel her head around. Dave tutted. I haven't taken anything. Carrie took a sip of tea and replied innocently, I didn't think you had.
Huh.
She rubbed her eyes and then frowned. Those Dandrobians must have been pretty keen on convincing me they were under threat. They let the squashpumps invade their brains. You should have seen it. It was terrible.
Maybe they had volunteers, or maybe it was all fake, like the fake me you saw agreeing to the makeover.
I don't know. She shrugged. I'll ask Gavin later. He might know more by then.
So you're carrying on with it then?
The Transgalactic Council job, of course.
Seems a bit dangerous to me. I mean, travelling across the galaxy, fighting with hostile aliens, flying around hundreds of meters above the ground.
He gave a shudder.
You wouldn't catch me doing it.
Dave, you just did all those things.
Her friend paused, his mug at his lips. He grinned sheepishly. Oh, yeah. He took a drink. Well, you won't catch me doing anything risky like that again.
Carrie had other ideas, but she was keeping quiet about them for now. She stole a glance out of the corner of her eye. Her silver salt cellar seemed to have gone missing. The end. This has been Passage to Paradise, Carrie Hatchett Space Adventurer Book 2, written and narrated by J.J. Green. The next book in the Carrie Hatchett series is Transgalactic Antics, Carrie Hatchett Space Adventurer Book 3. If you enjoyed this audiobook, please hit like, subscribe to the channel, and click the notifications bell so you can hear when the next Carrie Hatchett book comes out. Thanks for listening. For more J.J. Green books, visit jjgreenauthor.com.